should both the Abrams and Vindicta have such a good laning phase that it makes them more powerful than the norm in the mid game.
I think they need to have a good game though, because I look at some of these. Oh, what's happening here? I look at these other lanes. We're expecting like Mo Yamato in mid up against, I want to say Mirage Calico in mid. If you're putting Paradox and Lash together, that's a lane you're not really going to get kills off of until you get to 3K, and you really need to open things up with like a great swap. But I feel like they need to win that lane. Actually, it's gonna be Paradox Mirage in middle. Okay, a little bit of a switch up than what I expected. But like VP have the potential, especially with Listic over on the Yamato, to really snowball this lane.
I don't love this lane in middle, the Paradox Mirage, because I feel like Mirage, a lot of your lane matchups, you get to be a little bit of a bully as Mirage. But this lane matchup as Mirage, you have to hold back a lot, Jason, and you can't really flex how aggressive Mirage can usually be in lane, just because you are getting generally out-poked by the Holiday Yamato, particularly when they're in together. Like, the Paradox isn't evening the scales too much, but the lane for me that has all my attention is what we're seeing on left. The fact that is Vindicta Abrams versus Infernus Mo. This, I think, to me, could decide the game. Like, what happens in the left lane.
Yeah, I think very well could be. I think VP is also one of the few teams who doesn't run like Mo Holiday in the mid lane, funny enough. Which I don't necessarily hate, because you obviously want to have like a Holiday there, which, you know, facilitates basically the same way, except you get a lot more range poke to help feed the Yamato a lot quicker. But so it's actually gonna be together on the Lash. I thought it was gonna be Wolfie playing it, so we're seeing some like more switch up for the side of Paravision than kind of what I expected. Gosh, the poke that Listic's able to do is just kind of insane. This is the Crimson Slash stuff for the heal off the back of that.
Yeah, I think you take a look at the health that's going middle. Oh, Wolfie over there on the right-hand side, able to take down the KLS. And, you know, you don't usually see Geist getting poked down in lane that often. Geist, you know, one of the reasons why you pick Geist on top of her late game power is that she's pretty reliable in lane, where even if she doesn't win, she often doesn't lose. But early pick on the Geist like that, kind of a good omen early on here for Paravision.
For Wolfie too. I mean, they brought him on to replace Play With Me, and Play With Me was one of their biggest playmakers on the roster, and he needs to live up to that same level. He needs to be that like threat. Now, when you think Paravision, you think Wolfie, you think what he can do in these games. But so far, even on the left-hand side, they're able to pick up another kill. So not with Shark going down, means Paravision get the initial kill so far and an initial slight lead in this game.
Also, I mean, this is kind of the deep lore, but I just remember. Wait till this fight before we go deep into that, just a little bit back and forth. But I remember the deep lore on Shriek, and from what I understand from, you know, people that have talked to me about it, and, you know, Shriek's own testimony, Shriek doesn't like playing Mo. It is an anti-comfort hero for Shriek, not something we see him on very often. And when we do, you know, it's something that VP, I think, tries to avoid keeping him on there if they can. So the fact that it's Shriek on there, and it wasn't a game where they're able to put, you know, Obikim onto the Mo or otherwise like that, you know, it's kind of interesting. I wonder if, you know, that's also part of why I see a little bit of the impact here in the lane phase. So we'll see how that goes, but, you know, it's kind of a warning sign a little bit for VP.
I mean, if you want to be the best in the world, sometimes you got to play heroes you don't like. So whether that's true or not, man up is all I can say to Shark. Especially with VP's track record. Yeah, I don't think Obi can necessarily like to play Ivy as much, is my guess. I mean, that's just a little bit of bias, because I don't like to play Ivy that much.
And Obikim just lost the holiday spot, the D-Mob. Shriek, though, like or not, are able to get a little bit more done in the left-hand side. Saf going down. Helps even things out a little bit in the left-hand side, where, by the way, when you're up against, like, the Vindicta Abrams lane, if you just go neutral or lose a little bit, you're kind of happy with the result, Jason.
Speaking of Obi-Kim, get aggressive here. For that stomp inside the Kutsu bomb for that extra damage. And you can see he's actually able to connect quite a few shots here together. I think his Flog's on cooldown. He's got to be careful. Launch into the sky. And they get the chase on the Michaelis, who falls again. Uncharacteristic of him in particular. Dying out twice in lane. And Sap, yeah, I think he's going to die just from the tick damage. The afterburn Zergy. Well, we see him with an early start. That is not a good sign for Paravision. You're definitely focused on that left lane. You're definitely focused on Paravision having the strong start in the left lane. The shot transformation is going to come through, and Listic going to commit on the side. Or
Okay. Listic getting a little bit low. Shout transformation comes out, forces mid lane back. And to get Joykin. Oh dear lord, the bullying. Okay, Michaelis at least is able to trade out, but the deep dives on the Michaelis to limit the effectiveness of Geist over here in the right lane. Kind of interesting. It's rare to see. I think that's like death number 3 for Michaelis.
Well,
so
let's
far.
be fair though, CP. They dove into Paravision. They're the ones that went for the deep dive, and then they get caught out. He just got his soul changed up like right before he died too. So that could have been with double kills. That's time we go through connecting onto both, and they should be some good kills together. Going for an early rotate into the middle lane. We didn't catch that, but it nets them 2 kills.
Honestly, just not much respect being shown to the Lash there. I mean, oftentimes we see Death Slam come out in a lot of these games. Like the amount of Death Slam fails because people just play cautious around it and are very quick to LS break, especially now Death Slam has the extra, 100 milliseconds to activation. It's pretty common, but in that case, Together just goes up in the sky, grabs a free 2.
I'm gonna blame that on comms in the right lane. I mean, actually, to be fair, they did kill him, and he went back to spawn. He went straight in mid lane, went for the kill, then boosted back to get back to right lane. So maybe you can't really calm that as cleanly as maybe I'm thinking in my head. But the damage is still being done towards this garden, even with the initial death. We're still getting aggressive. Could also swap onto Listic to pull him out of position. I mean, Listic hasn't been as dominating in the mid lane as I actually thought. I think Paravision has done a really good job of dealing with him.
Yeah, it hasn't been bad at all, and nope. Interesting enough, 27k, 28k, relatively even across the board, but the allocation actually, I think, a little bit problematic for VP already. Usually you want your Geist a little bit higher, you want your Yamato a little bit higher. So, I mean, Paravision, they're not giving up any threats here in a way that, like, it's gonna snowball out of control just yet, so... coming out of lane phase, not the worst.
Considering how many times they've died on that right lane, that Guardian's taken like only 5 points of damage, which is ridiculous. I mean, not expect them to necessarily take the Guardian so early, but that could be one way Paravision open up this mid game. As once again, Michaela's gonna fall another time on the right hand side. Listic is going for the dive on the left as he goes for the gank over towards it from mid. That does leave Demob to his own to defend against 2.
Actually, let's look coming in for the gank, going, okay, they've pushed up. We've set the stage. You got all your cooldowns ready to go. Listic coming back mid. The rotation response, though, instantly for Paravision, just backing out, not getting hit from behind from the Yamato. So the call-out comms there is mid lane full resets, but also look at right lane. The dive coming in here now from Paravision over off to the right. You see Lash and Calico poking and prodding for their opportunity. Meanwhile, back over here onto the left. Seismic Slam in from Saf, not going to get away. And you look at this is a real healthy Zergy right now, just not intimidated at all by Liz.
And of course, that's been really the one getting the brunt of the punishment in the left lane, as he's like easily on the ground. I mean, you have a combo into combustion, you're gonna almost guarantee get a kill there, especially when you get that afterburn leveled up. Lasto's gonna miss.
Michaelis is real low. Michaelis is super low right now. Lash was over and in instead. Not able to finish it off. Swap may have been down, but Obikim able to give just enough support to fend off Together.
I think he's not bad again. The afterburn might tick away enough. Okay, just barely able to stay alive with extra regen from that passive. Yeah, being poor Michaelis, if I was him, I would have gotten so tilted already in this game between the amount of times he's died. But to kind of keep your composure, super important. And again, the dive back in once off of Wolfie. That's them in on top of that. Gonna get Michaelis out of position yet again. He's gonna fall. And he had his full change up, but you don't have a chance to use it.
Yeah, I mean, it does take a moment to activate. And in that case, he was within ground strike, death range. So you get hit by the death slam, and yeah, I mean, there's just no one around. You end up getting bursted down, and the Michaelis Geist really struggling to get online here. Still, though, overall stats check of the game, 41k to 41k. You talk about struggles in the game. It's been tough for Saf as Abrams on the left-hand side, where just it's really been pushed to the limit by the Infernus Mo lane. And I feel like every time we take a look at the left, it's just Saf on fire, burning and trying to get away.
Yeah, I mean, Zergy's a lot farther ahead in his lane than Together or Wolfie is in their lane, if you look at like the counterparts. And that's, I think, why you're seeing like Virtus Pro actually have a slight soul lead is because of how successful Zergie's been able to be. As Zimov last up in 3. Might get a catch here onto Task.
1 second. Lasso just came up. It was a little bit off. He couldn't immediately react Lasso to it, but said Tess still gonna take a rotation that gets him caught out. Blitz though, meanwhile, finally putting in the Zergie. Sap, Mo, Fisticuffs, Abram goes on in. Maybe tries to get the Vindicta as a parting gift, but Abram's the bodyguard. Not letting Sharik turn that into a trade.
That started off as an engage out of Virtus Pro, actually. Oh, you're gonna go down together. They went for the engage with a combo combustion. They weren't able to kill Sap in time, and I guess this was able to do the damage from the backhand side of that with the bodyguard, as you mentioned. But here comes, oh my god! Back of that flying straight catches out on Sap. He doesn't have Shadow Transformation up for another 8 seconds. He needs to stall, like we saw previously in the group stage with the help of those closets. You'll have Shadow Transformation up, so he'll have the Crimson Slash on reset when you need, which you might need because he could get caught up by Prestus here.
Main goal is just earn control. That was what Paravision wanted. They didn't go for the chase down on the Amato. Now though, they might be a little bit more interested though. Shadow Transformation is up. I think right now you focus on setting up for earn, where, you know, bear in mind, VP played around Death Slam really effectively last time we saw Paravision go it, but the difference there is that VP always had control of the earn. They don't control things here. The Lash is set up good to go to defend the turn-in, and I think they're just gonna let the turn-in happen.
They don't care. They're gonna get mid tower and left tower. They're gonna get 2 objectives and a flex shot off of this. VP have been one of the teams that have, instead of going for that first earn, if they don't have initial control, they punish you by taking objectives. And I think this is a smart turnaround. This is actually them coming out ahead in this trade because of that.
Flex slot comes up to KLS with the swap. Meanwhile, Death Slam in response. This is a swapless guys put into the danger zone. KLS about to fall again. Sap comes in, tries to play interference, and ends up taking down the KLS. However, take a look here. More rotating in here on this right-hand side. Ballistic, good to go. Punishes Sap in turn. And the trade out, a little bit better for Paravision, but still the continual trend here of KLS just continually getting focused down.
I mean, if this is intentional to Paravision, I think it's quite smart considering how damn dominating Geist is going to be later in the game. Velasco out of Demov to pull out Prestus under towers. The Traveler away on very low HP over into the right-hand lane. And now Listic, I mean, he's kind of been forced to just, okay, I need to start making impacts. I have 10k souls. I need to start looking for some kills and help assisting some of these lanes because we're starting to fall behind on some key players, even though they do technically have a skill advantage.
Also, you know, in terms of income allocation, I like this from Paravision. They're putting Abrams into the solo farm lane at the moment. And I think you kind of need to let Seth get some farm to get back in the game. We know how a starved Abrams doesn't really have the biggest impact on fights. So, okay. The Brain Paradox over. The 2-on-1. If they land the swap, this could be a very dead Zergie in tow. You take a look at the map, they're going on in. I think they just landed the swap here. Taz has it on a cooldown. Is the fall through going to be here in turn? Zergie getting pummeled. Low HP. Can he steal some back and instead just going to back away?
We're just showing why I guess Infernus is prioritized towards him at the very end of the draft because of the safety you have as an Infernus, especially with the Infuser. You just have so much spell steal or spirit steal early on in the game. And Litz, I don't think you can really defend this by yourself, but that's going to be together coming back through. No Death Slam up. This is actually going to be a full retreat here out of Virtus Pro. Or maybe not. Maybe the combo comes through and allows them to get the initial kill. And maybe they baited in Paravision here for some more.
Yeah, they're going for the kills. They're going for the Guardian. Over here on the right-hand side, should be able to get it. Last Guardian needed here for VP. All 3 down. Meanwhile, though, back in middle, Saf, a little bit of revenge here on the Zergie as they get middle Guardian in turn. So, Guardian for Guardian. First Guardian of the game for Paravision. As Wolfie overstays his welcome.
Well, first Guardian for Paravision, but that's 3 kills for Virtus Pro, and they take the last Guardian of the game. Still netting out a 5k lead here, and this is the problem I think for Paravision that they struggle with quite a bit when it comes to playing against VP is their macro play when they get to this stage of the game, because this is where VP typically take off.
Jason, we got Abrams with a little bit of stealing the Gamba, but you take a look at who's coming on in. Clearly, KLS is going to hear this. You got a Geist and Ivy in the area, and an Abrams behind enemy lines. Is Saf going to get away with this Gamba stealing? And the answer is yes.
About to hit the 15-minute mark. VP heavily leaning towards the right-hand side of the map. Paravision towards the left. The Urn going to be surrounding on the right. I think Paravision are trying to secure this left-hand side. A lot of jungle for them to farm up too in the meantime. But I think this is where VP start to contest the second urn, and Paravision, and the lead isn't quite out of hand. It's only 2k now, as we were previously on like the 5k mark, as they stole away a lot of the jungle.
Jason, look at all the collateral damage that Michaelis has taken from the early game, from the focus fire. Demo, Zergy and Connor left, but the Geist is behind the curve of the game. I agree with you that if this was intentional from Paravision, it's really smart. Also, Demov going for the lasso, gonna miss it, and Prestus gets to live another day as a result. That would have been a very dead Mirage if it had connected.
Well, the full retreat coming out of Paravision, they get over towards this right lane. They don't want to lose it on the Walker. Aaron has been secured by Virtus Pros. They're looking to back away here. You can see Task the minimap was on that potential chase for Obikim. And this turn-in, I mean, for me, it's going to be all of the about together. And how does he position himself in a way to deny this? Or is actually Paravision even going to bother to go for the contest? They're just leaving it together there, and Litz to come on in. I think they're going to give this one up and look for objectives instead. Oh, never mind. They do make the rotate. I thought the thing is, we can obviously see the minimap, and we could see that if they ran that urn right away, that should have been a relatively easy Virtus Pro take. But instead, they're going to go for the bait. They've done this so much yesterday. Keep here on the left-hand side when they go for a push from the Walker on the right.
Listic just getting bursted down, even though there's a ton of members of VP rotating over to the right. It was the quick smash and grab coming on in from the Paradox Mirage combo. Tass, Prestus finding it, but is it going to come at a cost? Tass right now running away on the rooftops and able to shake the pressure coming in from Demov and Michaelis respectively. Oh no, Snap steals away the urn. He's going to try to run away with this one so they can go for the secure here. You can see the melee come in on Shark, force drop. And Snap, actually, I don't even know how he didn't get the drop out of that one. He hit Snap with the melee, but Snap's going to go for the retreat. He's just trying to go for the turn in here, and together still has to death slam up to help support this. Yeah, I mean, if you try and contest this, you're going to get slammed. Together, dropping death slam. Can't quite see who he got. Mimo Zergy into the back line. Burning alive. Both Vindicta and Lash in turn. Zergy taking the versus presence though, but the swap comes on in. Gonna put an end to the fire. Urn, meanwhile, still out there, but it looks like it's gonna be a turn in for Paravision.
I mean, it's a 2-for-2 trade. I think Obikim will fall for this one. He's buying time. Michaelis is taking the mid Walker. He gets this one. They're going to push the right lane Walker. Yeah, it's going to be a 3-for-2 in favor of Paravision, but they're going to lose 2 Walkers from this. Again, another smart macro play by Virtus Pro. These response from Paravision is, we're going to push your left lane Walker now off the back of that.
Might be a bit of a wash. If, emphasis on if Paravision is able to finish off left Walker. Doesn't look like there's going to be enough of rotation there. No, there isn't. So Walker's going down all sides. Obviously, one Walker edge to VP. But in the end, Jason, it kind of leaves us a bit even.
I mean, I think soul-wise, obviously it netted to Paravision, but like map control-wise now, with how easy it is for Virtus Pro to invade this right-hand side, they have their mid lane Guardian, mid lane Walker and right lane Guardian available. I think it should give them that control and make Paravision think twice about the way they want to take their own jungle on the right-hand side. But they've started to group up towards the right, looking for that last Guardian. Michaelis, he's going to get charged up against the wall, and you know he's going to go down from this.
Swap comes in, doesn't matter, and I mean, this is something we don't see very often. Usually, teams are hesitant to go in on Geist because she's so farmed by this point in the game that you will lose someone in the exchange. But Michaelis is broke. Like, this is, by Geist standards, this is a very, very lean Geist game. And Paravision has just made it a priority to repeatedly terrorize Michaelis from minute 0.
As a note, Virtus Pro makes a very smart play there. They send 3 to defend the Guardian, send 2 to the left lane Walker, and that immediately forced the Paravision to retreat away. And then VP just go back to, all right, well, we got jungle to farm up. I see Shark taking some jungle on the right-hand side away from Paravision. At least for Parry, they do have the 4K lead. And we're going to be getting very close to this next urn spawn-in. And ZP, I mean, the way VP have been playing in the macro game, they've been taking like full advantage of Paravision and sometimes the overcommitment of them trying to contest and turn in the urn.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they like making macro trades when the urn is in play, and oh, Shriek getting caught early. Presses on the finish. All right, together, down in turn. Getting a little bit scrappy here into the right-hand side. Taking a look at Visitor Listic right now. Shout Transformation still available. Looking for the dive. This is where it could be getting real ugly here from Mirage. But you got Sap coming in. Got to force the early Shout Transformation in from Listic. Her Tass in the sights of Yamato. Quick low dive from Listic. Gonna get that there. Still decent HP. Gonna take the fight here versus Mirage. Prestis is actually chunking Listic in turn there. And that's not something where Listic can be the one to go to, but look at the gun Ivy damage here. That is an Abrams just burning from bullets.
Yeah, speaking of chunking, like look at Obikin, the damage he was doing. A 4 for 2. The Urn's gonna spawn in, and honestly, VP should be able to pick up both buffs off the back of this too. This is a huge swing in favor of them. Being 4K behind to now 1K ahead. A flawless fight, I'd say, especially off the back of Shark getting caught initially in the right-hand side jungle.
Also, we're about to see Sharik not play the game for a little bit. We've seen how VP plays when they have Urn turn in, or rather the ability to control Urn, and the reverse is a Lash. And unless they go for the quick turn in while Death Slam is on cooldown, you aren't going to see VP try and turn in the Urn until they get a pick off or they get the Death Slam out together. They don't enjoy engaging in that situation.
Well,
Now,
so
again,
CP, this is like the opposite of what we had before, right? He could sit on the right-hand side while there's only the left lane walker left to take. If VP want to overload the left lane and take the walker, as long as Shark stays alive with the Urn, which you see him doing back at the walker, it forces the response to the Paravision. And I think that response right now so far is keeping Prestis on that left-hand side. You can already see Demov, Listic already heading in that direction, looking to actually push this one out.
Mo just gets to chill out a bit here. Like, again, you think about how we've seen this before. Sharik will grab a little bit of farm in the lower right when it comes up.
Ooh, that's not good.
But wait, they see Lash in middle. He might go for the turn in. So you have a fight in middle. Now you get quick rotations coming back or the Urn turn in. They still don't want to give Urn to VP. But VP is so patient when they're able to get Urn control here while they pursue macro objectives now, Jason, off on the left.
Yeah, exactly. This is like standard VP 101 out of their playbook, but they have to worry about the aggression and getting caught out on the right-hand side. Listic's gonna be going in for the fight. Just again, where they don't have the advantage, but considering Task and rotate over to the left-hand side to defend the walker, maybe VP actually do have the advantage to turn. But that Death Slam, that is together, he might even get a chance to use it. He's already very low on HP. He needs to somehow survive and get away and get back into this, but they completely eliminate that ultimate, and now VP looking good.
Jason, that was absolute cinema. VP, they just go for the deep dive in. They force Paravision back, and while they physically basically put everyone way deeper in the lane, what do you see? You see Sharik on the Mo get told, all right, way's clear, go and turn it in. They get the turn in. They even get 2 pickoffs. They get rid of the threat of Death Slam on the Urn. I mean, that was a masterclass in rotations in from VP.
Oh no. Oh, Demov, how are you still alive here? Yeah, there you go. You're gonna fall. I mean, that's literally in their playbook, that Lightbringer rope for them. Okay, if we get Urn, especially if it's on opposite sides, we can use that to take macro objectives, and instead they take the fight, they're gonna take the Rejuvenator off of this. Paravision nowhere in position to contest this, and it will be locked in for Virtus Pro. He's all attached, trying to go for the steal. A VP now with an 8,000 soul lead, and with Rejuvenator, and that left walker is looking mighty tasty.
I don't love that you sacrifice tasks for trying to steal that. I mean, low percentage, and also, in this case, you give up this 30-second window where you don't have to worry about being swapped. You're going to be able to go in and steal even more of the Paravision jungle for free. I don't know. I mean, I get it if it's in some instances, but it's such a low percentage play, Jason. Like, overall, if you make that play, you will come out negative across many deadlock matches.
I think it depends if you go for it, depending on where the waves are in the lane. I think because the lanes were so shoved out in favor of Paravision, you can afford to go for that, because if you steal it, it's huge. If you don't steal it, you lose. Yeah, you get a little bit of souls over, but you're going to respawn in time to actually have an effect to prevent any sort of aggression, because they can't just shove into a left lane walker on you.
Meanwhile, Mo right on top of Wolfie. Quick little pick off in the right for VP. So down where the Calico threat. Back over here, Listic pitching out Saf. VP just operating on all cylinders across the map. Shadow transformation now in from Listic. Up to the sky we go. And assassinated down the air battle. Gonna be taken a little bit by Paravision, but they're still, right now, 2 for 2.
The other's got Death Slam though. You can see him on the mini map, looking for an avenue to maybe go in. Demov with the Veil Walker. KLS to get back on the board here with the kill against Task. He's still at 23,000 souls. He's quite far behind the rest of the team, to be fair, but if he's still able to 1v1 someone like that, it creates such a huge advantage for VP, because they have the reju spawns coming through. Listic could be rejoining the party here in just a second. and they're just taking away a lot of jungle.
Jason, here's what I think is really important. Given how much VP likes stalling out the urn, I think if you're Paravision, you got urn coming up in 20 seconds. You need to make a play to at least try to get the pickup if you can. Because if you don't get the pickup, you're not going to be able to flex. The one advantage you get from having Lash is that you have really beneficial urn turn-ins in this part of the game. Because I think game-wise, it's close to the threshold. I think next turn is still neutral urn. We'll see. They're going on, trying to protect the jungle a little bit. See Obakim right now, activating a little bit of thievery. 4 members of Paravision here on the right. 4 match by VP. Listic, one of the people there. The urn has spawned, and it's just immediately grabbed here by Sharik. So VP, they know how important it is to get urn control for how they play, Jason, and they just allocate 4 people to make sure they get it.
It's also difficult here for Paravision. There's no rejuvened minions pushing their way. So they cannot sit here forever to contest turn. Either they have to hard engage or they need to let it go because their base is eventually going to be caught out on. Speaking of getting caught, D-Mob with the tether. And Paravision, actually, they're going to be the ones engaged upon. Together is going to be able to pull off an ultimate here. The Scythe Slam looking to catch up the combo out of Sharik. He does interrupt it, and Task gets the initial kill. But will they get much more than that?
Where's the Death Slam right now? Lash, you got to make your presence known here. This is it. You pick Lash for moments like these. You're down the Vindicta. Both teams down 1 here so far. What's it going to be? Prestis able to take down Obakim. Concussive concussion in from Zergy. Zergy, though, still under pressure. Getting chased down. Up over to the left. The Death Slam still ready to go. Could be the late game fight winner for Paravision. 2-2 here. Obakim gonna fall. Paravision now working with a bit of an advantage. The urn, meanwhile, going back the other way. Zergy actually getting cut down by Mirage at the end. No Death Slam even used. A scrappy fight, all that. And oh, you get Michaelis at the very end. You caught him. You drop on down. Well, they're gonna be here. Michaelis still a swap. He still has swap. Still can make it a trade here at the very end. Goes with life drain. Flash keeping his distance, but the fall through, it's too much for Michaelis to withstand. Meanwhile, they're gonna try and get the urn and just hold on, Jason.
Good timing on that fight too, out of Paravision. The reju fell off mid-fight. The respawn's not going to be as quick for VP. And D-Mob, like you said, able to steal away the urn right before it could be secured for Paravision, because that would have been the best turnaround they possibly could have hoped for. I do believe... No, okay, so the right lane base Guardians took a hefty amount of damage. You can see about half HP from the mini wave that had pushed through. The Paravision, the weird thing is that they got that fight without even the Death Slam.
Also, Jason, we haven't touched on economy allocation in a while, but the amount of pressure that Prestis puts down by existing is huge. He was a massive reason as to why they were able to win that fight when it was a little bit scrappy and, you know, Prestis wasn't focused on. Because if you're looking at anyone other than Prestis, Prestis is churning out the damage onto someone.
And I think it was Zergy that fight towards the end. Urn held in the hands of Sharik again. The lanes need to be fixed, and I mean, Paravision, I kind of get why they're pushing up this left-hand lane, but the unfortunate part for them is because the turn-ins here, it's not like they can really apply pressure in these other lanes to look for a walker. Though Prestis, I mean, maybe he can pull multiple players over towards the right-hand side. If I was Paravision, as you're saying, with the 37,000 souls for Prestis, you send him over there and you have him traveler in to defend if needed. So another walker would be ideal, and we can see with the way VP are actually spread out.
You can't stop this.
We can't really go for a turn anytime soon.
No, and I think when you do look for upsides to Lash, I think the psychology of urn fights really, really changes when you have a Lash in play. You never see VP usually be this passive on trying to look for ways to force urn, but they've just made the calculus of, no, like urn fight bad, like grapple man going to hurt. Yeah, strong caveman logic that kind of pans out in this instance.
I just don't know what they're doing with this urn, though. I mean,
They're waiting
hold it
for
in
something
middle.
to develop.
Yeah,
They need a pickoff. Like essentially, I think what VP is looking for here is you see D-Mob that's still been like rotating around looking for opportunities. You want D-Mob to land a lasso, and you want to get up at least one before you look for a dive play to turn into urn. Otherwise, you're willing to let this time out and respawn. That's just where you're at as far as VP goes. You don't want to take the open air fight in a situation that it could really go against you, because don't forget, it's not even just the Lash. I mean, Vindicta also really likes fighting at urn spot.
Yeah, we're only 24,000 souls per list, the lowest in the game. I mean, while Preston is continuing to farm up, almost about to be at 40k, no one's matching that in stride on VP's side. I mean, OBK actually is at 32,000. He's the second highest on his team, and Listic's fallen behind, and Zergy hasn't really taken off as far as we kind of expected to. So I think when it comes to just the farming game, I mean, Paravision looking good as long as Preston can have that impact consistently in these fights and not get caught out by a combo or a lasso.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Nope. Urn has been ripped away. The new turn-in is here. And by the way, look, this is where Paravision is going to contest here, Jason, because they can now. The same logic applies. You can contest turn-in in the open air, but now fight underway. KLS trying to hold a little bit back. Wolfie picking up the urn. It's not a fight that Paravision really wants to engage on. They're just making space for the urn. And now if you're VP, you can't delay the urn turn-in this time around, but you can try and catch out Saf. Saf, and use Seismic Slam as a bit of an escape. Demov still has the lasso ready to go. Looking for it, throws it out, and no, does not connect. But the Death Slam connects. That one's far bigger. 3 pulled on in. Paravision looking to clean up. Is fall through going to be here though? Zergy into the fight, going to the backline. Prestus though, the real threat, takes down Zergy. And you look at Prestus, half HP, 7 kill streak right now. Jason pumping out the damage. Return the shadow. Meanwhile, diving the 3-4 VP. Prestus able to get another. Prestus is Supreme Reaper of this fight here, Jason. If they can't dive on him.
And he's just getting all the freedom in the world with the help of Together and the help with Wolfie. Yeah, Wolfie goes down, but he gets so aggressive that he pulls the front line back from Virtus Pro and gives that space over to his teammate. Still only a 3-for-2 trade, and Paravision, they're maybe thinking about going for mid-boss here. Shut transformation out of Listic is not up, so they do have that advantage. They're probably going to look for the urn turn-in after this. But I do see a world where actually VP could steal this away. They're not in a position to contest it just yet. Going to be coming down the staircase here in full force. Unless they're just trying to get some early poke on it, and they're going to, I think, back away. Yeah, they're not going to.
No, they absolutely should not go into this. This would be so high risk. The reward actually not as much as you could expect. However, now that this is, do they even contest urn? No, they're not even going to go for urn. I was going to say maybe it delayed enough that you could do an urn defense, but what a shift in the tempo of the fight. And really, the thing you have to look at here, not only has it been pretty good positioning for Paravision and Together actually getting reasonably high value on the Lash, it's the farm of Prestus. You don't see this as often nowadays, but we've entered full-on carry Mirage mode. And if you are VP, if you're Demov specifically, Demov and Sharik, you can't do this where you're engaging on non-Prestus targets. Prestus needs to be getting hit in the face by a Mo or hit by a lasso or both. Because if you do not engage on Prestus, you're losing the fight. That is where we're at the moment.
But the thing is, they can't. How are you to catch Prestus out when you have the protection? I think they're using that Death Slam as a protection tool more than an engage tool. Then you also have Staff there who can charge the people away that dive. You have Litz there who can tether you down and prevent you from going for the chase. You have Tass who can swap someone out. I don't think Virtus Pro can easily get into him to actually go for the kill. I think Paravision have kind of set up this like brick wall in front of him, keeping him alive, allowing him to use this 47,000 skulls.
They're going for Mo
to put out the damage.
They're going for Mo right now. Death Slam has been used. So the Vol.5 is going to be there. Do they get Sharik? Sharik really low at the moment. Counter pressure here onto the Lash, but the Sharik is down. Lasso comes in. It's used on Litz. Even if you get Litz here, here's the problem. Raid Boss Prestus is active now, Jason. Who's going to stop him? Your CC is gone.
Yeah, at least turning around, getting one for themselves. Able to defend. But Together is able to do some good damage over onto Zergy, and now Listic just trying to do something to Prestus here. But he gets burst down where he has the chance. Paravision winning on this fight. They have the Rejuvenator. The mid-walker should be going down just for the minions. And VP is going to be going down from Prestus as they get the 4 kills, only losing out on 1 out of Wolfie. This is the turnaround that Paravision needed. This is going to be a large gap created now for Paravision.
I mean, look, that fight was just straight up over as soon as Mo gets caught and Demov decides, okay, I'm going to lasso the Vindicta. Vindicta doesn't matter right now. Like, you kill Vindicta, who cares? Prestus is the one that needs to be stopped, and the one that is, like, we're going to go to the post-damage stats. It's going to be Prestus just putting up the gaudiest stat line you have ever seen in your life. And also, you think about why Prestus has this level of room right now, Jason, it really comes down to the fact that the front line for VP's been rough this game. I mean, Listic had a slower start, but in the KLS got repeatedly dominated. The focus fire for Paravision to make the front line of DP just not get ahead of the game felt like a tangible decision that is now really given some fruit.
And we're looking at like a 40,000 still swing in favor of Paravision off the back of those last fights plus earned. They get the last walker, and they're sitting very, very pretty here to take this first map of the series, which I never kind of would have expected. They did it without the Shiv Kelvin combo, without Together getting too far ahead. It's all been about Prestis, which is funny considering he was never really one of like the big playmakers, one of the big carries for the team. They brought in Wolfie specifically for that. And yet at 53,000 souls, I mean, he did back in the day like a Great Talon.
Yeah, exactly.
At 53,000 souls though, that is a huge lead.
I mean, this is a Mirage that walks up and, you know, look, it's just machine gun mode activated. It is one-handed death is effectively what we're seeing here. But now, if you're VP, can you get a key pick off? You're down super far below. All right, Lasso here onto Lasso. Unstoppable being used, and okay. Is Together gonna get away? Together does get away. D-Mob gets punished for the attempt. The Lasso is down, and even though Together ends up falling, we've used Lasso on Lash. Who's gonna stop Prestis? Who is gonna deal with it? The Calico dives on in, return the shadow over. Listic getting bullied back. Not where you want your Yamato here at 35 minutes, but you're just not farmed enough. Calico takes it down. And even though it's trade outs across the board, you still got 3 up for Paravision, including your hilariously overfarmed Mirage. Ivy though, going on in, Prestis, maybe a little bit weak right now. Zergy trying to do it. Prestis getting low. Are you gonna be able to take him down? You do, VP. No lasso required. They take down the threat at the end. 2 on 3 left remaining. A scrappy fight off the lasso onto the Lash, giving perhaps a little bit of hope right now to VP. But Jason, you're back, and VP not making this easy for Paravision at the end.
Not easy.
No, I did not. I did not, Jason.
Which is amazing considering that Virtus Pro is so far behind, able to trade actually positively. Until Shark goes down. Oh, then again, Zergy keeping things going. Earn looking to be picked up and run away by the cat. Calico's going to be fended off. And this actually could be exactly what VP need to get back into this. Like, if they get this turn in on their own side of the map, this is going to be huge. But Together, he might be on the pursuit, might be on the chase. Just back in towards the lane, and Calico, Wolfie, yeah, I don't think 1v2 here, you're fair in this chances.
This is real tense here at the end. Still, Paravision working with an enormous edge, but, you know, one thing we've seen is that realistically, maybe the Lash is a decent target, just in terms of letting VP engage a little bit more freely if D-Mob is able to get together, because it did start with the last one together, but now burn, turn, fight. Here we go. Over and in. Listed, looking for options right now. Return the shadow used here by the Calico. And meanwhile, we got Furnace. Unstoppable being used again. Decent value for a time, but no, still chased on down. It's Prestis that just, again, turns out the damage. 2 down for both teams right now. Prestis still very healthy. Listic, no shout transformation. The impact of Yamato is going to be lesser and lesser. Now getting hunted on down. Listic soon to fall here. And Paravision looking pretty healthy. A little bit of focus fire right now on the Prestis. The KLS trying to make it happen. Still looking for the Mirage. The combo in later in the fight, taking down Prestis. But the rest of the fall still may be here for Paravision. See the KLS though. He's going to be healthy, up and over. Seismic Slam going to be dropped down by Saf. Saf looking for the cleanup here Together. Got one here so far. Punch to the back of Ivy. Charge back up. 1 second. Looking. Charges up the stairs. Not quite able to connect. Ivy being slippery. Trying to get over onto the rooftop. And you see him. Can't get away in the end. A little bit of evasion, but not enough. And it's still a fight going the way of Paravision. And mid-boss is up and is an option now, Jason.
With 3 players actually going to jump into base, looking for the finish. Michaela's going to have to defend with the help of D-Mob, who's going to be coming, running it down the lane. There's no way they're going to take the Patriot. I don't even know why they're here. They should just back away. There's no way they're going to take this. And they do start to finally fall back. Staff's going to get some help from Wolfie.
If you can.
I mean, the mid lane base guardians almost have dropped because of the wave shoving against them, and that's going to be the combustion coming through. Zergy looking to rejoin the fight. They might actually catch up Paravision here. This could turn into a mid boss if they can close out these kills.
Yeah, I mean, Staff taking refuge into the closet there. Paravision vastly overstayed their welcome. Saf is going to be gone for max respawn 70 seconds. If you take a look at this here. For VP, you 100% force mid-boss here. You're gonna have to work around the Lash. That much is for sure. Prestus is still a threat. But if you can burn down mid-boss, Jason, if you get in cleanly, you still have what is a very key way of taking it. You have two ways of taking it, because remember, Zergy built Unstoppable on top of you having Listic just with the usual Yamato secure. So your ability to get Rejuvenator when it goes on down, even if being contested, is quite high. You're not going to get Death Slammed away with proper timing. But with 30 seconds left, Jason, I don't know if they're going to be going for mid. I think right now they're just going for game control. 250 to 263K, 40 minutes into the game, and we still could have a long way to go.
They have to really keep these lanes shoved, because if any of these lanes get through and they go for mid boss, then we could just see Paravision just zipline it down and go for the finish. Urn has been picked up by Listic. Is going to run it across the map. Sap's still going to be down. So Mana Edge still technically for Virtus Pro. I think they're very highly respecting. Oh no, Listic might be cut out here. They're all going for him. They're going to go for the catch on teams immediately. Going to be locked down by Kinetic Carbide and the swap in. Listic's going to fall. And Paravision now with Urn in hand and with man advantage and with one of those key factors away from VP can immediately go for mid boss.
All right, we just got a quick interview. Listic, why were you hitting the gambit here when you had the Urn? What was the thought process behind it? I have a gambling problem. All right, thank you, Listic. Back into the mid boss. Mid boss being burned on down. And does VP even try to contest down Listic? They're heading over here in the area. They're looking maybe to get some pickoffs on the outskirts, even as they give up Rejuvenator. Rejuvenator grabbed here by Paravision. Can anything be grabbed by VP? Well, instead it's going to be Overkim dying immediately. 2 down for VP right now. Paravision full strength. The full retreat coming in from VP, 259 to 272. End of the game may be upon us here. Remember, this VP in stage 2 patron.
And they're down 3. You can't defend this. You just drop the Urn Staff. You don't need it, man. You guys can rush and Zerg this down. There's no way you're going to lose this fight against an Infernus, a Lady Geist, and a Mo. This should be Paravision taking the first map of the series. Swap not available for task. They don't really need it, man. This should be a clean take.
No Death Slam available, but as you mentioned, I don't think it's needed. You got nearly 60K Mirage. Sap, though, taking down Sharik. And now they're in on the patron. This patron should just melt. So long as Prestus just gives it a dirty look. Takes down Zergy. And now the patron going on down. It's going to be Paravision winning map 1. It was a nail biter here, Jason. But man, oh man, they made it work. And honestly, things I didn't expect to say a few days ago with the results we'd seen at the time. But I do think the Lash really kept VP in check, particularly when you look at how some of those Urn fights went. It delayed the game for Paravision. Eventually, they were able to use it for great protection onto what was just a massively Omega farmed Mirage.
I don't think that was like the original intention of the last use, though. I don't think they were like, okay, we're going to protect our backline carry because we know Prestus is going to get 60,000 souls and carry us. But it worked out to be that way. Whether or not it was intended, they adapted to using it that way. They also have the psychological warfare, as you pointed out, of just, you guys can't really turn the Urn because I'm in the vicinity. But a lot of these Death Slams came in on like individual targets, and they came in like after the objective was already taken. A huge swing around for Paravision. And when we get into the next set of drafts, I don't know if we're going to see Virtus Pro switch things up and maybe ban the last shot in particular. But one thing's for sure, I did not expect Virtus Pro to be down 1-0 in the series with how they were playing macro-wise early on in that game with the help of holding on to those Urns.
No, not at all. And look, I think one of the key reasons why it panned out this way and why VP had such issues engaging, you had a broke Geist. I mean, you think back to how the laning phase opened up here, Jason, and anytime Paravision found a way to overcommit, do a rotation, go for MKLS, they did. It was a rough laning phase for MKLS. And, you know, almost like watching old school wrestling where, you know, someone injures a body part and you see the wrestler go out of their way, like just continue hitting the same body part and the person can't even walk anymore by the end of the match. That just kind of felt like what the treatment that Paravision gave to MKLS in this fight, where they knocked MKLS down and they kept hitting him and didn't really let him get back up. And as a result, I think how these fights transpired was very different, Jason, because you weren't able to have, you know, the absolutely farmed out Yamato Geist setup push you back.
Even though the Listic did have a lot of impact, I feel like towards the middle of the game, constantly keeping Prestus farming away. I mean, there was just nothing that VP could really do to really lock him down. Like you see here, they initially get a catch onto Wolfie, but then Prestus still has a lot of ground to play from. it's just tough times, and I don't even think necessarily it was a bad draft by Virtus Pro. I mean, it kind of
Nope.
things got a little bit out of hand for them at some points. I'm still not 100% convinced necessarily when it comes to the Ivy pick being played. The Obi Kim did do a lot of damage. When we get to the post-match stats, I'm curious to see how much he did relative to the rest of his team. But all in all, I mean, Paravision constantly being the punching bag for Virtus Pro these last 5 weeks, for them to come out and take the first map of the series and do it without having to depend on Together to get completely fed like 20k ahead on a Shiv, I think is a very good sign for Paravision as whole as a team.
I think there's no issues with the VP draft. I think this is purely execution. I think if the early lane phase goes a little bit differently, if Mikhail S is able to shake some of the ganks that come on out, I think it's totally fine. I guess the only thing, maybe, the one way you could criticize the VP draft, on paper the draft is fine. I don't necessarily think Michaelis is like a bad Geist. I think I give more credit to Paravision for keeping Michaelis down than just thinking, oh, bad Michaelis game. But when you think Michaelis' greatest games, you don't usually think Geist. You generally think drafts where you get Michaelis on the heroes like Paradox. And Paradox, you can easily make the argument Michaelis is the best Paradox in the game. So giving up the Paradox and, may have created some hero comfort issues a little bit for VP. But here's what I didn't expect here. I thought Preston would be by far the damage leader, but you talk about comfort heroes on Paradox. Paradox, I would argue, has been TAS's greatest hero historically for a very long time. So, I mean, the 53k damage on Paradox on top of all the ways that TAS is making plays, that's kind of ridiculous value, Jason.
Yeah, funny enough, I put TAS as the best Paradox in EU over Mikhail S, even though most of his best games come when he is playing Paradox. Maybe there's a world now where you look at VP. Well, I can't even say that, because I say you look at VP and maybe they instead go for second pick and they get the Paradox given over the holiday to Paravision. But I think TAS is also still insanely good when it comes to holiday, kind of being that initiator for the team. Yeah, this was a very interesting game. The fact that he was so far ahead. I mean, he's almost 10k ahead of Prestis when it came to damage. To be fair, it slightly makes sense in the grand scheme of things, where Prestis was just farming constantly, almost with the 60,000 souls, and TAS was there more engaged in a lot of these fights. I think the weird part is that Litz, I don't know, like past the laning phase, they didn't really have much presence, except maybe early mid game. I remember seeing him get a couple of assassinates here or there, but only at 30,000 damage. Maybe he was slightly a little bit of the bait for VP to keep the eyes off of Wolfie and Prestis.
I mean, it kind of was, right? I mean, you even think back to one of the final fights where we kind of set it up as like, when you look at Prestis' damage, by the way, it's very backloaded because Prestis was farming a lot of the game, but the damage output relative to the rest of the team was undoubtedly the top damage dealer in the final fights, where we just saw Wolf or Prestis look at someone and it's like, whoa, that's a nice HP bar you have there. Shame if something happened to it. Yeah, I think Litz towards the end, it sort of became, okay, Litz is in a bad spot. We've lassoed Litz. Great. The lassoed Litz. That's the lead fight. Oh, the fight that's the game where you get into these bigger team fights and there's bigger threats that need to be contained. But yeah, I think, you know what? I'm rethinking the VP draft. I do think VP should draft a little bit more in terms of their own personal comfort on some of these heroes, and ideally you get Mikhail S onto something else. And it's not that he played badly per se on Geist. It's more so, what are you absolutely phenomenal at? And also, what is Paravision phenomenal at? And I think you nerf TAS a little bit and you raise Mikhail S up if you secure the Paradox.
So Sinclair first ban. I wonder if Virtus Pro's going to go for the holiday ban or the Great Talent ban. I mean, Saf, we saw him on Abrams, but you don't want to see him on a Great Talent. Then again, you don't want to see Prestis on Great Talent. I mean, one of the biggest games I think we've seen on Great Talent ever was Saf playing it. Funny enough, I still remember making that recap video where he just obliterated Piggy time and time again on the Ivy.
Yeah, and okay, first ban coming out from Paravision, it's going to be the Sinclair ban. And VP banning GT in turn. And Paravision, they decide to first pick the holiday. Even though Paravision could have grabbed the Paradox, they still are valuing the holiday more. And look, on paper, I think that's a good idea. But I think for VP, Jason, this may just be a blessing in disguise, as far as I'm concerned.
What do you think they're going to go, though, if they pick up the Paradox? You think they're going to second pick the Yamato again for Listic, or you think they're going to go for the Mirage to take it away from Prestis?
That's a good question. I think you can make the argument for going for Mirage, even though your front line is going to be a rough spot. Because I think overall, if you just look at how the games play out, I did like the VP draft more. But one of the ways that you win with a Mirage comp is Mirage getting like really far ahead, and you're being able to contain the frontliners, which Paravision successfully did. Can you reliably make sure that a Yamato and Geist don't have a good game? Probably not. But okay, they're going to go with Geist. I still think this is a better play. But here's the difference here, Jason. It's not going to be Michaelis on the Geist. It will be Michaelis on the Paradox, and they're shifting up who is playing what for VP. So it's going to be a
You cannot say that with certainty, though, because we have seen Obi Kim in the last few weeks play Paradox.
Yes, but I think in this instance, I don't think there's a world where you see Michaelis play Geist with Paradox in the pool. Like, I think there's a few off things where it's like maybe something like a Shiv or otherwise would come in. Or, worlds where you have a Holiday and a Paradox, like you could put Michaelis on the Holiday instead. For this opening, I would just lose my mind if you didn't have Michaelis on the Paradox, personally.
I mean, if they go Vindicta, I think that does throw a spanner in the works of potentially switching things up, because we did have it get secured by Paravision last time. But Paravision on the turn here, I think you lock in Mirage again. I mean, why would you not play it again after Press showing? But the Yamato is the one where I'm kind of like, do you want Together to be on Yamato, or do you want Together to be on Lash? And I think Yamato is good enough to take it away from Virtus Pro that it's almost like should be a certain lock in at third.
I think you go Yamato. There's an outside chance that you go the Mo instead. I don't love the Mo just for the reason you mentioned, that I think taking away the Yamato from Listic is good, because even though it was a tougher game for Listic there, we've seen Listic just be a beast on Yamato over the course of the tournament, and it's very obviously one of VP's most favored compositions, and they will run Geist Yamato again, like 100%. So for Paravision, I think the final pick here, for me, it's more or less between, do you go the Mo, do you go the Yamato? There's a world where, like, you do any shenanigans where you angle for, like, Shiv or Kelvin, but if you pick one of the two, the other one's going to get banned in the mid-stage bans. So, we'll see. And they go Yamato, Jason, and they're going to say, VP, we know what you like. You don't get to play it. And this probably means for VP that the next pick is going to be a Mo.
I can hear Shark, though, from here screaming, no, please, no, not Mo again. No
Well,
more
it could be
Mo.
Obikim. It could be Obikim on if they don't go Ivy.
Yeah.
In fact,
I mean, Kelvin is being left open. Paravision banned it last time on the second turn. I do wonder if we're going to see that ban come through yet again to force Obikim over to Ivy. But then again, Vindicta is still open. If Virtus, it depends, I guess, on how Virtus Pro want to approach their second ban, of like who they want to take away, who they want to secure right now. So I definitely think you're onto something with like the Mo as the third pick. But I guess it depends on like what they are really going to value and what they want to ban. Because they should get first pick out of the ban, if I'm not mistaken.
They will get first pick out of the ban, but also they got to go Mo here, because you've lost Yamato. Your front line is going to be weaker than normal. Oh, dear God, they go Kelvin. Okay.
Because now they force the Shiv ban out of Paravision, most likely.
The Shiv ban is 100%. Yeah, okay, you're right. Because you go Kelvin, they're going to ban Shiv, you get Mo. You still get Mo in this case with the Kelvin pick, because you are inherently forcing the Shiv ban out of Paravision. Okay. Now, who does VP ban in turn here? Thinking about what we saw in the last game, what would they decide to take up? Do they go Lash? Do they ban the Lash just because it was more effective than expected, and they don't want to deal with it? Because I think in general, VP didn't really respect the Lash as being good. I mean, hell, on broadcast, we were very doubtful because the results just looked bad. The results with Lash, though, just looked pretty good, and if it goes against what you were really prepared for and what you wanted to deal with, maybe you do just take the Lash out here if you're VP in the mid-stage bans.
It's definitely an option. I think we've seen VP be willing to do something like that with their second round of bans. They take Mo away again. Okay. So no Mo gonna be coming through. Well, I say again, they took it away earlier up against Thanos. So we're expecting what? The Paravision Shiv ban, and then Virtus Pro maybe locking in Shiv as a fourth pick. And if they do lock in Shiv, I still don't think they're gonna go Shiv with this, to be honest. But if they did, then it leads to wonder, what is Michaelis playing?
Well, they're going to go Calico. They're going to go Calico, and they're going to give the Calico over the Shriek, is how this is going to go. Because they can 100% lock in the Calico after the bans. Paravision will not be banning Calico because they're going to ban Shiv. So I think what happens here, and VP has picked Calco a lot in like 4-5 spot too. So to me, it seems pretty straightforward that they're gonna grab Calco out of this, and we'll see where Paravision goes. Lash is gonna be available. I think Lash will probably go 5th or probably 6th for Paravision.
I wish we had like a set timer on the screen to show when these picks are gonna come through. Vindicta. So they're not gonna go for the Shiv because Infernus was banned away.
And that does probably mean that it won't be Michaelis Paradox, but Michaelis is also way more comfortable in Vindicta, I think, than Geist. But I stand by the comment that won't be the Michaelis Geist regardless in this game.
Well, I mean, at the moment, it's looking like a Zergy Geist.
Yeah.
Since Infernus has been banned. Is it, do we see? No, I don't think we're gonna see Zergy 7. Maybe though. It's possible. He's played it so far in the group stage.
Look, you're either gonna see an Ivy or a 7, I think. Or a Zergy on Geist. Also, in terms of like who's playing what here, part of why you haven't seen VP go Abrams that much is because you've had Listic on the Yamato. Hero pool wise, if Yamato is off the table, I think if you're VP, you probably really consider angling towards a Vindicta Abrams lane. Listic needs to play something here, and you have a great lane partner for the Abrams on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate that because then you have like a pretty solid front line with Abrams Geist.
You know, there's something interesting here, Jason. Like, actually very, very interesting. VP didn't pick the Shiv when they had they could have secured the Shiv Kelvin lane. And they prioed the Vindicta over it, of the two. And I wonder how much of that is because the Infernus ban made them shift up what they were going to do with their overall hero strategy, where with no Infernus ban and no Shiv ban, I think they probably go Shiv. But now they decide, okay, what are we going to do for ranged DPS? How do we make this work? I don't think they like the idea of running without either a Vindicta or an Infernus. And I think that's why you didn't see the Shiv Kelvin combo locked in.
Well, honestly, I'm not too worried to see Paravision pick Shiv for Virtus Pro. I think we saw him in chat, say earlier on yesterday. I think it was Lightbringer actually came in and said, yeah, we just kind of let it get out of hand. It happens once in a while. I think they definitely pay a lot more attention to Paravision. But with the Calico picked up, with the Shiv, with the Yamato, that is a very heavy front line. But let's be honest, VP are used to playing against one win when they run comps like this. They're very, very experienced running against these like Death Valley comps.
Jason, it's time to change the world. I think Paravision, by picking the Calco, they have put VP on Warden. What else does Sharik play in this instance, if not that?
Could be. Very well could be. I think he would be more than happy to see that, to be able to play that. But who's Zergy gonna play though? I'm still like thinking back to that point. If it's not gonna be Geist and they can't lock it in Furnace.
It's Warden Abrams. I think they do Warden Abrams. Because like, you put Sharik on Warden, you put Listic on Abrams. You have 3 pretty strong front line here, backed up by Paradox, Kelvin, Vindicta.
There you go.
There you go.
And Ivy comes in for Paravision. I mean, you have a beefy front line up against a death ball. It's the immovable object versus unstoppable force. I guess we're gonna find out which one's gonna be stronger here. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be a really cool matchup, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's telling too when you've seen this many matches over the course of a week that you start getting like this deep understanding of hero pools where it's at. Because I was just sitting there, just racking my head, like, what in the world does Sharik have left to play? And literally, the only thing left was Warden, and Listic needed a hero. So, yeah, it pans out.
Okay. Well, we should be getting momentarily into the game. Obviously, let us know in chat who you guys think are going to win this one. Virtus Pro needed to stay alive here in our upper bracket. Winner of this goes directly into the grand finals, and loser has to play against the winner of one win, Aegis Aurora, who plays up against Thanos, who are currently waiting for their match later on. Well, let's be honest, most of the team probably sleeping right now, waiting for their match.
Well, you know who's not sleeping is Lo Mein, who woke up after he wasn't able to play and had to be subbed in for. Well, maybe Lo Mein went back to sleep, but honestly, I feel like if you're the rest of Thanos there, you're like, hey, Lo Mein, you got your beauty sleep in. We had to play while you were sleeping. You get to stay up, and now you wake us up as we go in here, and yeah, we'll actually answer the call. So, okay, this is interesting. This actually is pretty even across the board here. We have like good lane matchups on both sides. I think between the two though, which draft do you like more, Jason? Because I'm a little torn. Like, I think there's really so many ways this can pan out on both sides. Like, usually I have a thing of like, okay, one team early, one team late. But this feels almost pure even across the board to me.
I feel like I'm just a broken record here. I think it just depends on the early game.
No.
If Yamato doesn't become a threat, if Shiv doesn't become a threat, if Calico doesn't become a threat, then you just say goodbye to Paravision, because this front line out of Virtus Pro is just going to overwhelm you. But at the same note, if those three heroes get ahead, Virtus Pro is not going to be able to contend with the death ball that's going to come their ways. I think it's all early game for me. I mean, I think they're both extremely solid comps out of both these two teams. Yeah, that's it. Like they're solid comps. It's just about the early game for me and how they play that out.
Yeah, because even in terms of like mid-game skirmishing here, okay, I'm trying to think. I think there is a little bit more early mid-game power from VP, like very moderately, just because once you hit 3K, on top of having Swap as a threat, you're also going to have Vindicta, who at times can kind of explode right as Assassinate comes online. I think Abrams, Abrams, it depends on his early farm, but Abrams also could set things up. I think the Vindicta Abrams lane also in general is probably the strongest lane that you have in the entire setup here, even though things like Holiday Mirage could be, or Holiday Yamato in middle could be like really, really deadly. The more breakout potential for VP is definitely things like the Vindicta Abrams lane.
Do you think it's actually going to be Vindicta Abrams, or it's going to be Warden Vindicta and then Abrams Kelvin? Because there's like still pretty two solid comps to run.
I don't think you give up the Vindicta Abrams lane. You are right that you can change it up a little bit, but I think everyone kind of knows the power of that lane, and you're okay running something that's a little bit more defensive, because I mean, yeah, you can get kills with like stake into jail, like a Vindicta Warden lane, but there's a lot of ways that lane goes wrong, just because even still with the combo, you don't love Warden with his early game power, but and more than anything else, I think you want to stack the deck for a Vindicta lane. Like, you want to give yourself the most opportunity to have your Vindicta have a runaway, really good lane that leaves you options like rotate mid, rotate left, and get even more being done. And I think while Vindicta Warden like gives more options for the Warden to have a better early game, I don't know if you're entirely like playing to how good Vindicta can be, as she might be if you pair her with the Abrams. So, you up the Warden a little bit, but I think you significantly lower your Vindicta ceiling if you run that lane instead of the Vindicta Abrams. Me.
I'm trying to think who's gonna be on the Vindicta. Because Obikim, Kelvin, Zergy is gonna be on Geist, ideally. Then or Zergy gonna be on Vindicta? Or am I just like brain farting right now? Like, who's Demov playing in this comp?
Who's Demov playing this comp? Well, Demov may be on Geist, which would be Zergy Vindicta.
And I don't think we haven't seen Zergy play.
Sorry, not Zergy Vindicta.
Okay, it's Michaelis.
Yeah, it's Michaelis Vindicta. Yeah, we'll see. It's an interesting comp. But by the way, all that lane talk, they do go Abrams Vindicta. They want maximum snowball potential, and Demov instantly taking down Pressus. Meanwhile, Abrams 29 HP, super low. Listic punished in turn. A quick 1-for-1, Jason, and that's the sound to the start of the game.
Demov's on Paradox. Okay, I think I'm gonna quickly check.
Makes sense.
Okay, he's played it twice before, but they've lost both those times that he's played it. So that's not a good opening for them.
Given the fact that like Demov has been more playmaker-y in recent times, like playing heroes like the Holiday, like going from Holiday or the Paradox makes sense. It's just weird because of what Michaelis usually plays. And dear God, you talk about the win rate overall. Let's team off with a quick 2-piece, Jason, and making this middle lane completely inhospitable for Paravision.
Yeah, a much better start as well here for Zergy on the Geist than Michaelis had on the Geist previously up against that Lash. We are seeing the Kelvin Warden lane over against Holiday Shiv. That's gonna be a really interesting minute in terms of how that plays out actually between these two teams. I actually don't know which way I favor in this one. It comes down to those 3Ks. What a parry out of Listic on the retreat.
Listic actually dies without that parry, by the way. Like, talk about living on life's edge, and so close as Michaela getting the kill on the Saf, but not quite going to happen. And this is a brutal lane taking place right now on the right-hand side. I mean, both sides throwing haymakers at each other very early on.
Wow, they really want this tower. Like, Zergy just doesn't seem to care about taking these Jin Mark stacks out of press. It's not really respected him early on. And speaking about respect, Wolfie solo on HP and also listen, he's gonna fall from this one. No parry available. Somehow he's escaped this with the help of his leech from his one. How did he really just get away from
missed the melee? The leaping slash just barely missed. And Listic going in for round 2 says, I'm not done yet. I didn't hear no bell.
What?
Maybe should have heard a bell. Goes in, they're baiting out parries, but no, Listic gonna fall. Honestly, I think that re-engage was a little questionable, but now Mikhail S maybe paying the price here. Yamato, flying strike, dead. So the vaunted Abrams Vindicta lane actually getting it served right back in their face so far, Jason.
Yeah, that's painful, man. Especially if you like don't have charge or tether up. Like they can put so much pressure on you with. They can close on you as well. I'm not sure if Listic went for that re-engage because he had nowhere to run to the positioning out of Wolfie. A big turnaround here out of Paravision, considering they were losing quite heavily the mid lane. Press is going to be going for the engagement, trying to go for that kill over onto Zergy, who's low on HP. Stormform not going to connect. I think it did connect onto the stun out of D-Mob, but he's still able to escape. And Paravision's starting to gain some ground back in their favor here, ZP.
I wouldn't have expected the Vindicta Abrams to be the losing lane here. At the very least, I would have thought to be even. The saving grace so far for VP has just been the Paradox Geist in the middle, where D-Mob, you know, a little bit down. It's like, hey, D-Mob Paradox, we haven't seen that much. It's like, well, Jason, I've been training.
Yeah, I mean, chat's always like, oh, he's been playing Paradox a lot in the stream. And like, I'm assuming everyone can play pretty much everything at this point, especially for VP's roster, but it's about playing it in pro play, playing it in these events.
Yeah.
Playing in pubs doesn't mean anything. It's about the scrims and about the official matches. Okay.
That much is a very true point. The swap, though, coming on in. Take a look here at middle lane. Is again, up close and personal is Zergy. Zergy, you take a look at it. Has the swap point good to go. You have to respect the swap. Zergy's right now is taking a beat on personal and let me get your skull. I'll give you my beaten up one. We saw that back when we were kids. We were watching the Ginyu Force.
A Ginyu Force Lady Guy skin. I like it.
That's right. Captain Ginyu. Captain Geist. Also, Yamato charges the wall, takes a haymaker to the face, and wait, what?
Health Nova
Wolfie got out.
ends up keeping him alive. Yeah, I don't. A little bit of a misplay maybe. They didn't commit enough damage that they expected. The Health Nova I think came in, I want to say out of Saf there to keep him alive, and Saf now going for the counter dive. No, he doesn't have a teammate to help out. And he's still able to back away. No, a very risky play, but it shows that all-out aggression once again.
All right, 20K to 20K. Can't say that this opening hasn't been interesting. Mikhail dropping the assassinate. It's a little bit blood and water. Wolfie going down. I just look at the top thing. It's like, I've seen Mikhail assassinates go off a lot. What's the HP for Wolfie? Answer, Jason. Not good.
It's been such an interesting start to this game. Like really, it's such an all-in comp out of Paravision unless by the tether comes through, but now the tether's not going to be there anymore, which means we could see the dive out of Paravision. Mystic immediately going for that charge, punishing Wolfie down to half HP, trying to get that assassinate open.
Actually, might have to shout transform to get out here, but assassinate out cooldown. Last shot was used, but now you're seeing the power of this lane when it gets online. One charge and suddenly you have to just, you know, leave. You play Horse Simulator trying to get away from the victim. Meanwhile, though, left-hand side, Frozen Shelter going to be invested here by Obikim. Take a look here. It's a beatdown in the freezer going on. Together, just getting meleeed. No parries found. And now, a little bit of feed heading the way of Warden Tower. You got the re-engage coming in here from Tass. Up back to lane. Can Tass get something 1v2? Take a look here, though. Back in the middle. Litz fallen, or rather, Litz able to take down Dimov. As action's going on everywhere, Jason. We can't catch it all.
How do you kill a warden who's last standing and is in the frozen shelter? That's, well, you can't. There should be no way.
You just have to be really overfarmed and have a lot of anti-heal, and also still probably just don't get yourself in that situation, you know?
Yeah. Well, we do see the transition. Zergy come over to the left lane. They want to take another Guardian immediately off of this. Try to get that early game pressure and transition into these objectives. I saw up against Canos earlier on. The counter push going to be coming through. Zerg's going to be locked down, knocked up, and set back over to spawn.
Really good timing. You take a look there. They had like a 5-second window, Jason, to make that work before Swap came online. And they just looked at it and said, yep, we're going. You gotta love that level of engagement coming in from Paravision to just know their window and get that in before Swap would have completely changed the outcome.
Whew. Yeah, it's getting very aggressive here. Elbow is going to come through as they go for the re-engage, trying to catch out Listic. Down below half HP, but yeah, they have to back off. They have to worry about these assassinates. Luckily for them, it's going to be on cooldown for now. And TAS had fallen to D-Mob once again. And D-Mob is, I feel like any hero he plays, he just puts off insane mechanics, insane individual plays himself.
Don't forget D-Mob's hero pool too. D-Mob can play most of the frontliners to a high degree also. Okay, Yamato just got shot in the leg. Wolfie takes that as like, you know what? The Fountain actually seems like a good idea.
Yeah. With that though, he could actually return to the left lane and go for a gank if they wanted. But he has to hope that his teammate Saf can stay alive.
It's not looking great for Calc right now. You take a look. Just trying to provide any sort of resistance before Yamato comes back in. Saf, though, very low in the process. Listic and Mikhail S also pretty good HP-wise. Meanwhile, though, you're going to take a look over to the left. Last stand coming on in here from Sharik is able to stay alive. D-Mob, meanwhile, taking out together. And this is going to be Guardian down. 2 Guardians in favor of VP here so far.
Pressus wanted to go on the chase there, but instead decides to back away. I mean, you can see like VP's huge commitment for this early objective control, sending 3 players left lane for quite a long time. They've now opened up Zergi to farm away, taking away some jungle from the Paravision side. Another fight may break out here on this right-hand lane, though. Michaelis takes towards the skies once again. Does have tether available, but you see how healthy the Paravision side are.
Also, I think you're about to see a rotation from VP. Like Warden, you see Shriek going back to base. There's a good chance Warden heals up and is gonna rotate over to the right-hand side because VP usually they start over allocating resources to get in on the Guardian. So it's not gonna be Sharik, but I'm expecting someone to rotate over here sooner rather than later just to give this the extra push. But instead, it's gonna be a rotation coming in here from the Paravision side. 3 on 2. Here comes the Holiday. Who's gonna get lassoed? Yeah, you just grabbed the Vindicta. Take her for a ride. Up here to the backline into the Guardian. Is the rest of the Fault are gonna be here. You're seeing Mikhail S super low. They chase it on down off the Holiday engage.
Urn's going to be in, and I think it's going to be secured for Virtus Pro to hold on to once again. The counterplay to Paravision with the gank, the Guardian going down. They're looking to unlock their first flex slot. They have 1 more Guardian to go. Which side it's going to come onto, I'm not sure just yet. There's a chance to catch out Zergi in the jungle. And at least have the players on the right-hand lane now to defend any sort of Urn turn-in. And Paravision's response, VP's response is, let's just shove this left lane. Maybe get some early walker damage. Because there's no need yet again for Virtus Pro to commit for this turn-in. That's what we saw happen in that first match. Just use the threat of the Urn turn-in to take objectives, and I think Paravision are going to be smart about this one. Just let it go. You don't necessarily need to contest it here. You don't want to lose out on too much.
Well, you say that, and yet take a look there. But yeah, okay, they decide no, we're just going to let it happen. And meanwhile, take a look at Tez. He'll jump in and around here, off on the left. This is a high over engagement here. Paravision, if they get anything from it. 4 here to the left-hand side. Looking for Shriek. Time to change the world. Over. Last stand. Really healthy last stand, too. Getting really good damage in, but Jason, it's not enough to actually hold them back from the Guardian. Then the world is unchanged at the very end.
Yeah, and Preston has to somehow stay alive on the right-hand lane. Virtus Pro going for the push on towards the Walker. Because the shelter's going to be used to catch out Wolfie to lock him in to guarantee the kill. But together going to be rejoining the fight on the right side, as well as the backup from TAS. Might go on the chase from this one if they can definitely get us close. Some sort of tornado, anything to help allow TAS to close this distance. And I think Opium, yeah, he's going to sacrifice himself pretty much here. He should be falling. No real chances to survive this one. At least the rest of VP were able to turn the fight. TAS went into the jungle and get caught out.
They're re-engaging. You got Shriek coming in off the top rope. You got Mikhail S coming in over to the right-hand side. It is a full-on scrum off into the right. off the extra rotations here from VP, and it did look like there was gonna be some reinforcements in Paravision, but they decided, no. Okay, we're good in the right lane. 60K to 65K, Jason. Yo, income allocation check. What's looking bright to you?
Well, this is 11K, which is a little bit worried for me. Press is up to 11 though, and then again, D-Mob on Virtus Pro side, the most fed with him and Zergy together. At least Zergy's able to have a better game than Achilles had before, but I think he's still a long ways away from becoming that massive threat in the mid game.
So, allocation looking pretty good to VP, aside from Sharik, by the way, where I think this is the one troubling part. It's like, yes, Geist, great farm. Sharik 9K. I mean, this is the Warden that needs to get a little bit of back pay. You know, take a little bit of time off, allocate some funds if possible, rather than being constant in the fight. But last stand, 3 seconds. Warden just exists in the lane and gets the decay thrown on him.
No, Virtus Pro, they get a catch into the jungle with Wolfie Fun. I mean, if we're talking about, you know, Sharik being low on souls, but so's Wolfie, only at 9K. Not necessarily too far behind the rest of his team, but the Yamato that's underfed isn't going to be applying as much pressure. And again, the only person you can really dive onto is Michaelis or D-Mob, and with the rate he's currently at, you're not going to kill either of them.
Wolfie also needs time off. Is everything I just said about Sharik also now kind of applies to Wolfie, where if you're Wolfie, you don't want to be baited in the fights. You need to get yourself back into the game. Also, VP keeping the foot on the throat right now, going for the mid guardian. It is absolutely getting chunked right now between this Vindicta Abrams pressure. And okay, Wolfie getting thrown into the fight. Diving on in, they get the walker. This is one of the things where VP was probably willing to give up players. Like, they're okay if Listic dies from this, but they might not even get punished in turn. Frozen Shelter in from Mobikim, trying to save Listic. Now, looking like Ivy, dropping the Kudzu in the middle, but stuck in the freezer, and 60 HP. Unable to get away. KLS over, landing the assassinate. Big charge over and in by Listic, ends up getting parried, but still for together. Do you want to be in this fight? You don't.
Man, Virtus Pro looking completely different than they did in the last match. At this point in the game, 7,000 souls in the lead. Objective play has been stupendous. Zergy really committing towards that right-hand side to take another walker. Looking to lengthen that lead even further, and Shark is happy. He's been left alone in the mid lane, but still Zergy's at 17,000 souls. You know, scrap everything I just said about Zergy and not being far enough ahead. He's definitely kind of hit that point, being 5K ahead of most players on the opposing side.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to see a big difference this game. It's like difference between broke Geist versus incredibly fed Geist. And it just completely changes where you're at, because unlike last game where Paravision hit a point where they're like, oh, it's a Geist, go for it. And they kept keeping the KLS down. A Geist that's this far ahead, you can't really even go for it. Like a 2-on-1, you could lose because of how Soul Swap works. And it gives guys way more freedom to play about the map.
Story time.
It's like a fight happening while the urn's being picked up. Whoever's getting an initial catch on a Shark, gonna take him down. Didn't use his last stand, so gonna save it for the refight after this, because that's gonna be Ballistic turning the urn, well, at least bringing it over towards the left-hand side. And Paravision in the meantime, like, hey, we'll take a guard, and actually might cut off the path of rotation out of Virtus Pro.
Oh man, it's all going down the middle here, Jason. The urn is going to be the spectator. Swap out here early from D-Mob. Together though, looking to get to the air, can't quite get up there. Pressure on the Vindicta. Who's going to be the next target here for Together? A little bit spaced out on both ends. Press is so really low. Most of VP still healthy in this fight. It's going to be even healthier as we get the Frozen Shelter dropped on down. Frozen Shelter gone. Together, caught out. And it's going to be VP cleaning up the vast majority of this fight here so far. And while this is going on, look at what's going on in the lower right. It's Zergy getting the walker and the kill onto Prestus. Paravision is getting crunched across the map.
Well, they stop the urn. They trade 2 for 3. Virtus Pro taking lead off this. Zergy backed away, even though he does have soul exchange up. Transformation is available for Wolfie, but he's trying to pick up the urn and back away, trying to at least keep this objective out of the hands of Virtus Pro. And it looks like, yeah, I think he's just trying to save it. There's no way he's trying to go for a turn in here, especially with Sharik in hot pursuit. And he doesn't have any backup. Eventually sneaks out through the mid lane. And Virtus Pro, is there a world where they go for mid boss here?
They might. Although, I think at this point, you're ahead a lot on economy, you really do still like the open outdoor fights, given that fact that you're running with the Vindictive. Like, you like the Urn fights more so than Paravision does, and you have the lead, and the Urn is one of the few ways that Paravision can kind of get a little bit back in. I don't think you actually love going for mid-boss over making sure Urn isn't free in this instance.
With the Urn, you just pull the VP play. Let Preston split push this right lane. Look for a walker. Or they're actually going to go for a catch. And that Shark yet again being locked down. The last thing going to be coming through the return fight off of him. Trying to heal up in time, but he gets bursted before he has the chance. They're losing their left lane walker.
Yeah, and you see Ivy having to drop the Urn. Just Mirage get TP in. And now you got the 2-on-1 versus the Geist. But this is the problem with the farm Geist. You kind of look at the minimap, you see the hesitancy. It's like, do we want to go for this? Is this actually where we want to be? Prestis, though, is actually starting to churn down Zergy. Zergy, of course, has the swap in play. You know, the Geist isn't necessarily unhappy about going lower in HP. Takes the positioning inside the building. Not something you want to follow. The swap being a threat. Here we go. Holiday up and over. Fight gameplay in full. Take a look at Taz. Taz getting forced out. Lasso's still on cooldown. Zergy, though, finally gets cut down. Not able to land the swap. So no swap.
He got the reset.
And big problem. Meanwhile, Frozen Shelter going to be dropped here. Trying to keep D-Mob alive is Obikim, as we still see Paravision swarming in around together, though. Too low on HP. Taz is going to be coming back to the fight. Has Lasso back up, good to go. Presto, meanwhile, down. And with Wolfie, low HP, no Shadow Transformation, it should be VP continuing to push out Paravision.
And together he had the reset. He could have finished off D-Mob there. I think he got like silenced or something. He wasn't able to actually cast. He was set on the cooldown. And VP come out victorious in that fight. Like that honestly could have gone Paravision's way if Together was able to get those resets off and was able to start chaining through his opponents. Mid-boss is being looked at for VP now. Your Paravision, can you contest this? I mean, look at Listic on the left-hand side. He's trying to force damage on towards this walker. He actually gets the catch in the meantime. Over onto Tass. But Tass has backup coming in very quickly.
All right. Looking here, off and to the left. Together, on the hunt. Looking for Listic. Listic, you do a little bouncy bounce out of there. That's how he goes. All right. See you next time, Big Blue.
Lasso's on cooldown.
Right, he's going back in. Look at the minimap. Together actually wants another taste. It wasn't that long of a parting. Now, you look at this though. This is a pretty heavy engage from VP. Yeah, you look at that list. Like, okay, I'll take that. I brought everyone over. I don't really know why Together went back into that, Jason. I guess it's one of those things where we see everything vision-wise, but Together thought it was more winnable.
I have eyes on Kelvin.
I'm not sure. I mean, Saf is also going for a chase on Obikim towards the right-hand side while all this is happening. Try to keep VP back towards their own base. I wouldn't be surprised to see Staff actually commit towards this right-hand side, especially with just Obikim he has to deal with. So if he can open up a kill here, that should be a walker taken, and he knows the Urn has to be ran towards his side of the map anyways. But there's no world that VP are going to start going for mid-boss when Wolfie's still available with that Shadow Transformation. I think this is where Paravision need a response. This is where they got pressured so many times of when VP have control of the Urn, they run it towards the other side of the map, but then they use that to push objectives. And actually, Obikim's going to be the one coming up forward here. They're going to actually take, as I say, they're going to take the Urn in towards this location. And Paravision's response is we're going to go for mid-boss. A smart change up out of Paravision.
I actually think this is really smart. If they can get it going down, they have Shadow Transformation. Like, the odds are pretty high they're going to get it. I think they just caught VP unawares. And yeah, they're going to give up a walker for it, so it's not entirely free, but they get Rejuvenator. Now they're going to go on in, and Nick, what are you doing in here? Listen, you're going to get chewed on down. VP, uncharacteristic rotational mistake here, but also a great shot call from Paravision to go for the Rejuvenator, Jason. This is exactly what you need to get back in the game and secure your spot in the grand finals tomorrow.
And a flex spot here off this mid walker if they can get it. VP, they've ditched the Urn. They need to maintain control of this to not give up a lot of freedom to the Paravision side, and they are going to get it. No Shadow Transformation for Wolfie. Fight's going to kick off right after this. Together is going to at least get the initial kill on the Sharks, but no less than going to pressure them back. No raid boss they have to deal with, and the punches of Obikim's able to get some good damage on the looks. Just trying to escape with 7 HP. Eventually he goes down to Obikim, but Obikim overcommitting on the chase. He falls together, gets the reset on 30 HP. He'll fall to Zergy, who's his own raid boss in his own right. I think Paravision, this is like rough. Like you're still trading like pretty equally here, considering you had the Rejuvenator.
No, I think this is great though. You were down in economy. I think you like the trades right now if you're Paravision. I actually think this entire element here has been a little bit like quite bad for VP, where you get trade outs and you get Rejuvenator value because everyone's going to be coming right back on out. You've lessened the gap in the game tremendously. You still have your lanes pushing. You're going to have more avenues to take the jungle. And more than anything else, together got a disproportionate amount of farm in that fight. I think if you're Paravision, you really love this turn of events. Now, are you going to be able to get on the urn here? This would be huge if you're here, right place, right time. Gonna drop the anvil direct on the Demob's head. You get the kill on the Demob, and now you're going to get urn control on top of it.
Can they get the turn in too, though? It looks like it was so many members committed to the left-hand side, immediately running things forward. Tass on the holidays gonna get a lot of information here. It does have Veilwalker as well.
Jason, just like North America, it is completely free as Thanos was earlier. They get the urn turn in right on top of it. They fully even out the game, and they get the pull here on the Sharik. Dude, VP needs attack timeout. Fake a lag spike. Do something like pause for 2 seconds and, you know, just take a breather, because it has just been very painful for VP the last minute. Well, more like 2 minutes of the game.
It's a lot of jungle to take for Paravision too on the right-hand side of the map. You see them just gnawing away at what meat Virtus Pro has left to farm up themselves, and VP still on the back foot. At least Tass, importantly, needs to stay alive. He needs to keep that Rejuvenator in hand so these lanes continue to shove forward, so they can continue to take away these center sacrifices and any sort of jungle left.
Well, VP was in the driving seat pretty much most of the early to mid game, but off the mid boss call from Paravision, a team which, by the way, is one map away from going to the grand finals tomorrow, securing themselves at least $3,000 of the $10,000 prize pool here in one win Bombshell Volume 5. They're right back in it. 144K, the 145K. Jason, we have ourselves a game, and more importantly, Together is back and competitive, where he was a little bit behind on the Shiv previously.
I mean, now we have to come into question of late game carries. I mean, Wolfley's still at 24. He's been able to catch up a bit, actually surpass Shark. Together at 23K, Saf at 25. I'm starting to honestly favor over towards the Paravision side, but I know it comes down to these initial catches. It pretty much comes down to who's going to outplay who when it comes to Demov and Tass. And we might see a catch on the Listic. You can see Tass running forward. He gets the last so can they burst Listic down in time, though. He's going to have his ice, so it's time to create some distance. The tether comes through as well to help assist. And Paravision not going to go on the case.
Yeah, I think when the lasso doesn't pan out, I don't think you need to go extra heavy onto engage after there. You can just hold back a little bit. Meanwhile, though, if you're VP, you kind of like the odds of engage here in the right moment. And oh, okay. Saf just took that buff right in front of Saf's Together's face.
That knockdown's actually doing some serious work. You can just see how kind of afraid VPR of getting caught out. The next turn spawning back in. Going to be in the hands of Paravision. Together has to be careful to not get caught out here. Do not want to be a man down at such a pivotal point in this game. It looks like the fight has kicked off. Together does get caught out. Demov able to help lock that one down. And now if you're Paravision, you can't really afford to go for the turn in here.
It's not the worst, though, in the sense where mid-boss is still not going to be up. Most of the jungle has been taken. If you had to give up a pick in what was a kind of discombobulating engage where you had like half the team on the rooftops, half not, this is a pretty low impact pick to give up. So long as no one gets caught while Together is down, you're kind of okay with this, because what here is on the map really for VP today? They're gonna get like a little bit of double vault farm on the left-hand side. But if anything, they've got rotate over the right, and Streak might be caught. This is such a huge take and a big macro play coming on in from Paravision. You're down one. What do you sacrifice here? You gave up nothing for that pick. Maybe you're going to lose some base Guardians, but that's not all that impactful. Together's about to be back up. You're about to have the 6-on-5. If you're VP, you need to leave. Like, you actually need to get out of here, or this could be the game.
Very smart response by VP again, shoving that mid lane, getting the Guardians down to prevent the Walker from being taken on the right-hand side of the map. They still delay the urban turn in, but this should be the moment that Paravision gets it.
They haven't actually gotten out here. The swap comes on in. Paravision, they sense a little bit of blood and water while Sharik is not able to play. 6-on-5. Are they gonna make something happen here? Michaelis is super, super low. Nearly got hunted down in the back. Michaelis, though, can't get away. Prestis landing the last shot from the corner. Meanwhile, over here, onto the urn. Frozen Shelter gonna be used. VP still down 2. Together dying, though. Demon able to isolate the ship. Gets rid of some of the snowball potential mid-fight. Return the Shadow gonna end up here from Saf. In and around the point. Prestis, though, starting to come online in the back. Finds D-Mob, still a really healthy Mirage. Wolfie grinding down the front. And VP is losing this definitively right now, Jason.
Yeah, Obakim's the last alive, and he's just going to try to escape. That's going to be ultimately 5 kills coming through, and the urn turning off the back of that. And massive lead now built up for Paravision, all for that push, catching up Shark, getting themselves that man advantage for the refight thereafter. And mid-boss, I don't know the timer on it, but it couldn't be too far away.
I can't believe how this started out, where VP gets a nice pick off on the Together.
There it is.
Yeah, and mid boss is up. They're just gonna be able to go for it. And think about the start. They get a nice pick on the Together, and then they turn. You know, what's the reverse of turning? Well, I guess I'll use Paravision for as I said. Paravision turns lemons into lemonade, where they just somehow you see VP stealing the jungle, Shriek off on his own. They get a free pick on the Shriek, and then they just relentlessly chase down VP, who is in middle for base guardians, and get a full team fight and get another rejuvenator. The fact that Shriek got caught at all was a massive, like ridiculous misplay from VP, and it very well may have cost them entry into the grand finals from this match.
What's funny about that Frozen Shelter too is that you saw Virtus Pro, their health still going down quite heavily with who they had locked inside. Like, they were taking a ton of damage in that. Weren't able to heal up nearly to the extent that they were hoping for, and now it's 18,000 souls in the lead for Paravision. You know, ZP, there might be a world where we start talking about who really is the #1 team in EU now. It used to be one win. VP took them down just last week in DFN, and now Paravision is almost at the point of taking VP down 2-0. I think we have, you know, I think we have 3 teams now in that running for best team in EU.
I mean, look, you compare the quality of teams in EU. It has always been swapping back and forth. VP, of course, you know, has had the biggest run overall in the year. 1 win, though, taking away from them. And now maybe it's Paravision's turn at the table here once more. But I will say, VP, you know, they got caught off guard for the Rejuvenator, which was mistake #1. They end up giving up a bunch of kills after that. And then later, when they get picked, they give up an Arn. Did they connect? He did. Who's he got right now behind? I don't know who Tess got.
No one. No, I didn't.
Oh, no. Okay. It looked like there was something. Never mind. The angle there was very kind of wild.
This is not good though for Paravision. VP going to be on the engage to catch out Lit. Wolfie's nowhere to be seen. He was actually over farming the right hand side, and Paravision was still looking for picks. VP, after that 1 kill though, back off. I think it's a smart play. Don't commit into this, because you now delay any sort of push for the next 20 seconds, and you have to shove these lanes back out yet again. But this urn turn-in actually might be exactly what Paravision need. They further increase that lead and get themselves an extra item or 2 they need to win these fights a little bit easier.
Lasso comes back up, looks for it, and instead gets tethered themselves via the stake. And that is Task falling. Task being overly aggressive there. So now you're down, you're engaged. VP completely untouched. If you're VP, you take this fight. This is your entry back into the game. If you can find someone and put it together, they're gonna get swapped. D-Mount trying to deny the teleporter, but that is a real tanky stuff. But he gets out. 300 HP. Running. This is a full-on. He's hiding. Oh, he burned that death anyways. It was still on the edge. That would have been so good, Jason, if he actually somehow was able to just hide in the closet and somehow live.
Just seen Obakim just run right by. Gets lucky from the burn coming through. Obviously the 3 out of Shiv, not able to cleanse out that damage. But at least they have control of the urn. They lose what, 3 players? They lose Litz, Pass together. They still have urn in hand, but that soul differential now only down to 7k. And VP, every time they avoid something like the lasso, it was Obakim warp stoning away into a tether out of Michaelis, into a shoulder charge out of Listic to open up that return kill. Really prevents a lot of damage that could have been done, because that Rejuvenator accomplished nothing for Paravision other than just an opportunistic take.
I think though it also gave them kind of a lifeline, where, you know, they misplayed a little bit over there, and the Rejuvenator being a thing, made that the impact of the misplays like significantly less. Like VP wasn't able. The benefit for VP is that Paravision doesn't win. It's not that VP immediately was able to go forward and take more objectives or otherwise, but they are able to keep things more evened up. And you look at the income allocation, it's still pretty even. Wolfie actually getting back in the game. There was a point where Wolfie was kind of broke. You think back to the pre-10K era, he was at 9K when Zergy was nearly at 17K, and it's gotten dramatically closer here, Jason, after Paravision had several key team fights, brought them back in.
Just thinking, like, what are we waiting for here? I mean, even TAS isn't fishing for any initial catches. I think Paravision are just really scared to push out of their own base. I mean, even look at the way VP are set up. They're just trying to get information around the map with how spread they all are. Trying to get an inkling of where Paravision might be coming from. But likewise, Paravision are also the ones who are scared to push into their own jungle. But looks like they might try to go for an earn play here. They can see Zergy on the left-hand side. I think this might be the fight to actually turn the game on either team's favor. If Paravision can win this cleanly, I think they might be able to close this out to 2-0. If Virtus Pro can win this, they claw back to the lead. They get the earn turn off the back of that, and they're looking at a lead themselves.
We watched Dmov here. You got to see how Dmov looks for it, or Dmov or TAS. Either way. What's the initiation going to be right now? You see some of the pressure here on the guys early on. Lasso going to be invested. Vol.5 going to be here. Zergy in danger. Still has a swap online. Let's be able to get the KLS though down really, really early in the fight. It's already one down for VP. Down a major source of damage. And you look here at Saf getting low. Listic being well able to punish on the Prestis. 5v5 right now. And Saf, the fact that Saf is out of the fight, more pressure is going to be here in the together. Not really low people here for killing blow chains at all. Together right now, waiting for opportunity back to fight, but by surprise, it's Listic in the back. Pressure now on to together. Listic takes it down, removes the killing blow threat, and VP playing this really nicely right now, Jason. They're ahead on the tempo. Most of the threats are gone here from Paravision. TAS does have the lasso up and ready to go. Might be able to sling something here towards the end of the fight, but for now, just wants no part of Mr. Listic.
Wolf, he's just trying to escape. He's still being chased, but he's buying time at least for the earn to be picked up by Saf to run it away, to keep it out of the hands of Virtus Pro. But Listic on the chase for this. Wolfie most certainly going to fall here in just a second. And Saf, I don't know if he's going to escape with the earn. This actually could be a rejuve take now for Virtus Pro, because the mid boss had respawned back in. Saf had been caught out by Listic. Earl Shift going to be coming in yet again. Used in the last fight, continuing to be used here. And he just wants to escape, but Listic, yeah, you're going to have to let this one go. The earn is right off to the side.
Just imagine the cat character just being able to go actually full Catwoman from the comics and, do some escapes like that. She's just missing the whip. But in any case, VP, highly impactful fight here, Jason. They can get earn if they want, but they're also, I think, going to prioritize mid-boss here. We'll see where this goes. I don't think you go for a contest if you're Paravision. They're keeping the option open, but surely you don't have Saf just try and be the hero here, do you?
No, I think respawn timers are too long to go for that. Instead, he's actually going to try to take the right-hand side buff. I think TAS got the left ones, keeping that in the hands of VP. It's at least something, a little breadcrumb. But you're not going to stop the earn turn in. You're not going to stop VP from taking the soul advantage. You're not going to... I mean, at least the upside is there's no, like, objectives to take outside the base.
No.
But they still have Rejuvenator, and they're still going to shove these lanes, and they still have a lot of jungle to take away from you. Like, even if VP don't necessarily turn this or convert this into, shrines and a first stage patron, they're still going to convert it into a really big soul lead.
Okay. This one, haymakers on both sides. We wouldn't have it any other way. For entry into the grand finals of One Win Bombshell Volume 5, where there's a good point in a wall here. If you haven't followed the socials, they want to do that. One would put on some great content here for the Deadlock community. All that is in chat. But here we go, Jason. Rejuvenator in from VP. And they're looking for the swap. Dmov right now in front for VP. Paravision staying in the base right now, Jason. Yeah, they're giving up jungle farm, but I think for them, they don't want to have a tragic Rejuvenator fight go against them.
Yeah, you have to give this one up. And I think VP make the smart play too. You don't want to lose the Rejuvenator. You don't want to lose the soul lead you have. And there's just so much to farm around the map. Kind of wish we had a better UI to see like what items everyone has. as we're hitting that point where like a lot of big pickups for VP could be coming through in the next few moments. A refresher. Oh, we came with refresher, so we're gonna have double frozen shelters in these fights. I'm not sure if he had it in the last fight or not.
I mean, it's newly bought, is what we know, just based on placement, so hasn't had for long in any case. 219, 234, and you know the interesting part here is now you have all up. TAS is not quite as aggressive as we saw during the middle game period, where there's a point where TAS was just looking for anything that moved for a lasso. But okay, there's a world where you get Vindicta here. He's looking. Vindicta hard to resist for Holiday in this position. Meanwhile, Wop coming in here from D-Mob all through eventually right now. Paravision still at decent HP. Staff a little bit under pressure. Same with Prestus. VP now on the engage. Looking for the options. Last stand in from Shriek. Focusing right now on the shrines, but it's really nice to disengage from Paravision. They're able to full disengage. Last stand is gone. This is a fight you actually do want to take. There's no swap. There's no last stand. You might have used your lasso, but if you can go in, you have opportunities here. You're starting to get MKLS real low. You deep dive together right now. It's still a bit of blood in the water. Holding things out. Frozen shelter number one going to be coming down here, Jason. What VP was banking on. They get the isolation right now on the Wolfie. Wolfie in real danger. Is Wolfie going to be able to get out? The second frozen shelter comes on in. There's no escape. It's real cold in here. And Wolfie freezes under the gun of Obikim. Nihilistic, meanwhile, with two on the outside. The double frozen shelter. The impact massive. VP making it work deep inside the Paravision base. And with KLS, though, going to go down together, gives his life for it. Still 3 down here for Paravision. 5 up for VP. They're looking for a stage patron. And how long do they stay here, Jason? Do they go for more? Right now, they haven't left yet.
I'm almost thinking they just go for the commit. They don't have any ultimates up, but then again, what are they going to really worry about? It's just Blitz, it's just Staff, it's just Presses. There's really not too much damage coming their way if they can just handle Staff. And with the charge that Listic's been landing, I sure still think they can. They're able to force him out of the pit, and they're going to focus it on downward. Going to a game 3 here between Virtus Pro and Paravision, able to bounce back after being on the back foot for such a long time. VP don't want to let their berth into the grand finals slip away.
The double dome at the end, putting an end to Yamato, and oh man, this game back and forth all the way. You could argue VP kind of let their foot off the gas, letting away the mid boss, giving up some picks and having some rough times, but they bring it on back. VP forcing a map 3, and for entry into the grand finals and a guaranteed $3,000, Jason, can't really have it any other way.
I'm glad we caught the refresher actually before that final fight, because we kind of saw it actually play out perfectly. I mean, that was a great warp stone in to catch Wolfies. He tries to go for the escape to lock him in to guarantee that kill on the Yamato so he can't get the reset. And they actually caught in a second player on top of that. I mean, also Listic's charges were really spot on at the very end there, creating opportunities for them to pick up kill after kill after kill. I mean, Virtus Pro, like, the thing is, you might be, 15, 20K souls ahead, but you give them one mistake and they will take complete advantage. We saw there being very smart about how they approached those last fights with the Rejuvenator. And it did fall off at the end of that match too, before we actually saw that final skirmish take place. The VP, man, they are not ready to give up whatsoever.
Just a really nice match of Deadlock where you don't always see back and forth like this, Jason, just because, Deadlock is kind of an unforgiving game when there's differences in skill. And if you're good enough to get ahead, you're usually good enough to, convert on that too. But in this instance, both teams had their shot at being ahead and both teams had their comeback. But it was VP who had the comeback that mattered most towards the end. And, it's kind of showing that as good as teams are here, you make gambles in the middle of the game. And sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't. You think of times where like Shriek got caught after they got the pick, and VP just played it a little bit wrong in terms of going forward, which let Paravision back in the game. Or the gambles that went right, where Paravision rightly decided, hey, we have the Yamato, we know you're way over allocated to left, we're gonna go for mid boss, and you're not gonna do anything about it. Just really, really cool stuff. And then the fact that we kind of end there at the double dome from Obikim, just locking Wolfie into an icy prison. Oh man, it was really, really good, and I'm just excited to see what game number 3 is going to bring.
Yeah, I think, let's be honest, DP, the Warden, we don't really feel like it did much. Did you? I don't feel like it really accomplished too much. Not necessarily saying it was a bad pick, but it definitely didn't hit that level of power that we've seen others actually come to life. I think it was more about looking at like Zergy able to get some really solid farm, and he wasn't burstable like Michaelis was in that first match. Listic hit some great charges, but obviously the Kelvin really came through as being a solid pick that VP could depend on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna hate on the Warden too much. I think it's just a threat that you have there. I think the problem is, like anything else, is that a lot of your trajectory in the game often does get set by the first like 15 minutes, and Shriek had a very difficult start. So, you know, the options for Warden becoming the full-on mega carry like we saw Bandwise do for Aegis Aurora, it was just very tamped down when we got to mid-game, and on one hand you have Zergy at the peak at 17k, and then on the other hand you have Shriek at 10k. I think it's less of an indictment on Warden as a hero and more so one of the way the farm went out in the game, where you kind of ended up as a Warden that it still forced movement. Like, you're still forcing movement and still forcing Paravision to react when the last stand comes in. I still think the Warden has a lot of disruption value, even if it's not as big on the damage charts or as big as the the full-on raid boss mode. So I don't know. I actually think the Warden was okay here, but not everything you bet on is gonna hit.
I mean, just at least in the last fight, the zoning potential or the zoning power of his last stand, you saw immediately the back way out of Paravision. But then the re-engager off the back of that, I mean, Wolfie getting caught out, you're not really going to expect the double dome to come through. So obviously something you have to keep an eye on when we get into that part of the game, that you could have those sneak buys come through if you're not paying attention, that can completely catch you off guard. Rescue being used to help him escape. And Paravision ultimately, they had to go to a third map to try to take them down. And definitely not where they were looking to have to do. But you know what? We have to see a third iteration of this matchup, which actually might become, for the next weeks, months until the new patch hits, our constant setup that we see.
Yeah, but on the same note, this is the great part about EU and the holy trinity that we have. It's kind of you're blessed and not so blessed in the same way, is that the top three continue to really surprise each other. Where, look, I don't think you count out one win team either on the other end of the bracket, but on the same note, it's kind of like with EU, the top three have created such separation over the rest of the pack. It feels like, where Thanos came in as sort of the the NA wild card, but Thanos showed a lot of cracks earlier in the day, and Aegis Aurora had some moments of greatness, but the difference between, I feel like, the top three and then those that are coming after, where even if they get a map here and there, it's just so ridiculous in EU. But I think to the same extent, kind of happy that we have such a great rivalry going on here. It's not only two teams, it's three total, and it just shifts from month to month here in the Deadlock EU scene.
Cool. That's kind of why I still rate VP as the best team almost no matter what, because they are a team that's shown to be at the top of the table every single patch that comes out, because they're so adaptable. Other teams seem to struggle to adapt to like new patches, especially if you rely heavily on certain heroes that are strong at that point in the game and eventually get nerfed and eventually tweaked in the later patches. But we should momentarily, hopefully, be getting into the next draft. It just depends on how quickly the teams are ready to go, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see a majority of the same heroes come through. Thinking back to the early Kelvin pick at a VP in their third slot, trying to force out a Shiv ban, and it actually didn't even happen. Instead, they went with a Vindicta for their fourth pick. We'll see how it's going to work out from this time.
Well, we are going to take a quick break. I know we need a moment to recharge after that action with two very close. Oh, no, sorry. There's no break. Sorry. There is no break.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know where you heard this from.
No, I thought I heard break, but it was no break. Is where that's. So no. We work, Jason. We don't leave. We go directly into draft. That's where we're at. Yep. But I'm excited for the draft. I think I'm curious what lessons will be learned from both teams and where exactly it's going to go.
Maybe we could talk about some of the other matchups coming your way today, because this is only the second match of 4. Yeah, 4. We still have one win up against Aegis Aurora to come up next after this, or one win, and Aegis Aurora did split 1-1 in the group stage. And then the winner of that would go to play against Thanos, who did lose out up against VP earlier on, where I believe Lomane will be back on the roster, assuming he wakes up again. But who knows, maybe someone else won't wake up in time, and then they have to play with another sub yet again. But for the sake of Thanos, they've already shown that they can beat 1-win 2-0, but a rematch potentially up against VP or a rematch up against Paravision is going to be very tough indeed for them, especially with, I don't know, how strong both these two teams have looked so far today.
Anything could happen. literally anything could happen. And look, I think we are destined for a lower bracket matchup of one win versus whoever loses here today. That's what I think is where we're gonna go. But the next draft, we've been informed, is good to go. The wait is over. And what changes will we see right now? It appears, Jason, not much.
Yeah, no, none at all. If anything, it's just a repeat so far of the second game. Virtus Pro going to be picking up, I'm assuming, Paradox and Geist again. And then Paravision probably responding with the Mirage. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Yamato come in yet again for like top 3 for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think for VP, they clearly, VP values Yamato pretty highly if they can grab it early in draft. Although, again, in this case, it's going to be Paradox +1, and it may, well, we'll see what the +1 is. Could be Paradox Mirage, could be Paradox Geist. I mean, the Geist was not the problem, when VP lost, and clearly the Geist was really good for VP in the last game. I think they just immediately snap back here, Paradox Geist. You don't change that, especially after winning, Jason.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I expect that to come in momentarily. I mean, we can kind of basically predict how the top 3 will go for both of these two teams. Like for Paravision, Mirage, Yamato, wouldn't be surprised. VP with their last pick. That's where you could see a slight change up because they went with Kelvin last time. If Yamato's not picked, I think they're going to snatch up Yamato for themselves as a 3rd pick. And then we get into the bans, and that's where the things have been kind of, the second round of bans have been kind of interesting. We've had like Shiz being taken away. We could see Calico being banned out again. I think we had happen in the first match of the series.
Yeah, I'm curious what adjustments, if any, come in. I would expect more adjustments for Paravision. Truthfully, you know what I think we're going to get? What VP actually would be wise to ban, because Paravision was able to make it work. And, forget what you think about overall hero power. I think if you're VP, you should ban Lash in the mid game. But also the overall picks here, we get Geist, Kelvin back again, and Paravision, okay, they decide we want to go with the Vindicta earlier. So this is a shift, Jason. No
At
Yamato.
least Yamato open. And I wonder if Paravision is actually going to ban Yamato as a second turn. Obviously, Shiv's something we have to keep track of. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the thing is, we had Shiv left open last game, right? And VP instead went with the Vindicta instead of taking the Shiv. So
That won't happen again.
I don't know. I think it might be. I mean, the thing is, they can't pick Vindicta now. But like Paravision, I don't think you necessarily need to ban the Shiv. I don't know. I guess we'll see how they play it out.
I think you do. I think the only reason why they did that there is because they wanted the Vindicta. I think VP 100% goes Shiv if PV leaves it open. But for VP, normal ban here would be going, okay, they decide to go Yamato. I was going to say, it could be Yamato, could be Mo, could be Lash. They decide they go Yamato. But also think about what this means. It means Listic is angling towards Abrams. The real hot ban here, okay, you probably still want to give up Shiv, but I also think banning Abrams would be interesting for Paravision right now, because that would directly put Listic in more of a hole of what Listic would be playing in this match.
Well, let's see. You're definitely onto something there, though. I mean, that kind of shows the hand for Virtus Pro of what he might play or may not play. I mean, Calico's still being left open, and we've seen him play it before.
No.
I wonder like how quickly the bans and drafts are coming through on, I guess, the live doing of it versus like what we see, because we kind of get it like all grouped together in like pairs of 3, sometimes one, depending on how quickly they come through. I mean, Paravision for them, I think this is a massive opportunity, considering it's been such a long time since they beat Virtus Pro. I honestly cannot remember the last time they did beat Virtus Pro. It had to have been one of the DFNs where they took the title.
I think, I'm looking at this here, I think VP is first pick out of the draft. I think if you're VP, you probably actually do pick Abrams in this case out of the draft, because you deny the Abrams Vindicta lane, and based on hero pools, I think you'd rather have Listic on the Abrams and Listic on something like the Calico. Because usually when you've played Calico, you've put Shriek on it. And then Paravision is going to have they're going to have the double pick out of the bands here after VP picks one.
I just wanted to enjoy the music while we see the picks come through, because we're going to get like 5 picks now at this point. How long it's taking. I mean, Paravision have no front line right now. The thing is, Mo, yeah, I was gonna say Mo would also be left open. It took a real long time to go for that ban, I guess. Mo would be left open
There it is.
if they didn't ban it away. So you have the Bash brothers. You can have Obi Kim listed together most likely with what we currently have seen. And then also with the Mo ban coming through and the Abrams being banned or picked, what front line does Paravision have? And I think maybe we're looking at a Lash.
Yeah, I think Lash is probably one of the change-ups. I mean, you won map 1 with it if you're Paravision. I think you go back to the well again. The front line, though, I don't like the front line scenario for Paravision. They're probably going to have to go with the Raw Shiv again because they just don't have a ton of options left remaining here. I mean, Yamato, Geist, Abrams, all off the board, and you banned Mo. Like,
I don't see
I don't know
Shiv
about
being
banning
strong,
Mo.
though.
Banning Mo after the Yamato got banned is like, it's not great because, okay, I don't think VP was going to pick Mo anyways, based on the Yamato ban. And okay, you go Calico Warden. I don't
Not
think
liking
it's, yeah, it's not ideal. And then I'm just thinking here, I mean, okay, maybe they end up with the Lash, but I think it's also, there's a decent world where an Ivy shows up too as the very final. We'll see. I think Lash or Ivy is the final for Paravision. Meanwhile, for VP, probably Infernus is one of the final two.
I mean, first is I'd say a decent way to deal with Warden, like the Catalyst plus Heal Bane. You really limit a lot of the healing you can do within the last stand. For Paravision, like I don't know, their front line's kind of weak. I mean, there's really nothing left you can pick to get a front line unless you, I guess, Shiv, but I don't really see like the proper support to allow Shiv to pop off. And I think Together definitely struggled in the last game on Shiv. Is there a world we see 7 though come out for Zergy? Or do you think it's going to for sure be Infernus?
I think absolutely Infernus. The VP has not really shown the 7 at all.
Wow. Okay.
So yeah, Shiv's going to come in and, you know, in terms of what Mikhail S is going to play here, this to me feels like the Mikhail S on Paradox game. And then it's going to be probably Dmov on, I would say Dmov Shiv.
Dmov Shiv? Okay.
I think. Let me think here. And then, well, actually, okay. Maybe it'd be Dmov Geist? Wait, I'm kind of breaking my brain here thinking about who's going to be playing what, because
I mean, I can tell you who's been playing Shiv, though. So Dmov has 3 Shiv games. Ballistic has 2 Shiv games. The KLS has 3 Shiv games.
It's been evenly balanced, pretty much.
I mean, it could be Dmov on Paradox again. It could be Mikhail S over on Shiv, and then Listic.
I don't know if they
should.
I don't know if they
IV.
should, though.
I mean, we're gonna find out momentarily.
Obikim will be on IV, I think.
Not Kelvin?
Or no, you're right. You're right.
I think
Sorry, it will be Zergy on Ivy. It's 100% a Zergy on Ivy.
I think it's Zergy on Ivy, and then I don't know, Shark or Dmov on Geist. I don't know. I mean, we're gonna find out. We can kind of talk about that when we get in the game. But on Paravision's side, they have 1 pick left. I mean, what do they even go for in this to round up the composition? It's such a squishy lineup right now that I can't think of what you would play here to help facilitate that, unless you're just gonna go for hard in with like a Lash.
We're either getting the Lash, or I think we're getting real silly with it with something like a Dynamo. Like that's my ultimate wildcard pick here. I mean, okay, it was 1 win that did McGinnis. Like, please, dear God, I don't want to see McGinnis. Like, I do that, I'm just like, I question what has happened to your draft. But okay, it's Lash. That is the most likely, and it is what comes in.
Okay, it worked for him in the first game. A little bit of a different comp though, and they really need to put a lot of pressure on Prestis again to get super fed on the Mirage. That's exactly what happened in that first game. They kept space for him with the help of the Calico, with the Lash. And Paravision do have that potential to run it yet again, where they were successful before, but I think this is going to be very difficult to do against the lineup VP has this time.
I think one thing I don't really like about the PV lineup here, Jason, is that there's a lot of hungry mouths to feed in this lineup. If you are Mirage, you need a good amount of farm. If you're Calico, you need a good amount of farm. If you're Warden, you need a good amount of farm. And Lash, even as more in the playmaker role, really has to be at least even to ahead for people to respect things like his ground strike. The demand for farm is really high for all of Paravision. Whereas for VP, you don't necessarily need your Paradox to have a ton of farm. You don't necessarily need your Kelvin to have a ton of farm. And Ivy, I mean, I guess in this case they do kind of have a demand for farm on Ivy because it's going to be Zergy on the Ivy in this instance. But even still, it's not the end of the world. There's more of a demand for soul allocation up from Paravision and more heroes for Paravision that might have less of an impact on the game if things don't go well for them. So I don't love that element for Paravision, especially if they get behind.
The fact is, though, they got behind in game one. They still bounced back. I'm not saying I disagree, but I guess it comes down to like how things play out. I think how are lanes gonna play out for Virtus Pro? Because you do have Abrams Kelvin, but you also have Shiv Kelvin. And I almost think, actually, I really don't know.
No, stop. Your brain is bringing you the like, Occam's Razor, yes, Shiv Kelvin. Like you are cooking way too hard. You're like cooking into the stratosphere right now of like, what is the universe where we actually do this? Is like, no. The teams respect the Shiv Kelvin lane, but you are a genius if they decide not to do it. I will give you that, but I don't think you're not gonna move that out. I think overall lane wise, I would guess, I mean, bare minimum Shiv Kelvin gonna be in a side lane. We haven't seen that played in middle. I would guess middle lane,
Ivy Geist.
You have Geist for sure. I think the question is, do you rather have the Paradox mill where Paradox is often middle, or do you want the Paradox to like give Abrams more setup in the lane? I think you get more kill power from doing Paradox Abrams, and then you run the mid lane with Geist Ivy. That's where I'm at. I think that makes the most sense to me.
Well, we don't have to wait much longer. We're gonna be headed to game finally with our final match in this series, our final game of the day, ZPU and I, before we have Seymour and Metro take over for the last two series of the day, all best of threes. And we have Abrams Ivy.
That is interesting. Okay, in this case, they just wanted to like hyper stack the middle with Geist Paradox, and then the other sideline is going to be Shiv Kelvin. You know how much my mind would have exploded if we saw like Kelvin in middle and not with Shiv though?
I'm just happy it didn't happen. I don't need your mind to explode right now when we've been casting for like 3 hours straight with no break.
Well, you know, it's actually already exploded, but we're into it. And you know, Abrams Ivy is kind of interesting. I mean, I feel like the Warden Vindicta lane is actually a little bit scarier in that lane, although interesting enough, you see Listic right now trying to be sneaky, setting up for charges, but not the most kill power in the lane, but is a very good lane, Jason, for getting denies and not you know, losing too much on trooper pressure.
In Geist and Paradox in mid lane though. I mean, if you can kinetic carbine them, it's the easy essence bomb. Monster round's already picked up off the bat for the Geist. I didn't actually see fully who was on what. I'm waiting until we get the overlay to tell us.
We'll see who's playing what in just a moment. But on the right hand, Kelvin is getting chased down, and Kelvin's dead. I was just looking at this like, hey, well, what's going on with Kelvin's life bar? It's going down real fast, and you know. Meanwhile, Shiv is just like, hey, I'm feeling healthy. I'm good.
Okay, so it is Shark over on the Shiv, and the rest of it pretty much standard with the other back on the lash after game one. We had some fairly good success on it. I mean, obviously had success, but they took the map in that one. Not a good start here for the Kelvin Shiv. I don't think you want to fall behind early on. You don't want to let your opponents hit 3K because they're going to easily pick up a kill onto you unless you have that frozen shelter to respond with. And already you can just see the damage that Shark's taking below half HP.
I do think things shift up a little bit once you get more abilities in lane and a little bit more farm, where you do get better scaling from the Kelvin Shiv in lane, like within lane phase. But this very early part, I mean, the pressure being put on by the Calico has been pretty tremendous here so far.
I mean, they're obviously gonna have way more sustain when we can get that level 2 grenade.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, tether hits, right. But doesn't net into anything for them. Headshot booster, extra spirit being picked up for together. Oh,
a little bit more poke on the Kelvin, and okay, this is again where the survivability lane starts coming into play, where you get points in the bloodletting. Saf though, Getting caught. Ivy, Abrams lane. You know, still something to be respected where if you're out of position, you get charged, you get hit with Ivy gun damage. It's not ultra pleasant, even though, you know, if you keep your distance, it's not as likely to get kills.
I think a lot of it also comes into the window because they use tether to get aggressive, and then had 9 seconds left on tether to actually stop any sort of engage coming through. This actually might be able to get a catch here. Fighting Word's going to connect, but the follow-up's not going to be there. He was just in the veil in time. Has no charge up for another 4 seconds. A good little bit of an escape there considering things have landed, and you can just see how much damage List has taken as List is going around the backside looking for the kill. Does have the shoulder charged up now. Going to go for the chase, and to say it should have been a kill, but he misses the second shot.
He needs one more, Jason, and it turns the corner. Oh, Listic deep diving, just so close yet so far. Invicta, you'd think would go back to base, but you know the aversion for going back to base and missing out on farm, it's pretty severe, and I wonder if it should be that severe given the farm change. You're not actually losing out much for team farm in this instance, but Lunch is just hanging back here with no HP, presumably waiting for a healing right. But also, Ivy going a little bit of exploratory mission there for Ivy, going, yeah, where is he? Where's Litz?
Well, one thing we can't forget about though, when we cast the VP before, as it looks like LB stuff going down, is that we've seen Zergy play at Ivy, yes. But it took a very long time for him to become a threat, a very long time. And I mean, Verse Pro, they do have a decent comp, I guess, to get to that point, especially if they feed over a lot of farm to Demov. But with like the hard engage out of Paravision, I don't know, with the kind of Death Volley comp they somewhat do have, I don't know if VP can last to that point, especially if they don't have like a decent start.
Right now, lane was VP. A little bit ahead, didn't spend a lot of time looking left. Now we're going to take a little bit of look on to the right. Swap though, coming on in. Tass in danger. Gillis on a bit of pressure, but being backed up by the Mirage, who takes down Demov, who might have wanted to get in there in the holiday, but some of the poke pressure coming on in. A little bit devastating. Where, by the way, you talk about like poke damage in a lane. It doesn't get too much better than the Mirage holiday.
That's very painful, man. I would not want to play against that. Together, going to be on his Death Slam with 3.7k. It's only Lit because he has to hit the 3k mark for Paravision. Once they have to be pushed out fairly early on, the dive going to be coming through. Death Slam it as well. You got to be careful not to get yourself into execute range. Shark down to 1 HP. And unfortunately for him, it's not going to be able to keep coming in time to save his life with the Frozen Shelter. And in the end, Paravision trade out 2 for 1.
We got explosions all around the map is what we got right now. But we're looking at the left lane. Guardian already down in favor of VP. Meanwhile, though, looking over here on Wolfie. It's going a little bit Arctic Team, able to back out. Deciding now to leave the lane. Middle lane, though, is still all sorts of gummed up. 4 members of Paravision. Usually don't see this many stacking the deck into middle this early. Of course, it is going to go back out the other way, but you know who's getting farmed right now, who is clearly, been told farm allocation? Zergy on the gun Ivy. It's just Zergy eating all the farm right now for VP in the left.
Trying to bypass the build-up time it takes for him to come online. I mean, it's just typical VP though. Zergy gets farmed on whatever hero he's going to be, whether it's Geist, whether it's Infernus, Seven, Wraith, whatever it might be. But with both teams grouping up in towards middle, I mean, you can hear the comms that Paravision know that Listic's going to be there hiding away. But both teams just keeping 3 players in middle, which obviously limits the farm they can get from there, but they're really concerned about any sort of ganks coming through with already the initial Guardian being taken by VP.
Yeah, 7 minutes in, we got this 1-3-2 split going on. And by the way, Warden, hot pursuit versus Zergy on the other end. No last stand used, but I think it does. Meanwhile, the middle lane exploding a little bit more. Taking a look at Listic. Locked on in, from over to the right.
Huge tether.
Middle lane, it's a lot of poking right now. No one in a full-on moment of death. But as I say, that charge comes on and doesn't get the stun. Doesn't collide with anything. Restus able to back out, but still is chased on down regardless. Running after. We got the Holiday coming back in though. Taz trying to even it up just a bit. They're able to take down Litz, which by the way sets up Litz for the execute on the assassinate. A little bit of bonus souls coming on in, but Shiv, Kelvin lane, inevitability, Jason on the right.
Well, especially if you're a lash lift alone, I think there's nothing you can do to stop that. He did have Death Slam up, but wasn't in a position to actually use it, and there's no way going to out damage the sustain they're going to have from that. As we did talk about, like Zergy from the left hand side is currently at 8k. Snap's going to be replicating that at 7, taking his side of the jungle. As you can see, Zergy doing a similar route. I think, you know, at least for, as you talk about like how hungry Paravidge are going to be with the heroes they need to farm up. I mean, together, I think he's going to feel the brunt of this. I think he's going to slowly and consistently fall behind unless we can force some of these fights and force some of these kills to come through. He's sitting in towards mid, looking for an opportunity to get a death slam.
We got rotation, potentially. D-Mob? No. It looked like D-Mob was about to go over to left, but you know, we got Saf going back to base. On the right-hand side, where Shiv Kelvin getting frisky with it again. Focusing now onto the Guardian. However, Shriek kind of low, and a little bit of icy medic work being done here. Rosen Shelter still in reserve here for Obikim. Over, gonna drop it, and now this is gonna be enough to save Shiv. Shiv right now trying to survive, drops the parry, still alive, heals all the way back up, all the healing for Obikim, doing some work. Safno, last stand, moving forward, forcing movement here out of VP. You guys see Wolfie coming in from the backhand side, looking to finish off anything that was gone weakened here by the Warden. Going deeper. Deeper is going Wolfie. Return the Shadow. But they have gone a little bit too deep here. And in fact, can't climb away. A deep dive with no result, Jason.
Maybe it's the miscommunication that he went so deep. Like his team didn't follow through. They were actually too low to go for that. Even though that VP had quite a few members on low HP. And they swap things around. So Zergy's going to rejoin the fight on the right-hand side. And Together has been put on the left-hand side to start catching up on farm because he was falling too far from the rest of his team. And last to be blocked up by the time wall. And Paravision even feeding over some farm to Litz. This is what kind of worries me because Zergy's on 10k. He's gotten pretty far ahead of the opponent so far on Paravision.
I mean, we'll just see if the bet on Gun IV pays off. I'm still a little bit skeptical, but we'll see. Meanwhile, here comes Listic, the pain train, over and in, and you know, doesn't really actually care about following up the kill. It's about the Guardian, Jason. Freaking Guardian. Gonna be going down.
May your blaze continue to strike.
Big flex slot open up for Virtus Pro here. They always seem to take these objectives so early on. Shiv, you're so low on health. Shark has the backup of Michaelis. Trying to get the distance away from it, but there's no way you're gonna get away from those shadows. He's gonna fall. Another kill coming through from VT as they look to put the pressure now onto the mid lane, focusing on this Guardian.
Still pretty big edge right now for VP, not only economy but also in Guardian pressure. And VP decides, hey, we got 2, why not go for 3? And this is brutal. Listic drops on down, does a little bit of cat smashing off there in the closet, gets beamed from the Guardian for good measure. But the real prize is not in the Calico, in the Guardian. 3 down now for VP, but at the same time, first Guardian being claimed by Paravision in on the left.
The Urn was picked up and turned in by Zergy over on the right-hand side. So now we see VP getting a sizable lead here, especially if they keep picking up kills like this. At the moment, with the way this game's going, ZP, it feels like game 1 and 2 never happened. Like VP are starting to get a massive lead, completely controlling things when it comes to objectives. They've completely wiped the floor with Paravision in kills.
Baby, you are a dear.
I think there's a few opportunities for getting back into it, and it kind of relies on the fact that some of the lead is Mirage at the moment, and I'm not talking about the hero. What I'm talking about is that I think VP, in trying to set up the end game, they're going to take some fights with only 5 and let Zergy farm. But if they don't execute on those fights properly, you very well could see Paravision come back on in, because VP wants to give the Ivy more time in the oven to, you know, really become a full end game carry at this point. And as a result, if Paravision does more death balling, like right now, look at Listic. Listic is just getting jumped. He's getting mugged in the streets of New York. Focus fire in on all ends. Listic, Rosen Shelter gonna come on down. Call the cops here, and the rest of VP come in. They prevent it. They take down together. The instant response quite good. Last stand coming on in now from Saf. Trying to weaken the thing. Just see shifting left, right. They're able to take down Obikim, but they don't get the prize, which was Listic, who was in their healing jungle farm.
The ZP First Pro are still pushing the right-hand side. They're still looking for some damage onto this Walker, and it looks like they might be able to get it here too. The troop wave will run out. Reinforcers are not going to be there just yet out of Paravision. They're leaving this up completely to Together to be the one to defend. It's going to fall, and even with kills, if Paravision have them, they're still going to lose out in this trade. It's still a 12k whole difference. Not to mention these flex spots completely overwhelming Paravision. First pro sitting on 2 with a 0.
Paravision, their window is definitely starting to close a little bit, but okay. That's Slam. Charging on in. His Lash. Looking for the Shiv. Has the advantage to an extent, but there's no killing blow. If there's killing blow, Lash would want to leave. This though, still doable. You're getting the assist from the Raj. You're chasing down. See where this goes. Sharik still trying to run. Sharik
Fine,
doing
so much
anything
time.
possible. Is he gonna go into one of the side corners? There he is, but here comes McKayless! McKayless with the save. The time on the stop. Okay, Sharik's still gonna die, but you turned it into a good trade nonetheless. Sharik did his job there, Jason, of dragging that one out.
He bought a ridiculous amount of time for those reinforcements to come through. Just like we saw with Listic taking away those center sacrifices, the backup, the cavalry was going to be there in time. And even though they did lose that on 1 in that previous exchange, they still steal away a lot from Paravision's side. We're up to 11k souls for VP now. Next turn spawning in 40 seconds, and I think this might be the pivotal point of the match. Paravision, you cannot afford to let it go, but you also can't afford to lose the fight. Maybe if you do plan to let VP get the turn in, you have to get some sort of objective off it. You need to look for that flex slot more importantly, because you're at 73,000 souls.
You know, Jason, PvP VE games have been a big thing now of late, and I didn't really realize Deadlock to be one. When you look at Zergy, he's been doing a whole lot of PvE for all right now, but getting farm in turn. However, quick little abduction here. Under the walker, smash. McKayless, though, gonna get saved again. Obakim, dear Lord. Obakim is just the savior over and over again. Fantastic frozen shelters. Stops it from being a pick-off from McKayless, even with the walker smash. And Paravision just struggling to secure pickoffs in large part because of this ridiculous play from McKelvin. However, all hands on deck on the chase down. They get on the Listic, they finish off D-Mov. Because, by the way, Zergy's not in these fights. Zergy is fighting the troopers. Zergy is dealing with the creeps. Zergy is doing a little bit of gambling. Zergy's playing a different game right now. Yes.
He's at 8. Looks like they're going on the charge here.
Here we go. He's on the charge, and let's see where this one goes. Right now, all Paravision close together. Get the warden jail out. But right now, maybe more of a disengage as the walker gonna go down and turn. As Zergy right now is just, I will stay in lane, I will farm, and continues to push left, right, and center up to 19k right now. And at some point, you know, maybe by the time that Zergy gets up to like 50 or 60,000 souls, we'll have a full 6v6 team fight. But the problem that you're seeing here from Paravision is that if you're not able to win fights while effectively one person is out just farming, you know, what's going to happen in this game, you know, hyperbole aside, when Zergy decides to start involving themselves in some of these fights, surely, Jason, it can't be great. But,
I just want to see it transition into items and transition into impact. Like, there is a world where you leave farming too much, but it seems like maybe left. But with the urn turning to be an inventory, like I don't see a chance for VP to actually get this.
clean pick here on the Shriek. No escape from that one, and no members of VP around. But while they do that, okay. You know, I think there's a world where Listic may have been able to run that in, but you don't have perfect vision. They don't know. And now, with one pick off, you see Zaf still getting caught. VP still able to work around Paravision coming in off the charge. 1 for 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Zergy is going to be playing in this team fight here with the urn. Oh no, don't tell me they're giving the urn to Zergy. No, they're going for the boss now. It's fine. But it still might be Zergy turning in. He is 3D Gargoyle. Here we go, though. This is going to be contested between both teams. Perhaps. Meanwhile, instead, just grabbed here by VP. Most of the fight going on top. Frozen Shelter. He dropped a little bit later on, and oh man, Paravision just not finding the right ways to engage at the moment, Jason.
I think the Frozen Shelter still ended up working out because it ends up hewing the people above them, end up locking. I think that was together. They get the 2 kills. They pick up the urn, and they should be able to push this in towards enemy territory to get not only the urn turn in, but also a mid lane walker too. They have about 20 on Zach, and then this is all going the way of Virtus Pro. That league, and it continued to expand here. And Zergy, he's back to the left lane to continue farming. He realizes he has to rejoin the fight, and Paravision are making the response from the right lane. They're looking for a kill over onto, I believe that's Ballistic. Yes, they get it, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get the Guardian over here, and all right, you've got a flex slot. But just process that. First flex slot for Paravision at 18.5 minutes into the game. That is how poorly the macro end has gone. And that's again with Zergy playing PvE for like 90% of the game. So the end game plan is so locked in right now for VP that, look, I mean, Paravision, short of tasks, really landing some great lasso picks and not them being trades in some way. I don't really know how Paravision gets back into this right now, Jason. However,
yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to like dragging the game out somewhat, but even then, Litz is so far behind on souls. Saf at 20k, I mean, he is like their saving grace, but I don't think he's going to have the damage he needs in these fights. He hasn't gotten far enough ahead, and I think Virtus Pro are just playing too well together as a team to allow that. And also the Paradox swap to come through to catch out onto task. The charge is not going to quite connect with the help of that warp stone. He does escape to live another day, but that was all too scary for him.
Would have been a massive pick. If you get tasked down, I mean, VP's already feeling reasonably safe right now with the lead they have in Rejuvenator, but the only major thing, yeah, I mean, Lash is a threat a little bit here and there, but you know, the main threat is task. So if you have task either lasso on cooldown or actually task dead, your ability to be even greedier in taking the jungle in this sort of situation, it just radically skyrockets.
Zergy's 10k ahead of Wolfie together. 12k ahead of Task, 14k ahead of Litz. Like this is ridiculous. Like no one should be able to stop him. And when Virtus Pro decide to pull him in to start the fight, how do you stop this man? He's got a massive front line with the Shiv, the Kelvin, the Geist, the Abrams. There's just no way you're gonna get to him unless you somehow catch with the lasso. But even if you do that, you're gonna get just completely walked over by the rest of Virtus Pro. I completely agree with you. Like Paravision, I don't really see an easy way for them to get back into this game.
You know, I guess the one saving grace, although it kind of pales in comparison to like how far Zergy has gone, is that, you know, Saf is reasonable build on Warden right now. I mean, 21k is enough to be a threat to most people in the game. It's not enough to dominate the game or bully it, but you know, an incredibly good last stand after a lasso and death slam. But you're kind of going the situations that's hard to pull VP into anyways. And speaking of last stand, Saf getting caught. Oh dear lord, the swap into the charge from Listic. Saf is down. No last stand could even be summoned. And now, one of your most farmed people for Paravision is gone. Death Slam comes in. There's follow through, and on the Death Slam, Vasto getting real low right after the Lash immediately dispatched. Together is down. And you gotta be talking Shrines and first stage Patron at this point. Is Obakim gonna drop the shelter, looking for another, sealing it off. Looking it over, no, not quite gonna get it. But, you know, as Calico's running away, we'll do some play at the Shrines, says VP.
Mosberger, he got the Urn turn in while all this was happening. Ends up using the airdrop to get in towards the fight. They don't have a minion wave here, so the backboard protection is in full effect. They have to shove this one up from the mid lane, which buys time for Snap to respawn. But with Task going down, if they continue to get catches like this, Paravision are gonna get snowballed against. You're gonna lose one Shrine at a minimum. And you're going to lose that first stage Patron now because they continue to get kills. Prestis follows Staff. You do have your last stand, but I don't see a world where you can fight 1v6. You're not nearly fed enough, especially when Zergy has 31,000 souls. And ZP, we might just be a few minutes away from Virtus Pro getting their victory, their birth into the grand finals here at the one-win Bombshell Vol.5.
It just keeps going deeper and deeper. Zergy is finally, the time for farming is over. The time for Machine Gun Ivy, bringer of damage, has arrived. First stage Patron going on down. At stake for VP, guaranteed $3,000 entry into the grand finals tomorrow. Paravision looking completely beaten and out of gas here. 40,000 souls separate the teams. And VP, they smell it, they want it, they're gonna get it. The Patron going down in style. Opium locks down with the prisoner, shelter to the side. And VP will be in the grand finals tomorrow and guaranteed no less than $3,000. A big win from VP and a big comeback, Jason, given that how the series started.
I look at this though, and I don't want people to, I mean, okay, I could be wrong on this, but I don't want people to be like, oh, Gun Ivy's OP. Like Zergy wasn't there for what, 3/4 of that match. He was off farming constantly. And then eventually he got mixed in once we started to see those final fights take place. But that was just the rest of Virtus Pro doing a phenomenal job. I think you have to give a lot of credit to Michaelis and Listic in particular. These paradoxical swaps landing straight into a shoulder charge punished Paravision time and time again. And as you pointed out before, ZP, Paravision, they had so many mouths to feed. Also, not to mention, like in this play in particular, the stall that Shark pulled off there, buying time for the rest of VP to rotate in to help him out, was so cool to see.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that point was made at the early, but it is a really good one to go back, is that there's something to be said for not stacking a team with a ton of very farm-sensitive heroes, and the reality is that you needed a lot of farm to be effective for Paravision, and you didn't have... You had like some mid-game power. You did have a Holiday. You did have a Lash, which, you know, helps and earn fights and all the rest. But the lane phase did not go particularly well for Paravision. They fell behind, and there's only so many people you can put in the recovery lane or farm lane to get back into the game. The rest of you have to fight, and VP effectively was able to win a lot of this 5v6 because, you know, look, Zergy was the backup plan and, you know, the finisher here at the end. But the reality is that Zergy wasn't fighting for a lot of this game. Like, we're gonna look at damage stats, and Zergy's damage is probably gonna be quite low, despite the impact there at the end. And yeah, you know, kind of expected. You know, it was going up towards the end, but most of it was just fighting NPCs.
Yeah, I mean, if we had, I guess if like, you know, minion damage was a thing, it would be quite high. I mean, it's actually Sapphire enough to have the most damage, but then again, padding a bit, a lot when it comes to Last Stand. I think, funny enough though, if you don't have Michaelis putting out the numbers he does in damage on Paradox, I don't think this game goes as cleanly to the way of VP. There's very few Paradoxes out there we look at and see consistently them putting up ridiculously high damage numbers. One of them is Michaelis, one of them is Tass, and one of them is Flick. And I think that's the only three in my mind that I can constantly think of as just having insane stats when it comes to their damage. If you miss out on that 17k damage, it's down to, let's say, like 12k or 11k or whatever it might be, VP don't snowball these fights. They don't win these fights so cleanly. So you really have to also give a lot of credit to him and the raw damage he pumps on a hero that's not meant to do an insane amount of damage.
Well, I'll also draw another comparison. Let's, you know, head-to-head Paradox versus Holiday. Guess what? Overall series score here, throw the teams away, just go by heroes. Paradox 3-0, Holiday 0-3. And I don't think that's as much as an indication of Holiday being worse than Paradox per se. But I think when you look at Tass's performance on Holiday, when you look at Michaelis' performance not on the Paradox, and then you look at Tass on the Paradox and Michaelis on the Paradox, there is a big difference in what those players do when they play their most comfortable hero. And I think from a comfort perspective, I actually think it was smarter if the teams had realized it, where I'm not even sure either team consciously realized it, but I think the Paradox was actually the better pick between the two. But we do have an interview here, Jason.
No,
it's an old friend. We've interviewed a lot over the last few months. That's right. For Virtus Pro, we got Listic with our winners interview. Listic, thank you for joining us here on the One Win Bombshell English broadcast. And you know, first and foremost, congrats on your win. I believe you're with us now.
You didn't hear me say no, not yet. I guess. You gotta be able to talk and listen a little bit, ZP. There, no. It's coming soon, though.
The production said that, like, they said yes. But we're
waiting. They didn't.
Okay,
yeah, we're waiting for him. He's going to be joining in though, and we will get to talk with him, luckily enough, and also talk about his drawing skills in Pictionary. But also, let's talk quickly about Obi-Kim. How many times did he come in and save Virtus Pro there on the Kelvin in that last match? I think, if anything, he deserves actually the MVP of just that last game alone. Yeah, I mean, we've seen various different forms of Kelvin play: good, bad, neutral. And that was definitely in the great category as far as it goes, where multiple times there were pickoffs that would have been good coming in from the Holiday play from Taz that just got completely denied by Frozen Shelter, right place, right time. Michaelis was getting saved a lot. And now the interview is ready, so no debate this time. We got Listic. We've had Listic on interview here so many times before, but Listic, first and foremost, I want to say congratulations on getting to the grand finals. The guaranteed $3,000, no matter how tomorrow goes. But, you know, it's been a learning process here in the patch, but it feels like, you know, for VP, the patch has been pretty good for you guys here so far. You know, what have been your biggest takeaways on what's important in this new era of Deadlock?
I think this patch, like, nailed it on the head, actually. There's a lot of focus on lane, but there's still, like, you know, the mid to late transition, which is, like, super important. So you can actually do after and, you know, whatever that comp you want. If you want some lanes and then, like, try and stumble on there, then you can. But if you want to play for late, it's still lanes, you can also do that. Very nice. Pretty good.
Well, obviously we couldn't really hear Listic on here. I'm gonna make the joke that it was just Listic transforming into a robot. He has replaced his internal organs to be more efficient, but we're gonna take a, look, I don't know what much we can do to fix it, Jason. Feel free to add a commentary, but aside from Listic joining the machines, what other insights do you have, Jason?
Okay, so I don't think there's going to be much because chat is also saying that apparently he's getting very laggy here. So maybe we can give you like one more chance, Listic, and we'll ask you a question if you can. Maybe talk us through that series up against Paravision, because that first map, it was like neck and neck the entire time, and obviously it came down to like the macro play and being such a strong part of your mechanics. But the lash play out of together, did that really like hinder you guys to go for like aggressive plays that you normally would have went for? Oh, no, I can't hear him at all.
The voice modulator broke.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I see. Okay, actually, you know what? I think we're gonna have to let you go, Listic, because I remember when we recorded Pictionary, you have some special settings on your microphone, and it's very robotic for us. But you know what? If you're happy about the win, how about you give us like a thumbs up? Yeah. Hey, he's happy about the win. He's really happy about the win. All right, so they're gonna be over into the finals, and hopefully we get to hear from you guys once again. Thank you so much, Listic. I mean, yeah, he's transformed into a robot that wins, and a robot that's going to be cashing in a relatively big check now, as they have secured a minimum of $3,000, like you said, ZP. And I mean, Virtus Pro looking like an insanely strong team. I think mentality-wise as well, being down 1-0 in the series, it was such a great turnaround for them to see them like come back into it and really come back to that third game even stronger.
I mean, it's what you expect of a champion team. Pure and simple, you don't win as much as VP has if you don't have resilience to come back in series, even when it doesn't start the way you want, even when things go against you, you make adaptations, you figure out how to break through and win. And at the end of it, VP made some enormous adaptations. They had great change-ups, a great play from places you don't always see. Again, I think you highlighting the Kelvin is a great example of just, would you have gone into it expecting Obikim's just gonna hit the not just good frozen shelters, but game-breaking frozen shelters that consistently? It's a possibility, and it ended up being the case here, Jason.
It did, and obviously we talked about Obikim so many times as being so great mechanically, but even see like his frozen shelter in mid pit, where he was covering the room above him with his dome to help heal up his teammates and lock down anyone Paravision there to secure the kills, was also like a really cool showing of like how smart he is as a player.
Yeah, and all in all, we saw experience really in play for both teams. And if that ends up being just a preview of the grand finals tomorrow, Jason, I truly would not be surprised. But we got treated to a full course meal here. Starting the day a little bit
again.
rough.
You're killing me, ZP. You're killing me every day. You're talking about food. I'm so hungry, man.
Look, it is not, I am not going to nerf my analogies because you have put yourself on a diet. That is on you completely, and you got to find other ways to satiate your appetite. That's all.
Hey, if I need to stand up right now and show you the results of that diet, I will, but I don't know if it's going to be allowed on stream. But we still have 2 more matches to come up today, ZP. We have our next match of 1 win up against Aegis Aurora. They've already traded 1-1 in the group stage, and winner of that goes on to play against Thanos, all leading into our finals tomorrow, where we have 2 matches left to come, a best of 3 into a best of 5 grand finals. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen, but we obviously have to wait till we get there.
Well, the wait will not be all that long, because guess what? We got told the teams are getting ready. It's going to be soon. Coming up next, the lower bracket, the fight to survive, to stay in the tournament and play tomorrow for your share of the $10,000 prize pool. It's going to be 1-win team taking on Aegis Aurora in the lower bracket. Another match you won't want to miss. We'll be back after a quick break. Okay, thank you so much.
And we are in the final stretch here of the first day of playoffs. My name is Tanner Metro. I am joined once again by Seymour, and we were just doing some subtle foreshadowing as that bumper was playing that Seymour and I would be taking you guys through the action. But Seymour, we kind of take a trip back in time-ish. We're kind of backpedaling in way of where we're at in this playoff bracket. We're jumping down to that elimination matchup between teams that have seen each other before, have traded with each other before, but I think it's going to be a different look this time around.
Yeah, this is a game that kind of goes all the way back to day one, especially when we're looking at those 4th and 5th place spots. We're going into an Aegis Aurora team and a 1-win team that kind of lost their identity going in towards this patch. 1-win especially was mostly surprising because of how good they looked previously, being one of the best teams in Europe, and they kind of get knocked down a few pegs. Paravision, VP, they start climbing. Thanos defeats them, and everybody's going crazy, saying it's the greatest movie they've ever watched back in tape number 2. But for both of these two teams, it's been a story of redemption, trying to figure out where they fit inside of this tournament and how they're going to make it happen. And we got glimpses of that yesterday, especially from this 1-win team taking down VP in a match to hand Virtus Pro, that 2nd place seed going into these playoffs. Obviously, VP, they've righted those wrongs. We just saw it. They look great. Paravision looked great as well. I'm not going to take away from them, but for this 1-win team, I think going into this series especially, this is an important part for the history that they have and seeing if they can finally right what's been going wrong through this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they were at the top of the hill, the king of the hill for so long in this region, and then we plop down we kind of say, okay, 1-win has that hill. Let's go ahead and put a tournament on top of it. And now that hill turns into this 1-win bombshell tournament where it's like, okay, home team, home grounds, they're at the top. We expect a lot from them. And then expectations weren't really met. And through interviews, we figured out that identity has been, an issue. I think everybody's kind of figuring it out still. We even see it in like later Abrams picks making their ways on through. It's like, oh, okay, Abrams is playable here. This is a good pick here. A lot of, I don't want to call it experimentation, but it is like high risk experimentation because just like Xenon said, right, we're not taking it easy and we're not just going out there and playing whatever. Like we did think the McGinnis was going to do well, but we just didn't know until after we played it.
It's like we promise that we're not like just throwing these ones away and just trying these for the sake of it. Like there is strategy, there is plan behind what we are doing, and yeah, going into this one, I imagine that it's going to look even more reinforced for both sides, because even switching things over to the perspective of Aegis Aurora, this is a squad that has been around for a very long time in competitive deadlock and kind of like sticking through those highs and those lows. They came into this one, they looked good against 1-win in that day one, taking away that game. For example, that McGinnis just doesn't work, and they take advantage of that. They don't just throw away that opportunity. But then throughout the tournament, you started to see like the hardships building up and the process building up, and then you lose Fremont, and then you bring in a substitute, and then the next day you have another substitute. And it seems like so far with Rayek in the mix that they've actually figured out, okay, this is what we're going to be sticking by. This is where we're kind of building into what is next for ourselves. And it's gotten better for this team slowly but surely. And securing that 5th place spot gives them that chance to show that, this is where they belong. This is their chance to rise within this Bombshell tournament. And I'm excited to see how further they can push some of these top teams. If you come out here for Aegis Aurora, you take out 1-win, eliminate them from this tournament. That is the rise of potentially a new team here in the competitive European deadlock scene, which is exciting to say the least.
Yeah, and what a fall it would be. A rise for Aegis Aurora and a fall for 1-win to get knocked out of the money, by the way. This right here is an important money match. 4th, 5th, whoever wins this one has claimed a little bit of stake to the prize pool that is ahead of them. Also, whoever wins this one is going to be taking on that Thanos team, which will hopefully be back to full force with Lomain back in. I do want to talk about the Aegis Aurora and what their roster has kind of done, because we've seen throughout the tournament, we've had a couple of teams plagued with roster changes because of whatever the situation may be, whether somebody's not available during the week or somebody might still be sleeping, whatever the reason is. Roster moves have equaled losses, especially when it's somebody just filling in kind of last minute and you're trying to make it work. Now for Aegis Aurora, their roster swaps. We saw it was Fremok and then Arian played, and then Rayek has been playing for the last couple of days, and they started to find success. So fortunately, although a roster change from where they started on the week, it's not going to feel as foreign because Rayek's been in there to have some reps and get some wins with his squad, which is exciting.
Yeah, and he's been good on the Vindicta too. I would say like it's not even just like at Ray starting to find his piece in this puzzle that is Aegis Aurora. It kind of like goes deeper than that. Within Wizaster playing really well with the Mo and Krill pick versus Atlas yesterday, and then you look at Saint kind of finding to be that big kind of tanky carry like we've been seeing from like Lady Geist or from Mirages in the past games for a lot of these teams, just farming that solo lane, getting tanky, and then being an issue for anybody that you're playing up against. And then you put Bandwise into a situation where it's like you want to give Bandwise the Warden because he's looked great on the Warden, or you can see him go over to really, I'd say, reinforce Saint in terms of playing like the Lady Geist or the Mirage at the same time. And it's a very, very good dynamic going on with this Aegis Aurora team, especially when you have Rayek just freely getting these Vindictas and then able to play behind, follow up on that damage, get assassinates, and lead your team into, I'd say, number advantages for a lot of these team fights that have been going on. Because like when you go into teams like Virtus Pro or Paravision, where you see how patient they can be with these earned fights, like not giving up mistakes, not giving up free kills in those important moments, you have to look towards those playmakers and people who are able to shift those team fights, CC somebody and have that follow-up that's going to nuke one of the heroes out of the fights. Because you see the top teams are starting to understand when we're going for those earned fights, we don't just want to play in the open. We want to hold the earn back in our side, wait for that chance to go push it in and secure it. And we can wait as long as we have an advantage, as long as possible. It is a very patient deadlock meta that we're in, and I think teams are starting to understand it.
Wow, and look at where we start. We jump into our draft. Aegis Aurora going to be on the Amber Hand. So first ban, Sinclair. Mo and Krill banned away by 1 win. And I was wondering, because you mentioned it, right? Was Zastra on the Mo and Krill. Well, Zanya also played arguably one of the best Mo and Krills that we saw. And it was just happened yesterday. I think Zanya kind of got plagued by the being stuck in Mo and Krill jail, and it eventually came back to bite him. I thought that would be more contested, but no, they banned it away and they look to find some more power picks.
Yeah.
It is looking like Saint is going to get that Mirage. So 2 huge pickups in way of playmakers, and then getting Saint on something comfortable in the Mirage. It looks pretty good for Aegis Aurora to get started.
And then you have both the Paradox and the Holiday too as like 2 big playmaker heroes for this Aegis Aurora team. 1 winner going to steal away the Kelvin, which we saw OB and how big the dome was for a lot of those saving plays. They also get the Grey Talon and Yamato, which is incredible burst power for a lot of those team fights, just able to catch somebody out of the open and blow them up. And now I'm kind of looking towards this 1-win team going into the second phase of bans and picks. Is that, where do you go to set up people like a Grey Talon or a Yamato? We've been seeing a lot of Lash now finding wins. We've been seeing Bebop into a lot of these team compositions. The Lady Geist is a great pick as well, just in case you want to have more frontline power. And that Soul Exchange too, to tee up some early kills inside of the laning phase. They get the Ivy ban though for 1 win, which is something that we've seen a lot from Neon Primer, is that if Neon Primer's not playing the Kelvin, usually he goes over to either the Viscous or the Ivy. So you get rid of Ivy, which, I mean, we just saw Zergy put on a performance with that gun Ivy, so why even let it be a thing? But Aegis Aurora gonna elect to take out the Shiv on the other side.
Well, that's such an interesting ban for me, because it does feel like they're just saying, well, we don't respect Neon Primer's Viscous, right? Because Viscous is still available. So if you are looking to target Neon's pool, then you're kind of setting them up for success. Vindicta is also still available, which, I mean, it feels like pretty important.
I could see them going towards the, like, okay, I was gonna say like Abrams, Warden, Vindicta are things that like Aegis Aurora are gonna be having their eyes on, because like you were saying, where like Zanya's been playing a lot of Mo and Krill, when Wizaster's not, he's also been playing a lot of Abrams too. And, you know, if you get both the Abrams and the Vindicta together, that has been a successful lane comp for those early fight phases, especially when you can get a stake into a shoulder charge into the assassinate later on. And, you know, especially when we just saw literally Listic and Mikhail S playing that, you know, Abrams and the Paradox, and the way that they were able to handle those team fights with those big shoulder charges, even being a player down with Zergy solo laning over towards the left side. So Abrams is a big pick for Aegis Aurora, especially considering they've been playing it very often. But do they pair it up with the Vindicta is kind of what I'm wondering. And in my mind, that's where this is going.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't, unless... Okay, yeah, there it is, locked in. I'd say unless you feel like you don't want to take too much away from your Mirage, and as much as that stake is going to do work in locking somebody down and helping you pick them off, you also have the Holiday and Paradox. So I could see a world where they didn't go for it. And I mean, the Vindicta being this far, like, they could have even probably saved it till last pick, because I don't think OneWin would have wanted to pick that up either. But Aegis Aurora in the hands of the Vindicta here, so we'll see what they look to round the composition out with. There's still a possibility of, you know, maybe another something in the front line, that Viscous for Neon Primer. I mean, other than the Viscous, I don't really know what Neon would be playing here. Maybe they try and throw a Lash into the mix just to get some extra oomph behind their ability to just get somebody out of position, because Aegis Aurora, I mean, they literally monopolized all of that, right? The Mo and Crow got banned. I guess the Bebop's still in the mix. We'll see if OneWin opt into the Bebop with...
I think that's exactly where you go, especially considering that, like, you don't really have any true lockdown at the moment.
Yeah.
Aside from that Frozen Shelter, you know, the Guided Owl is good, but we've seen in the past that it's just not good enough in comparison to, like, the Lasso or the Paradoxical Swap or even the Shoulder Charge at this point. Aegis Aurora have everything, and with the Vindicta in the air, you need something to humble it. And, you know, just like the Lash, like what we saw before from Paravision, is that this Bebop is going to be living rent-free in the head of a lot of these Aegis Aurora players in where they want to stand on the map, especially if that cooldown, and they know that that cooldown is there. So I'd like to see OneWin kind of move in towards this last pick. I think you can use that extra little bit. It's definitely shown to be a solid pickup for comps, and I think it could be a little bit of a, I'd say, accent on this team. So I wouldn't hate to see that for the last one, but they're going to go for the Pocket, which again, teams have been loving the Pocket. I don't think we saw it really a lot yesterday, but we'll see if it works out for OneWin this time.
Well, so now when I look at the Bebop and I see the Grey Talon, Overseas has played both of those heroes incredibly. We've also seen that just because you pick the OP doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win, right? We saw some players unfortunately fall short on the Grey Talon. So I'm really interested to see where exactly these land, because either of them in the hands of Overseas feel great.
Yeah, well, I imagine
the other one in somebody else's hands, who knows how that feels.
I'd imagine we've been going for like a flammable Calvin, ABL, and the Yamato Overseas on the Bebop most likely. You put Empty Dreams towards this Pocket, and everything's kind of filling out for this roster. With Aegis Aurora, it is pretty straightforward where they're going. And the one thing that worries me is that we've seen Wizaster play this Paradox a lot in comparison, and it hasn't been good for Aegis Aurora. In fact, it's been almost a weakness for them that other teams have been able to expose. So just like what we saw out of Paravision and VP, where Mikhail S was really struggling to farm up, if you see something like that out of Wizaster again on this Paradox, it's been a very consistent thing for teams. When you have a very key component for your team starting to lose out on farm and lose out on that, like, scaling, it's where the whole team struggles in whole. And I think for Aegis Aurora, fortunately enough, they've kind of buffed things out with the Warden and the Abrams for a lot of these setups for the team fights, but it's still something that is in my mind that I'm worried about.
Yeah, it is a worry-free Warden, right? With Sinclair being banned away right off the rip. I don't want to say that was foreshadowing that they'd want to go towards the Warden, but it makes that pick always possible. And it's very comfortable for Bandwise, assuming that it is going to be Bandwise rocking that one. It just makes sense, right? And in a series where The last time these two teams played, Bandwise got to go crazy on the Warden in both games. It's also an elimination game, right? Get on something comfortable if you can.
It's a money game too. Like not this game in general, but like the series in whole. Like you're not in the money right now. Like you win this, you go into that $500 spot, possibly playing for $1,500 as a team. Those are some major paydays. Like you're tripling your money every win that you get right now.
And you have to assume Thanos looking at this one and kind of eyeballing the draft, seeing where everything lies, because they're the next team, right? They're waiting in the wings to see who takes this series. Coming into this, 8-6 was the scoreline throughout the groups for one win, 7-7 for Aegis Aurora. So neck and neck, but they share the same scoreline against each other and other teams throughout, right? Both of these teams come into the playoffs 2-6 against all of the teams in the playoffs. So this right here feels like, just looking at numbers and not thinking about, you know, One Win's history, Aegis Aurora's history, their history together, you would think this is about to be the most even matchup and quite possibly a series that takes us to a game 3. I would love to know, did we have Kelvin's win rate? Because we know that Lady Geist the other day was at like 74%. Kelvin feels like the team that grabs Kelvin is probably set to win. It just looks so good. It makes everybody on your team look that much better in really whatever it is that you're trying to do. It helps lock people down once they've been pulled in. It helps lock people down when your Yamato wants to go deep on somebody. It keeps your team alive. It saves fights around the mid boss like we just saw in the last series. I feel like that flammable Kelvin pickup, and really the Kelvin, just for anybody now in the playoffs, means a whole lot towards winning.
Well, I don't think it's been like the key sole factor for a lot of wins. We've seen Kelvin lose quite often so far across these 5 days of play, but it definitely feels like it is a very constant for team compositions to look a little bit better, especially when the one who plays it, like Obikin in the game before, was able to just constantly save teammates. But here we get the early hook in for this Paradox Holiday duel up against the Grey Talon Bebop. This is going to be a fun one. This is a matchup that we've been seeing a lot, and it hasn't really ever been one-sided. It has gone very much the way of whoever really turns up in this moment. This could be a contested mid fight.
Yeah, a really solid mid lane between like the Bebop and the Grey Talon. Once you have ultimate, your Grey Talon can start assisting these side lanes with that guided owl. The Bebop is also such a fun character to have in the mid lane, because if you win this lane, you just allow your Bebop to go wreak havoc elsewhere. It's ABL, by the way, on the Grey Talon, which is kind of against what he has been playing. He's been playing a little, you know, of the a little more beefy boys. But he's going to be playing kind of a backseat role and taking to the skies on the Grey Talon. Meanwhile, we jump out to the left and to the right. Picking up the Abrams and the Warden means you just have options to pair with your Vindicta. So Warden, Vindicta out towards the right, and then Abrams Mirage. Now, Mirage, Tornado, probably an escape tool a lot of the time, but if you do knock somebody up in a tornado, that sets up your Abrams beautifully to go ahead and find that shoulder charge and get some extra damage.
And it's not going to really be that, you know, Vindicta Abrams lane that we've seen so often. Instead, you know, putting the Abrams on the other side, it just seems like you're trying to complement areas where you can see issues come into effect, especially if you're getting like this Vindicta damage on top of the last stand for a Warden. And eventually just leave Bandwise there alone, allow Rayek to start to move across lanes after the laning phase is over. A lot of freedom over here for Aegis Aurora to work with, but so far forced under Guardian. You can see a little bit of a weird dichotomy from lane to lane, where you can see that Aegis Aurora winning to the left side, very contested through mid, and then losing on the right side. This is leading me to kind of believe that with the way that everything's been separated in the laning process, that we're in for a good game.
And measured is the word that I would use here in this one. Nobody trying to give up too much because of what is on the line. The matches that we saw earlier in the day were not as high stakes as this one. This off the rip elimination, that's it. You don't get another chance. Where Canos, who falls into lowers, gets another chance later, and then Paravision also going to receive another chance while Virtus Pro waits in the grand final.
The charge hits nothing.
Yeah, hits nothing, does a little bit of zoning, but then look at the damage, right? The health on the way out for Neon Primer. That was very high risk for zero reward.
Yeah, it's like you get the base gun damage from pocket onto a target like Abrams, where it's really not that easy to miss. Or it's really not hard to hit your shots against him, and then you pair it with the Crimson Slash from Zanya, and that's gonna make it hard for Neon Primer if you are missing these shoulder charges. But struggles here for Aegis Aurora, I'd say, in the outside lanes. One win, starting to find some flow state for this laning process. You can even see ABL, he's gonna go up top. This could be a solid shot if you can hit it onto Sanya's sniper. The bounce pad's gonna get you to safety. Hook onto Wizaster though, and the melee from ABL is gonna find this one, and you're farmed up enough. You got the guided owl. Time to take flight to the side lane.
Headed way outright, looking for some low HP in that direction. Bandwise low, but not low enough for the execute. And ABL's role there, right? Doing so much damage is they are going to get something back. Fortunately, Neon Primer able to make good on that kill on Zanya. The Yamato narrowly behind, but falling behind, we know that that pick has a really hard time getting back into the game as Bandwise hangs out for a little too long, and one win. Starting to find themselves minor leads around the map.
And you know, the Tales of Overseas Bebop, man, it is, I'd say, like, right alongside how much hype we've been giving Hoot, too.
Yeah.
In terms of, I don't think he's missed a single hook so far in this lane. And you can see it's really reflecting in ABL, just 3.8K, Overseas 3.7K. Still a couple players falling behind in terms of farming for Aegis Aurora, and it's really Wizaster and Sanya Sniper here, the Holiday and the Paradox, which is worrisome because, like, we know how this story goes. If these two heroes in general aren't able to farm up and stay in a little bit of a contest in terms of the scaling, it is going to be tough eventually to engage with those lockdown tools, and this is big for one win if they can snowball this.
The difference between Overseas Bebop and everybody else is maybe something extra here. ABL on the hunt while Overseas just looks to push the Guardian. Sanya Sniper's back in the mix, but can't quite find anything. I thought maybe ABL put himself in a bad spot chasing, but the difference between every other Bebop and Overseas Bebop is Overseas, I'm never gonna be able to get it out, Seymour. I'm never gonna be able to get it out. Zanya finding a way back into the lane. Overseas Bebop will 100 to 0 you late in the game. Every other Bebop that we've seen has really just played around the team. There, got it out. Go guiding owl.
Oh, it's gonna take a second round around, and oh, Saint. ABL just waiting for the right time to eliminate that Mirage. Yeah, I mean, Overseas has been good. We were getting that out of Hoot too, so it's like, this is what I'm saying, like the two of them just really accentuate the power of this Bebop right now. Wizaster's gonna go deep for this one. He's got the bomb down. He's actually gonna get the paradoxical swap inside. Time wall for the alley. See if he can block off a couple of these members. Isolate one win, but it doesn't really work. Wizaster uses all that, goes in, taking damage for not really a lot of value, but it is going to allow for Reg to get some damage down onto this Guardian. Finally, it's going to go down, so ABL finishes that one off. And Wizaster ends up falling. Even still, it's not enough.
Overseas is just a bully. That's what we expected though, right? Win mid lane, send your Bebop to just go wreak havoc, and it pays off. And Xenon did a good job baiting the paradox and just baiting that lane back in. Had the swap the entire time, so jumps back in, allows
think
for
the
the rest
Affliction
of the team
missed.
to kind of clean up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, smart from Saint to use the tornado to avoid affliction, but can you avoid a guided owl after that, though, is the question. One Win are playing really well. This is the one win I think that we have been expecting in terms of team coordination. Very quick rotations, very layered CC. And you can see that Aegis Aurora struggling to really combat from these early losses that they're taking within these lanes, and still yet to do any damage on that middle Guardian. They're putting so much focus over towards this right side, but they're not able to get through this Lady Geist, Kelvin, and Bebop.
Okay, that was a little goofy. Zanya got jumped. There was no way out of that one. Got parried and then just double beat down. But that's like the only positive thing right now for Aegis Aurora, right? They get that kill. Like you mentioned, they're still struggling to get some of these objectives, and now locked inside the frozen shelter with Xenon and Flammable is arguably one of the worst spots to be in. Saint is able to use that tornado out to safety, and it's difficult to chase that one, although Xenon will try before giving that one up. And I mean, we're just gonna go right back to it. A little more emphasis though, 4 players out this way, as Flammable no longer has the ultimate. Could get lassoed or swapped at any moment.
You need stuff like that.
Yeah, there's some punish finally from Aegis Aurora.
Yeah, this is kind of like the making of what you want if you're Aegis Aurora, especially if you're punishing somebody like Flammable on this Kelvin. Opens up for you to move to different targets, but Zanya Sniper getting pressured out here by Zanya. Wazaster is going to fall. And good trades for 1 win. Just to maintain wave control. Lane to lane into each side. 2 Guardians to 0 so far. And within this 10 minutes, you can start to see a couple of these members of 1 win starting to group towards one half of the map. You can look towards an urn fight again, like we've been seeing so often, that this initial urn fight might be contested by Aegis, but at the same time, I think it could be a good time for Aegis to start finishing up some of these Guardians that they've been looking for.
Bandwise goes down before the last stand. Could even be a last stand. Affliction gonna help with the kill onto Disaster once more. And I think 1 win, they understood the assignment, right? You talked about Disaster's paradox and where it's been a little unpalatable. They ban away the Mo and Krill and put Disaster on that pick, and they've just been able to punish it. The mid lane did not go well for Disaster and Zanya, and then even in the side lanes, right? Disaster still getting caught out. Saint will also fall victim to this 1 win squad. ABL gonna just add to the stats. No.
And look at the way that kind of like,
Neon does
oh
find
boy,
the Dicta, but
even still, yeah, doesn't matter. The macro from 1 win is fantastic, and considering that, you know, you go for this urn play, but you're still not really giving anything up to Aegis Aurora. They're gonna make the full rotation in to see if they can play some defense and at least stall out this wave control into the last remaining Guardian for their side. It's also going to delay Flammable in pushing this urn all the way through. Just going to hold on to it for now. And this is what Aegis kind of need. Moments like this, although it's not really turning into anything elsewhere. They did get that Guardian towards the right side, and they're holding on to the one as well as not giving up this urn.
yeah, finding those 2 kills is big because 1 win are very clearly running that urn. So you pick up those 2 kills, and that makes a fight around this turn and a little less
they're still
desirable.
going.
Now they're back at it, and this is not favorable for 1 win. 1 win seemingly just forcing this a little too much.
ABL is going to fall here. Empty Dreams maybe looking to follow up with whatever was able to get going, but there's nothing. Well, you saw Saint goes down into that solo lane towards the far left, and it's actually Zanya's going to go over there to double up, and it's going to force Bandwise to match that. As you can see, Neon Primer is going to leave as well, and suddenly this is going to equalize things over towards the side of the urn, allow maybe Flammable to sneak this urn.
pressure that was put on the left side of the map that you called out really lightened things up here for the turn-in. So Stanya going to be the only person over
gotta
here.
go
They've
fast.
dealt with the threat of let's deal with this walker, but in doing so, they do give up that urn.
And again, that's a solid trade, though, for one win. Yes, you lose a couple of players. Maybe you give up this Guardian, but you're showing that they're really dissecting the momentum of Aegis Aurora and forcing them to react to whatever play and whatever rhythm that this one-win team wants to set. So big plays there shows that they're really in control of this match. And with 13 minutes in, you're still at just a minor lead for one win, but it's slowly gaining its ground. Damage over towards the left walker. It seems like you almost were able to take it down, but they're not trying to give up any of these kills there. Saint's going to peel back, walk through this jungle. And we can see that this one-win team, and I don't know if you're kind of noticing either, but it looks a lot more respected. It looks a lot more thorough.
It does feel a little more methodical. Hopefully you can't hear my dog banging around his toy at the bottom of my chair. It does feel a little more methodical. It feels like I had just mentioned they're really trying to force this urn. I think what they were setting up, Aegis Aurora didn't bite on yet, right? They're pushing towards the urn to either pull people away from the walker and then pushing towards the walker to hopefully get people to fall off of the urn. And eventually that came to fruition, right? We saw the outline of it. I judged the outline, and then they started coloring it in, and I was like, oh, right, that makes more sense. And then, like you mentioned, they do come out on top in that trade. Glad to give up a couple of kills, a couple of deaths to be able to secure that urn, especially depending on who you're getting it on, right? As the game goes on, the more urns you're getting, the more AP somebody specifically is getting, obviously on top of the soul. So if they're giving that over to the Kelvin, he's going to have a little more ump behind his abilities. That healing's going to be a little bit better. That Arctic Beam is going to slow people down a little bit more. Also, is he starting a frozen path, or is that just an action shot of him leaping off of the sidewalk?
It's cool. I will say that.
It is cool.
It is cool. It's cinematic. Such as just every single view that we do get of this city. I know we keep talking about it too, but like, gotta show some love to one win and everything that they've put together for this tournament. This is great content for Deadlock. Even at a grassroots level, you can see that the competition is here. The bar keeps on rising. Things keep on changing. And to see everything just nurtured in a facet of a tournament like this, where even you get some teams for, DFN, it's great to see a lot of these top teams play against each other. But it's even, I'd say, greater when we get to see some of the teams that are still figuring things out, test if they have what it takes, to topple some of these top squads that we do have in Europe. And I like when we get really fleshed out tournaments like this that take time. You learn from day to day, and you kind of continue to make steps, leaps, bounds towards getting better as a full squad. And not only that, like the package they put together in this, mod pack to give themselves advertisements without the game. Like, this is the full view of what could be competitive Deadlock at the top level. And it's great.
It's also setting a fun precedent. Let's see if we can't get through a conversation here without some action. Guardian goes down. That's the third Guardian to fall. Bandwise also goes down. And a reminder, right? Bandwise on the Warden. We would love to see him, if you're an Aegis Aurora enjoyer, in a side lane getting farmed up to be able to deal damage. But that is just not the case. One win. Keeping the pressure on. Rayek will also fall right behind it, and that could mean bad things for the walker in that right lane. Response happening elsewhere, though, and that will be a flex slot opened up for Aegis Aurora, but
that's two walkers going down, maybe. They got to react to mid fast. They can't let this one go down. You can see a flank coming out from Sanya's sniper, but from the safety of this building, maybe you get out here if you're Sanya. You're going to avoid getting binded with the shadow transformation, but look how fast your health goes down. So solid from Bandwise to make sure that this walker isn't gone just yet, but losing out on that right side. Again, as with One Win staying ahead of this fight. And you can see a couple of these members from One Win still lurking in and around for the routes that they're taking outside of the jungle. See if they can steal anything from Aegis before they fully disengage.
And although they don't get that walker, they have pushed this encroachment line a little bit further in those side lanes, and the center sacrifices are being taken, right? The only camps that are really left up is a really deep tier 2 Denizen camp, and then the tier 3 Denizen camps, which if One Win catch you on a tier 3 Denizen camp,
They might be able to jump on you there, yeah.
Yeah, that's the 7th man for the
Well,
team.
here we get a little bit of a group up, so it's still One Win fighting for this urn, trying to keep some pressure and wave control. Fortunately enough for Aegis Aurora, they do have wave control over to the right side, so they can hop on this zip line, but they're getting forced away by this forward aggression out of ABL and overseas. So One Win go, they collect the urn. Zanya's going to pull things back, and it is going to be an offensive urn for One Win to try to push into the side of Aegis Aurora.
ABL take to the skies. Okay, Neon Primer tried to match him, but gets cut down before he can make his entrance. And are they rotating, or are they taking the urn here to get this mid boss? 5 players are still alive from Aegis Aurora. I think 2 were spotted in that far right side lane, though. So because of that, One Winner saying, let's burn this thing down.
It's a good mid-boss call, especially considering you have that urn, so no real potential trades at the moment for Aegis Aurora, and they're going to go for possibly a Hail Mary over towards the outer lanes, especially this walker into the right side. You see the Guided Owl already there. TP from the lady guy. Xenon's going to try to put a halt to this one with some wave clear and pressure. Aegis Aurora have to be careful not to bite more than they can chew, because you might lose Walker and the urn at this point.
Yeah, and that was played very well. Aegis Aurora looking for a response. Zanya's just not the guy. Continues to try to be that on the Yamato, but
Urn's running away too, so
consistently dying.
I think Aegis Aurora at least doing good to not allow a snowball happen, but you get caught out here if you're Neon Primer. This could be a mid take on the walker, as there's gonna be 4 people here from One Win.
Yeah, Zanya scoops one up, but immediately has to get out of dodge. They have held on to the walker. They've also stalled the urn. Xenon under pressure, able to hit that swap on the Saint, and Saint standing here like, I wasn't even doing nothing. Fortunately, they turn that one around. The walker falls in the mid lane. Now all 3 walkers under pressure.
Saint goes down anyways.
Yeah, the Guided Owl is just way too strong, man.
Yeah, ABL 21k souls. Not topping off this One Win team. Empty Dreams is going to take that mantle. But for Aegis Aurora, no matter which way you spin it, you're down 88k souls to 120k for One Win. All they have to do is walk you down. And it's like dominoes at this point. You are toppling. All 3 walkers gone. You still have Rejuvenator on 3 members of One Win. You could push into taking a couple of these base Guardians, but Rake is going to be the target. Big grapple.
That needs to be fixed, man.
From
that
Zanya.
needs to be fixed.
Look, Rake just accepts his death at that point. It's like, you know what? If you could grapple me from Timbuktu, you deserve it.
To be a powerful ally.
That needs to be fixed. That should not be allowed. That is not okay for Yamato to be able to do that.
Like I'm watching Attack on Titan every single time I'm watching Zanya.
Seriously. Yeah, all the way to the top. That Levi Ackerman coming through from Zanya. And if you thought you had to worry about the Bebop, like, no, you have to worry about the Yamato, who's gonna hook after you, stay up in the air with the power slash, and then ult up in the air to stay up in the air, and then the abilities are gonna be off cooldown. You're gonna get power slashed again, and it's like the Yamato can fly, but doesn't have flight. It just doesn't feel fair, man. It just doesn't feel fair. And the Yamato's behind. I mean, Rayek is also behind, but
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't matter at this point. It's like even in that moment, even if it wasn't Zanya, like you had 3 more players walking in on that. Zanya had all the support you needed to walk into these fights. I don't really see a way back right now from Aegis Aurora. One win very securely in the driver's seat of this game. Another pause coming out from Saint, possibly some issues on their side on what to deal with. But
I don't know if they're allowed to take the tactical pause. It better be a mouse issue or something.
That's what I mean. It's probably like a technical issue. I can't imagine at this point it's gonna happen twice for these guys, but figuring it out as soon as possible. And yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a generational fumble from OneWin at this point, especially the way that they've been playing. You haven't really seen players just dying for free, aside from the one time that we saw Sonya Sniper get the lasso.
The Veil Walker Bebop.
He's fast, boy.
Is that what that was? Overseas rocking the Veil Walker. ABL just jumping into the middle of 3, is able to sneak away with the rain of arrows. That's a huge back.
Oh, the decay.
1,000 souls down. So yeah, big kill onto ABL.
Ern's gonna be grabbed and on the run. Look what they're doing too. They're just leaving Xenon alone at 26k on this lady, guys. That's gonna be an issue eventually. Just aura farming on the right side of the map. A chase is on for this Ern. You can see that Aegis Aurora understands. It's like, okay, we don't have a generally straight line on how we want to get back into this game, but we have to make sure that we're getting these Erns, that we're getting anything that is available. And a few kills onto OneWin puts them in around a 40-second respawn timer. ABL is going to be back in a few seconds, but they had a chance there to try to take down Zanya. They missed that chance. Now they're going to have to play defense on this Ern secure.
See, like, are we seeing anybody do damage like that on Bebop? I swear it's only Overseas. Like, Hoot has been playing good, but Overseas is 100 to 0ing people.
I'm telling you. Don't doubt Hoot.
That's insane. It's also... We haven't even give love to Empty Dreams, who's played the pocket a handful of times now, and it's looked good just about every single time. Barrage goes through, both front to try and slow things down, but it's all just zoning to back everyone away from the shrine. Was Aster and Sonya gonna do their due diligence to stay alive? Ideally, Sonya is able to sneak away, tried to get away from that hook and does so successfully, but not Sonya. Instead, Wazaster will trade his life for the Sheriff, sacrifice his life for Pakistan there, and then now the Patrons resets, and with that one win, I mean, it's a matter of time, right? We're either going to wait until the next bridge buffs in the urn to draw you out because you have to stop us, or we are quite literally just going to walk in with a 44,000 soul lead and just team fight in your base and win.
$157k to 112.
Bring your enemies low.
23 minutes in, another Temple Guardian possibly spawning here for OneWin to further put the knife in the back of this Aegis Aurora team.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you coming in? You get the lasso, you have the Binding Word, and possibly the last stand. Good shoulder charge here could be a steal, so they're going to go for it.
Yeah, Overseas staying on the outside, though. Looking to zone them off of this one. Overseas goes down.
Deflection is
Ball on the
blocked.
back end. They hop off the boss. It's still doing damage to one win. So it's the 7th man here for Aegis Aurora, but it doesn't matter. They bait them in and cut them down. Sonya escaped with just a sliver of life, and Saint with no tornado has no room to stand. He will fall, and it goes back to the base. Sonya, Rayek, the only two that stand. And you know what? Let's get the tries. This is what we came for. Let's go ahead and grab it. And the end of the game could quite possibly be right around the corner. The death timers aren't the longest here, 24 minutes into the game. So maybe one win. Won't look to just siege right away, but let's be honest, they could if they wanted to.
Yeah, they're going to be looking towards it. Just waiting up on a couple of these troopers to follow through with this Rejuvenator buff. Aegis Roar going to step into one last stand, but good movement out of ABL to escape that paradoxical swap to safety. Base boss is going down, and now for the guided owl in. Sonya sniper down. Affliction deep through the lines of Aegis. This is it.
Just no breathing room. Smothered from the beginning. That mid lane pressure from Overseas and ABL that eventually became side lane pressure from Overseas and ABL, between the Bebop leaving and the guided owl cleaning things up. One win will grab the first of what could be 3 maps in this best of 3 series. But they had to make a statement against this Aegis Aurora squad that's stolen away from them before, and they had to make a statement as the home team here in the 1-win Bombshell. And statement made in game 1.
Yeah, big statement made there from 1-win. It's kind of what we're looking for too from this team. Is just like, you've had some struggles going through the entirety of this tournament. You button yourself up, you get it done, and going through it, you want to beat the bricks out of Aegis Aurora at this time to kind of show it's like, nah, we still can play for that top 3. There is still a little bit of a gap here for this 1-win team. And it kind of looked like that just through and through from start to finish. The laning phase was solid. They were able to work their combinations into early picks, which led to the Guardians. You know, a little bit of a struggle through mid at first, but then you saw that the Grey Talon Bebop was an issue. ABL soloed that Guardian towards the end. It allowed Overseas to get that early rotation over towards the side lane to play some defense on a Guardian of your own. They held on to them for so long. And then out of the laning phase, you just saw so many times where the urn was I'd say moved around very soundly, in a sense of like, you saw that Aegis were split pushing effectively and safely. It forced some reactions out of Aegis Aurora, and then you go in for the urn returns, and you just are chipping into a lead that is really hard to come back from for Aegis. And they were attempting some really bold plays, which you really need to at a certain point of deadlock. And I thought at the one where they were actually hunting down Sonya with the urn, that this is maybe a moment where they can come back, but it wasn't. And I think 1-win at a certain point in time were just a little bit too big for Aegis Aurora to step up to. I mean, it just in this one alone, when we're looking at these highlights, like 28k on your Lady Geist. That's 10k souls ahead of your 2 biggest players on Aegis Aurora. And Xenon was able to solo that left side of the map for majority of this whole game 1.
Yeah, I mean, even, you know, at this point in the game, right, the Kelvin has more souls than your most fed. The Yamato eventually gets more souls. And Sonya was single-handedly trying to give Aegis Aurora a way back into this game. Sonya got picked off a couple more times probably than he should have. Just being a little too far behind on that Lady Geist, not a Lady Geist, excuse me, on the Yamato, being at a point where that Shadow Transformation isn't a for sure get-out-of-jail-free card. But then eventually, you know, the game just gets too out of hand. 60,000 souls, no matter where they're at or where they're allocated on the team, is kind of a nail in the coffin. I think that's an issue that we've seen just kind of throughout Deadlock, is it can be relatively difficult to come back from games, especially if you're not able to fight for every single urn. And ABL rocking the Grey Talon says, we got the OP, give me the OP. And he made it look OP. 9-5, 19, yeah, 34,000 damage. No healing, but that's okay. We're not worried about that.
I will say, we've seen people who have struggled to play Grey Talon in the past 5 days. Yeah. Not ABL here. at 34,000 player damage. You barely got 20,000 across everybody else in the lobby. It's Empty Dreams was still 12k under that, and you're not even the highest farmed. Like, if that doesn't show that Great Talent needs to be an initial ban if you're playing up against somebody like OneWin or even Paravision, get rid of the Great Talent is all I'm saying, Tanner, because it is such a good pick and it is so strong no matter where you are in terms of game states. So that's probably something that you're thinking about now going into game number 2. If you're Aegis Aurora, just kind of looking back into how everything went. Rayek had a great game. I mean, 7 kills on the Vindicta. We were seeing some good assassinates. We were seeing some good pressure, especially in the lane phase, but you never truly saw any of the lockdown that came out from, I mean, you had Abrams, you had Paradox, and you saw Holiday, and I think I can count on one hand how many times I actually saw a shoulder charge hit, a lasso hit, and a swap hit. Like, it was very, very coordinated from OneWin in the sense of they weren't giving anything up, they weren't overreaching in a lot of these fights, and they were acknowledging when those cooldowns were here, and you know, they go in and they approach these fights in a very mannered way that they don't have to force any of these cooldowns, or they don't have to worry about any of these cooldowns whatsoever. And a lot of that comes down to, you know, overseas landing these hooks onto major players. Like, there was a ton of times in the laning phase that you actually saw overseas grabbing both the Holiday and the Paradox, and they started off slow. They started off really slow, Metro, and I think that is probably one of the biggest keys for overseas there, is that, like, they really made it hard for the Holiday and the Paradox to scale.
And so I'm perplexed. We're going to jump into this next draft, and we're going to see if if somebody can help unscramble my brain in this one. Neon could play the Viscus, played the Abrams, and just never really got going. And Neon is so good on the Viscus. So we jump into it. Some respect towards the Kelvin. Obviously, targeting was Aster in that Mo and Krill. Don't even want to take it for themselves. They're okay to give it up. And now we look at similarities in our draft, right? Great Talent back over towards OneWin. Flexible, could go anywhere. They do pair it with the Vindicta this time around. So Rayek has been playing Vindicta for all of the games that they've played, I think. So another kind of target pick, target ban to steal that away. And for Aegis Aurora, they've got to show us something different with this Paradox Holiday. Maybe not laning it together as well. You know, having a mid lane. Mid lane has kind of been the powerhouse lane, whether it be, you know, Yamato and Bebops, or Bebop Great Talent, Lady Geist Ivy, Lady Geist Mirage. We've seen a lot of that. And it just doesn't stand up if you're playing that Holiday Paradox.
Yeah, I don't think it's like totally an issue if you pair them together, Tanner, but it's like, it's one of those situations where if you're going to be playing up against overseas and he's going to get this Bebop, you have to be really aware when that Bebop has hooks and to not allow yourself to get hooked as many times as they did, which is easier said than done, especially against a Bebop that really knows what they're doing. But when you're playing at the top level of Deadlock, it's just something you have to maintain and you have to be aware of in that sense. Always keep it in the back of your minds. And they're going to go for the Abrams ban, the second for Aegis Aurora. So they kind of recognize the Great Talent Vindicta right away. They're like, okay, let's take away something that can really accent those two picks. Lash ban from OneWin is an interesting one for sure. But on top of having like all that lockdown for Aegis Aurora, maybe one thing that they can recognize, and it's something that we actually saw from Together when he was playing the Lash, is just how much peel Lash can give, which is really weird to think about, because every single time we bring up Lash in a conversation, it's always like, yeah, Lash is going to be the one to engage these fights. You go in, you death slam, pull somebody out, but instead it's like almost reactionary in the sense of, okay, let's just wait till they push us, and then we'll death slam them off the backline. It gives them a little bit extra time for that backline to provide some more damage towards this. But OneWin, they get the Bebop again for overseas. They get the Calico, and Aegis Aurora going for Wraith Pocket?
I'm wondering if the Wraith pick is for Rayek, with the Vindicta being gone. Sonya could go off of the Holiday and onto the Pocket, quite possibly. We saw Sonya Sniper playing a strong Pocket in the group stages. But yeah, this is relatively perplexing. You are really hoping to be able to pick somebody off, if not multiple people, and blow them up right away, because you're picking a relatively fragile
I was gonna
team,
say, like,
right?
you get hooked,
Very
you're dead.
frontlineless. Yeah.
You like one good charge shot from APL on this Great Talon, it's cooked.
Yeah.
Even like an essence bomb, like you're gonna be feeling so tanky walking around on this Lady Geist pick. My question is, it's just like you get Xenon on the Sinclair too, so you have telekinesis you could grab, you have lasso you can grab in the swap. I don't really understand like what's going on here with the Wraith pocket towards the end. This is a very, very fragile composition from Aegis Aurora. That's a good way to put it. And like, I think OneWin are gonna be so happy with the way that this draft turns out.
Yeah, Aegis Aurora really have to come out of the gate swinging, right? They have to get ahead to where the beef doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter how strong your front line is if you're just running through what OneWin have to offer. There is no Ivy pickup here, no Ivy ban, right? They banned away the Kelvin, so I'm wondering where Flammable goes. Sometimes we've seen the pseudo support players pick up the Vindicta. You know, you're just tossing out stakes and trying to do damage and just supplementing the squad. We've also seen pseudo supports play the Sinclair, which, you know, if Xenon is on that Lady Guys, could mean a flammable Sinclair. If Xenon is on the Sinclair, then you're looking at a very scary Sinclair, because that's going to be a problem. But there's definitely options for this OneWin squad. They're showing a bit of their flexibility early. They're also showing, I don't want to say they're showing their hand, but they're showing a very versatile draft on a very long tournament run, right? We're here at the start and they have to get through Aegis Aurora still. They have to play Thanos next. They'll then have to play VP, and they're either making a huge flex and saying, look how wide our pools are, or they're maybe showing a little too much in what they're looking to do in the draft against this Aegis Aurora squad that they just put hands on. So it is going to be Sonya Sniper on that pocket. It is going to be paired with Zaster, I believe, on the Paradox. This mid lane looking a little different for the side of Aegis Aurora. Meanwhile, it looks the same for OneWin.
Yeah, pretty much the same. And you're hoping that this does not fall into the same rhythm that it did back in game number 1. One thing that's going to be on your mind is avoiding this overseas hook, but it's a good bomb onto ABL. It's going to allow him to just go forward in this fight. Big sign that says, get off me right now. And
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a lot of people that play Deadlock, Tanner, that's you hear the beeping from the Bebop bomb, and it's like solid PTSD.
Yes, yeah, just get away from it. Where is it? I hear it. I gotta go. I don't want to deal with it.
But then Aegis Aurora, it is so important. It's like, it's almost crucial that you just don't get steamrolled through this laning phase.
There is no mercy.
But it's like so many people are sitting at that table. I don't know if there's going to be enough food to feed them all.
That's a very good point as well. Yeah, where are you investing your souls if you're Aegis Aurora? And what does that look like? It does look like they're getting a little pressure out towards that right lane, which I would argue having if you could open up a side lane, that feels great to be able to put somebody solo in a side lane. When you put somebody solo in a mid lane, you can barely leave your Guardian, right? Because if you stick your neck out too far, then you've got both side lanes to worry about, getting ganked. So if they could get that right lane opened up between Neon and Saint, it would mean great things here. Neon showing some of the prowess on the Amatos. Say, you know what? I'm tired of seeing everybody pop off on this hero. Now it's my turn.
Yeah, I'm tired of being stuck in support jail.
Yeah.
Come on, Captain. I'm a peacock. I want to fly.
Exactly.
Got a knockdown there, too, onto Zanya for a second. Tried to go up to the ropes, but
I see the enemy.
providing a lot of pressure early on here. is Aegis Aurora, which is kind of what we're looking towards for them to be able to do. And so far, the farming isn't out of hand. Everybody is pretty even across for each of their lane counterparts. This is a weird one from Disaster. He is getting so aggro on the right side. Just an off angle that's going to leave yourself isolated if you're Sonya Sniper. So it's a smart play to just get out of there with the cloak. But now it's Disaster that's overextended.
And really trying to get that kill onto ABL as well. That's one too, after losing lane last game, coming back to it this one, you're trying to find these small victories and then it escapes you, and it can be so soul crushing. They have forced ABL out of lane, however, and I believe that's a healing right that's helping top him off. Meanwhile, Saint playing the Wraith here, maybe looking for some lifesteal on the denizens there, but has to use the project mind out to safety. So this right lane that I was putting so much pressure on one win is now being forced onto the back heel.
Really chaotic mess going on over towards this left lane. And inside the avenue, both teams are able to handshake their way out of that fight. So switching process over towards Neon Primer, who has been at the forefront of the battle lines in the right side of the map for so long. He's actually going to be caught out. Good telekinesis. Sonya gets caught in the footsteps. And there's where we see the Wraith come into play, is that telekinesis is able to just drop them on their heads on a dive moment. Zanya gets caught there. This is a thin line that each team is walking.
A small victory there. ABL is healing right, gets canceled. Flammable hanging out for a little longer in hopes that he would get the assassinate and find Saint, but he dies for it. Neon comes up with a huge kill. Ultimate used just to sneak away and survive. But right back to the aggression here in the right lane for Aegis Aurora.
Who doesn't love a surprise?
This has been a lot more of a tempered game. Just all things taking into account, Overseas and APL have barely been able to put down anything in this mid lane, where last game it was just non-stop hooks from Overseas. Aegis Aurora doing a lot better at maintaining the space without overcommitting and allowing that to happen. Neon Primer looking for a little bit of revenge here. But this is a very fun game to watch so far. This battle is non-stop.
Yeah, well, I think Aegis Aurora, in this lane specifically, they know they have to get a win somewhere, right? So they put together this strong lane in the Yamato Wraith, where the Wraith can just keep peppering and then get out of dodge if they ever need to. And look at that, a kill in the mid lane for Sonya. So now they're alleviating some of this pressure in the middle of the map. Was after and getting a little crazy. It looked like the swap went off, but unfortunately goes wide. So ABL sticks around, has the guided owl. They really want to try and back him off, especially now that Overseas is here, and Zanya's also made their way over. So a 3v3 in the mid lane. Hyper Beam gonna go off first. Neon Primer matched by Zanya here in this rotate over towards that mid lane. Finally, the ult will subside, and Zanya
the whole from the veil.
I can get out from the hut, but a huge pickup there. Zanya nowhere to go. Overseas returns from the base and punishes the attempt at a 3v3 in the mid lane.
Because you're getting pressured by a third player too, there's just no time to allow for that bomb to be timed, in a sense that that satchel is going to be able to avoid it exploding. Chase now into Empty Dreams. Lasso is here, but do you even need to drag the Lady Geist away? You do not even want to walk in there, because Xenon, not far away, is going to be able to provide some support for Empty Dreams to get away. As we're 7.5 minutes in, we've still really yet to see anything threatening towards any objectives. Both teams really even right now in this pick, and I was really worried about Aegis Aurora possibly falling behind, and then you could see a snowball start to form for one win like we got in game number 1, especially with how fragile these heroes are. But just as a whole, individuals, like the individuals, are playing a really good game right now.
Yeah, it's got Shouts to Neon Primer. I'm going to say it again. From pseudo support jail now to this Yamato. I mean, it's really looking like... Okay, I thought that punch hit the minion through the wall, but it was a different trooper that died, that gave souls. I was incredibly confused there for a second, but going from pseudo support to now this Yamato and trying to find an aggressive and winning lane. Telekinesis isn't available. Shadow Transformation is, however, and I'm speaking it into existence now. Neon Primer, I'm sorry that I have cast or cursed you to quite possibly die because I've spoken your name too much.
And here's where the issue comes through, where we've been seeing it oftentimes with Paravision and Virtus Pro mostly, but you look at these top teams and you can understand that as a whole, their understanding of the macro for this game is a lot better. So you're doing good in the laning phase of your Aegis Aurora, but if you do start to crumble and you start to fall behind, that's when you have to recognize and start playing towards these objectives and not allow these Guardians to go down so quickly. We see that one win gaining a little ground here as they stack the right side. They're going to be pressuring out the Guardian.
Yeah, and they're seeing it just as well as we are, right? It's Wraith Yamato lane putting pressure in the right side. They leave Empty Dreams on an island and say, hey, you hang on to this for a second. I'm going to see if I can go help out elsewhere. And then they force that right lane all the way under, and all the work that Neon and Satan have done doesn't get erased because the Walker is still half health, sure, but so much damage was just dealt to theirs that if they make a mistake in this 2v2, it's gonna look poor on them. They're gonna lose their Walker, their Guardian, excuse me, because of it. And speaking of, one Guardian already going down, that falling on the right side. So
did he just wrap the owl around the top of a roof? A pillar?
I missed it because I was looking at the mini-map.
ABL might be the best when it comes to guiding this owl through the map. Very, very controlling in this sense. Big one-on-one here for the Guardian as it's going to be Saint being able to answer back with a little bit of a trade for objective. Now starting to put down the pressure. Aegis Aurora kicking things off with opening up these lanes. As you can see, the urn is being ran by Flammable. Not a position to secure it though at the moment, and they have to understand that if they do run this urn, they're going to give up this middle Guardian. So you're going to put it down if you're Flammable and see if you can play some defense.
Yeah, one would try to make plays around the map, but soloing lanes this early with Guardians up ends up coming back to bite them in the butt. So Aegis Aurora find themselves just shy of a 10,000 soul lead and a flex slot now to play with. That lead is definitely going to be felt. As Guardian falls on the opposite side, one win are able to get one back, and that urn still moving its way left.
Yeah, this is where we can see it.
It's not giving that one up.
Oh, big hook. Now you're in deep, but the Guardian goes down, so not enough to really secure that kill. And you can see the urn is moving towards the right side. Saint's the only one here, and you can see quickly members of Aegis Aurora are looking to see if they can get here in time. Guided Owl. It's the assassinate. Rake's gonna be caught, and the urn is in.
They slam that one home, but the fight's not done just yet. Sonya able to get one back on the outside, overseas, playing overlooking the squad Hyper Beam, making sure nobody can exit down these stairs.
It's a different game.
And all still cooking though, all the way through half health. Shadow Transformation finally used so Neon can stay and fight, but he can't quite find a target. Up top he'll go, and I don't know if that's the bebop that you want. You found yourself a robot, but you might be the one leaving in pieces. So the dust settles. All said and done, the urn was secured, and that 10,000 soul lead, because of that urn, was cut down to 2 for one win.
And just look at the kind of way that one win are approaching a lot of these team fights. In that process where they're holding on to that middle Guardian, holding on to the urn, forcing the attention of Aegis Aurora to contest that battle. You walk up the left side, you get that Guardian, and the trade being you get an urn and a Guardian for giving up that last mid Guardian. So it's a way back into it for one win, a way to keep this game in contest. As we can see that Aegis Aurora with this pick composition are starting to find some solid kills in these solo moments. And a lot more impact there from Rick, hitting the lassos and isolating
Let's go for a little stroll.
some of these players from 1win. So at the moment where it stands, it is about a 5k soul lead for Aegis Aurora, and they have 3 Guardians. But both teams have that first flex slot open, so 1win are knocking on the doors and finding their way back into this game.
Let's go green. And the one thing we haven't quite seen from Aegis Aurora in knocking down that front line of a defense is taking away everything from these alleyways, right? Still a couple of center sacrifices up, still a couple of two camps. And obviously that's really the only way for 1win to find their way back in, unless overseas can work with ABL to hopefully find a pick somewhere on the map. We're nearing that next urn, the next bridge buff. Speaking of picks, Disaster finds himself in a tough spot. Healing Nova used to try and stay alive. A couple of charge shots later. Not dead just yet, but ABL, he's been good. The pilot here with a cursed apple, but he can't find Disaster. No target found.
No, sir. Some good movement. Aegis Aurora not giving anything up here with this advantage. And it is weird. I mean, this is weird that you're getting it to work, but this really kind of plays into what we see for a lot of teams, like playing towards your strengths rather than playing to what is better on a sheet of paper. As Overseas going to miss the hook. He's going to get lassoed back. Let's go for a ride, Bebop. And is there follow-up? There will be, but Sanya Sniper's going to go down. ABL's going to take to the skies in. Good disarm onto Rayek as well. So the Holiday's going to have to respect this one back down. Shadow transformation now.
And Neon gets something back for the squad. Actually makes it favorable for the team with Flammable going down there. Doesn't have the ultimate to survive this time, and a couple of healthy members from 1win will help to secure another. Nice life swap with Aster up in the front lines against the Lady Geist. Empty Dream able to help supplement another kill. A really awkward fight. The way that skirmish across the map started was Overseas getting caught out mid with the bridge buffs coming up in 20 seconds or so, right? A lot of the times we see teams start to set up and be in place to either get those buffs or try and deny those buffs. And instead, Overseas kind of tried to choose a fight. That is not okay.
It's like Angelina Jolie in Wanted. It just curves it around the wall.
That is not okay.
Fortunately enough, ABL is able to just take some flight away. Oh, that's a tough one for Sanya Sniper. No satchel is going to get you away from that position, especially with 4 people around you. Urn's picked up by Aegis Aurora. And look, this soul lead is dead even on both sides, 16 minutes in. So this next Urn fight is going to be important.
I don't know if it'll be much of a fight without Xenon. Finds a parry. He's 60 health. He's 60 health. Surely
yeah, but
he dies here. He's 40 health because he just took 16 more. Okay, they share the parries, but it's a trade nonetheless. The Urn now to be secure. No, the guided owl stops that one from happening. So the Urn falls, not quite.
Oh, this is a good defense.
Just yet. Neon wants it.
No way.
Zanya now gonna try. He goes in shadow transformation to keep him alive. Has the healing Nova to help out as well. Out comes the telekinesis to try and slow down the damage from ABL. How about the execution as Rayek picks that one up, and this Holiday wants some more. Doesn't quite. Oh, he does have the lasso. Uses it here on the Bebop, who pops the bomb on himself, but it doesn't matter. And the health bars from 1win, they're just too high. The Urn gets put in. Finally, 1win starting to find wins in the fight. And they've got themselves a soul lead on top of it all. 1K the difference after that fight around the Urn.
And look at the wave control on every single lane. 1win have troopers shoved. So now off of this could be a real turning point in the matchup where you've opened up that third Guardian. You're pushing into walkers now. And Aegis Aurora are going to have to scramble off the respawn to see if they can defend these objectives, which they will be able to safely hold these walkers without any real damage and come to that. But 1win for what seems like the first time in a while have gained a lead in souls with such a fragile line kind of separating these two teams on who is going to be truly the leader out of that laning phase. It is close. And I thought for a second that you grab the lasso onto Overseas, drag him into Sonya Sniper's Affliction. I thought that was it for one win. With how much sustain you get between Zanya and Empty Dreams, they're able to still secure that urn.
And you don't want to get caught out. Now is a bad time to give back this lead that you just secured for yourself, that you've been fighting for quite some time. And as I say that, Flammable, it's taken down from downtown courtesy of the telekinesis. Mid boss available, but more importantly, a bunch of camps on the map to be taken away from one win now that they're a player down.
I feel like this is like, for the first time in 20 minutes, I actually get to sit, look, and breathe. I said it's just been electric out the gates for this game number 2. Aegis Aurora can really feel the tension and the pressure of playing as good as they possibly can to force this game 3. So they also understand that if you go down here and you give an opportunity for one win to get this Rejuvenator, that is really going to skew things out of their favor. So big lasso here onto ABL. It doesn't look like he has an escape either, so he's going to need some assistance in it.
He is dancing around in the sky. No rug to cut. Instead, sends out the chemtrails, unfortunately, to no avail. That's also a big ultimate down as the lasso lands for a kill, and the hook goes wide. So they fight here for the buffs. Neon Primer going to die for it. So 40 seconds on the Yamato, 25 on the Grey Talon. Urn has spawned, one more buff to go. And one win are posturing right on top of this urn just to take it away.
Yeah, and they're going to get it. You see over towards the right lane, Xenon's gonna have his hands full with Saint playing on this Wraith, and as fast as Wraith is able to shoot this gun, can you delete this Walker in time to maybe halt this urn being rushed in? And Xenon's doing his best to at least try to temper this Wraith long enough for the help to arrive. The Amber Walker is gonna stay intact. And they're gonna work this lane even further up towards the right half, but Aegis Aurora doing a good job at trying to see if they can find advantages elsewhere. Zanya's gonna be in trouble. Return to Shadows. You gotta be careful here not to chase this, because again, you're fighting with the idea of if you get caught out here chasing these kills, one win still can walk over, secure this urn, and then go mid-boss, or just forget about the urn and just get the Rejuvenator.
Oh, man. Take a fight with Lady Geist, and you will soon meet your fate. Essence Bomb goes down and just delete Disaster. Gets one back to Malice to help that one. Zanya will collect both of those kills, and Rayek's been so good on the holiday in finding these lassos. Speaking of, no lasso to
Oh, you
play
get this kill, you go
here.
mid-boss.
Yeah, this would be big, but ABL's got to find it. Too many nooks and crannies, though, and maybe sneaking away. Was lasso just used from Rayek on somebody else? No, not used. Still available. Telekinesis used, however. And speaking of lasso, how about a robot arm? As Sonya Sniper could not quite get
Oh,
away
here, look at
from
this.
that one.
Aegis Aurora walking up the right side of the map. They were trying to see if they can sneak this Walker. Instead, Zanya is able to hold that lane long enough for that fight through mid to finish up, and they turn around, they kill those players walked up from Aegis. No backdoor on the Walker, and you can reap the rewards here. I think this is a good time to go for the Walker, for the mid boss.
And was Aster trying to stall this one out? Tornado available, lasso and swap available. And they do pick up that Walker. So no telekinesis, no Wraith in the fight just yet. Pain going to be working his way across the map.
Yeah, I think getting that Walker alone has forced them off of this mid boss. So not just yet, says Saints. And there's the power of the Wraith coming in hand. But look, they are overwhelmed and overextended. Everybody is chasing this Paradox Wraith.
And sadly for the Paradox, their escape isn't as assured. Swap through the wall was Aster will eventually go down. Project Mine will make sure that Saint gets away. So pick up at the end of the day, right? They trade a death. They pick themselves up a Walker. That means another flex slot for the squad. One more flex slot than One Win will have for themselves. They also stop the mid boss.
I was gonna say that is great macro because you stop the mid boss. You've shoved both outer lanes and you pull them away from that mid boss, Tanner.
And now mid boss might be back on the menu for One Win. They can find a couple more kills here. Neon Primer duking it out with the Lady Geist. Shadow transformation used, honestly, to no avail. Just up top towards the Great Talon ABL. Finds the execute on that one, and
now you get the mid boss.
Only delayed the inevitable. Yep, right back to the booger goes One Win.
Saya Sniper mixed with Rayek in a 2-on-1 to see if you can take another Walker down here. This would be not a terrible trade to find, but have to face Xenon first, and they haven't gotten this Walker whatsoever, so they're going to go back in, destroy the Walker, but mid boss is going to be taken, and you can see that the rest of the players from One Win just going to go through. They stole the mid boss. What?
They stole it. Bandwise went in. It must have been a tornado, and they stole it away.
All my eyes were just focused on getting a trade there. Bandwise did the impossible.
Oh my God. What a way to lose the wind in your sails. Yeah, I think a keyboard might be broken after that one.
This game has been peak between the two of them in terms of like Aegis Aurora. They come in with such an unorthodox composition from what we've seen in the past 5 days of action here in the One Win Bombshell Volume 5, where everything has like kind of focused away from these pick compositions into some sort of pseudo tanky brawl. You want to outlast your opponent's builds, and they go back into what they play better, and they're making it work here. And not only that, where Bandwise has been the star of the show from day one, playing this Warden, he steals the limelight again with a steal onto the Rejuvenator. I can't believe this. Aegis Aurora still behind in terms of souls, but that right there is going to breathe some life into pushing these lanes and pushing this lead.
And they can afford to be a little silly because they won't be off the map for that long. Now, being silly does mean you might lose the urn here. One would have that in possession, but it's Overseas who has it. So there's no Bebop, Beam, or Hook, or Bomb to worry about right now. So they're going to take this fight in between middle and right lanes here. This middle Walker trying to supplement some of the damage. ABL sending shots from the bottom, and Sonya manages to sneak away low HP. Not Sonya, excuse me. Sonya, not Sonya. Tongue twister there between these two players. The Saint also goes down, and you know what? Seymour, even with the Rejuvenator, those are some pretty long death times.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, like, this is, I think Aegis Aurora riding a high off of stealing that Rejuvenator. And you still have more to worry about. You're trying to take this urn away. One when they want it. They want it bad. And they are hunting him to the ends of the earth to try to see if he can get this urn back and try to get something going. But look at the lanes here still with this Rejuvenator. I want to put some focus on over towards the right side. You have buffed out troopers breaking into these base guardians.
Yeah, Aegis Aurora can just look to stall here. It looks like One Win finally understanding the wave state of the game, and that if they lose too much right here, yes, absolutely. It isn't just going to be the Walker that falls there. It could be the base guardians as well as a shrine to follow. So flex slots aplenty. Sonya caught in the mix once more, and it's not
Oh, the
Sonya
telekinesis.
who's caught. It's Empty Dreams who gets caught, picked up, slammed down. Saint gonna look to follow its rank to do it with the crack shot. One headshot will do. The urn is still being flirted with, and One Win are trying to grab it.
Shadow transformation.
Let it go.
Into the paradoxical swap. Xenon surrounded, and Sonya outlasts them all. Urn's gonna get returned. Aegis Aurora weather the storm. The Rejuvenator is gone, but the damage has been done. And you can see that the Soul Elite is gonna swap in favor of Aegis Aurora. They're back ahead of One Win. All three walkers are down, and now it looks like they want some guardians.
The last line of defense before the patron falls on one side. Mid and right lane guardians still stand here at the base. ABL ripped out of the sky off of a good swap. Aegis Aurora looking for an angle to really open things up, and there it is. Another flex slot open, so items aplenty to come on through. Looking to get active is Zanya, though. ABL still dead. Saint now gone as Zanya jumps into the shadows and wants to try and find some more. Bandwise uses that teleport to try and sneak away from the rest of the crew, but he is left all on his lonesome. So they get one back for two. Their base has been cracked open, and now One Win, they're left reeling in it, right?
Not
What
terrible,
can we
though.
get here?
I will say, for One Win, they're able to still hold on to that tier 1 patron. So it's not totally cooked just yet. And you look at the lead in Souls, it's just the difference being are those last two flex slots that Aegis Aurora are now going to have. So you're trying to hunt some of these players down, see if you can find some of these exits while they're trying to escape this one, forcing the shadow transformation of Neon Primer. Can they break through? They can. Now into the walkers. This is crucial for One Win. If they want this game back, they need to find these objectives inside of any state of advantage that they have. And with only 2 players left for Aegis Aurora in this time, this is a perfect chance for you to take a walker. Add to that flex slot. You open up another one. Aegis Aurora with these last 2 players are going to try to keep some wave control over towards mid and left, and that's going to force One Win away from their base. But in this moment, I think One Win have stated that they are not done just yet for this. But Aegis Aurora have set the win condition. If they can win this urn fight upcoming, they can win the game. Send us to a game 3.
The battle for the bridge buffs have felt so half-hearted from One Win, right? We just, like, earlier we saw Overseas fighting before they even spawned, not even for the bridge buff. And then Zanya kind of just jumps up to it and then realizes, oh man, I'm in the middle of 3 members. I have to get out of here. Makes it out successfully, but there's no setup behind grabbing those buffs. Both of them go the way of Aegis Aurora. You're already down in souls. You're down in 2 flex slots. Surely you don't get to just walk this one home.
No, and like, look at this from Aegis Aurora too. I mean, you have Sonya Sniper starting to get ahead with this pocket pick. Bandwise 33k on the Mirage. You're really looking towards Empty Dreams to be that difference with 36k on the Lady Geist. She's the first to go down.
Played so well by Bandwise. Stayed away from the swap, was out of range. One Win still looking to fight forward. However, okay, shots in the back. Xenon, you gotta get out of dodge, man. Bandwise is sending down the damage. And that Jin Mark's gonna pop them open. Urn still available. Everybody but Xenon gone. Mid boss just respawned as well. I mean, the map belongs to Aegis Aurora right now.
Rabbit Hex and the TP. Xenon's not gonna go down, but they're gonna go for the patron. Screw the mid boss. You can end this. It's gonna be close. One Win might have a chance to fight. Xenon's gonna have to go monumental to stall things out.
I mean, yeah, full focus on the patron here. Aegis Aurora inside the pit will deal with the defenders who tried to make one last stand. But Aegis Aurora will make that stand themselves. They pick up a map and send us to a game 3.
Yeah, it is incredible that they're able to pull that off. Everything pointed away from the norm that we've been seeing all week long in terms of kind of going away from these pick compositions, going away from these squishy heroes that are going to be so tanky and need to farm up to kind of get things going. But from the laning phase into the macro into just looking a whole lot more comfortable inside of game number 2, Aegis Aurora, they put it together. They get it done. And I was worried about, who do you farm up? Who do you really put all the focus on to get that happen or to get that going? And really across the board, everybody was sharing the love. And you had some great macro moments when you had earn runs going. You were looking at players from Aegis Aurora to move down the left side, see if you can steal a walker. And when you're going for the mid boss at one point, if you're one win, then you see the overextension again. The 2v1 versus Xenon, it puts some pressure onto one win on not dedicating the whole team into securing that mid boss. And Bandwise steals the Rejuvenator. Name a better duo, Tanner, than one win and having Rejuves being stolen, because it's happened one too many times this week.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, if I had to, I would say a close second is Doug and Skeeter from the show Doug. But yeah, one win do it to themselves. And you can't even blame them because they're picking rejuves that makes sense, right? 4 players are dead. Maybe one just came up and is coming out of the base. You're not expecting them. It's just been these miracle plays where I mean, I
wouldn't even
guess you
say it's
can't.
like a miracle play. I'd say it's more of just like a miscommunication and lapse of judgment of what's possible in that moment.
Yeah.
And you just forget who's around you. You don't really track these players, and you're focused on something that's not there. And all of a sudden, you're knocked up by the tornado, and that Rejuvenator's on the other team. And it's just, for one win. And yesterday the other day we were talking to Xenon, and he's saying that they've kind of been struggling at wrapping their heads around this patch and, where everything goes. It also seems like they're really struggling to actually isolate where to put their attention in some of these big team fights. We saw it versus Thanos. We see it again happen here. And it's not like a consistent thing that happens for this one-win team. Like, they're very, very good at staying ahead when they're playing all together. And you can see how good this team truly is when all those puzzle pieces are intact. But as soon as you remove one and you're getting contested in so many different places of the map and suddenly you're scattered, that's when those weaknesses start to show for one win. And you can really see that they're overcompensating in certain areas just to patch these issues.
Yeah, now going into a game 3 here shortly. I mean, the highlights just keep going for game 2. This one was a long one. There's a lot to look at. Wazaster, that was a different person playing on the Paradox. It was almost
great.
like maybe in game 1, Wazaster was playing a little too safe, because in this one, we saw Wazaster going crazy, just diving, right? Playing so aggressive. And Rayek on the holiday. Wow. Welcome to the server, right? Lasso after lasso. And I thought that there were some issues with target acquisition. You grab the Calico. If you don't blow the Calico up, then, you kind of just wasted your lasso because she's going to ult and get away. But Rayek just kept finding the right target for those lassos.
Yeah, and not only that, like even in the lanes, like they were avoiding the hooks from overseas. They weren't allowing the Bebop to get ahead. ABL wasn't having any targets to really burst down for this Gray Talon. It was very mitigated fully across the board from the side of Aegis Aurora, and you can really see in like the composition that they were going for. Instead of trying to isolate and lock down these picks, what they were doing is together they were just diving in with this pocket Paradox, and they were moving into these fights together, not really giving anything up to one win to be able to isolate that Paradox after she hits that swap, because the pocket's there as well. And then the Holiday is going to grab you with the lasso. It was like a full team effort in jumping into these moments as a team. And just that death ball style that we saw from Aegis Aurora never really allowed Overseas to just have one target to go for, because a lot of that target acquisition that you were talking about from the lasso was onto Overseas as well. They were catching that Bebop in the lasso, pulling them back. ABL was getting pulled out of the sky as well, and yeah, it was really good across the board from the entirety of Aegis Aurora. I was questioning and I was a doubter in, you know, what we were going to be getting from this comp that they were putting together, but they shut me up, man. They shut me up really good.
That's how it goes, but now it has to happen again, right? Surely there's going to be some more respect around the Holiday, the Paradox. I don't think that the Wraith will ever be banned for the rest of the weekend, but Saint looked good, and having the ability to secure kills through that telekinesis to help with that lockdown through the telekinesis, it kind of does the job of the Mo and Krill. And somebody gets swapped, you hit them with the telekinesis, and then they're pseudo comboed, not quite as long, but it also allowed for so many options to play around the map. Even in situations where we saw them kind of inting for an objective, the Wraith was able to get away. I think there was maybe one time we saw Saint died for hanging around trying to get a walker for a little too long. But outside of that, there's just so much mobility. And they had this dual-pronged approach with, if Mirage isn't doing it, then Wraith can do it. Yeah, and both of those guys are hard to lock down.
And it was really tough too, because like it was most of the time it was Xenon really going for these battles, but even with the telekinesis, as soon as you copy that ultimate, you see Saint just TPs away, and there's not really a real target for the same player in that game that we really noticed from Xenon. It was fantastic through and through from Aegis Aurora to force this game number 3. And it kind of puts everything together for the storyline that we've been putting for both of these two teams, scrambling to get out of this 4th and 5th position. You win this game, you go play Thanos, you're guaranteed top 4. You get a little bit of that prizing out of the 10K prize pool that we do have. It is an upgrade here from $0 to $500, where then you get to play for that 3rd place spot. That's going to be $1,500. So it's upgrades from here on out, and where Game 1 looked so good from OneWin, it just reinforces that idea that it is still not all there for this OneWin team, and they're still showing some weaknesses across this tournament that need to be patched, that need to be fixed if they want to reclaim their spot at the top echelon of European deadlock. Where Aegis Aurora, they got their hand on the doorknob, they've unlocked it, they're right there, they're ready to walk through that door. They're ready to play this Thanos team and show just how good they can be when they rise. And I was a little bit, I'd say, unfazed of Aegis Aurora after all the issues were happening in day 2 of this tournament. But, you know, after that, they patched things up, and day by day, they have been such a pleasant surprise in this tournament.
Yeah, and they just proved that it wasn't just because of the McGinnis pick that they took a map off of OneWin previously. So they show, like, hey guys, we kind of know what we're talking about. We kind of know what we're doing. I think we are still waiting either for this map 3, or maybe we're resting and refitting for the teams to be able to jump back into a map 3, because that is a lot of gameplay to just go bang, bang, bang 3 games through. I guess in this time where the players are probably taking a second, I would hope that our friends in chat can take a second and show some love to our organizers here in OneWin for the OneWin Bombshell. This is the 5th volume. Maybe you guys caught the other 4, maybe you didn't, but there's going to be more to come. So if you aren't already following on Twitch, subscribed on YouTube, or checking them out over at OneWin_Bombshell on X or Twitter, please, please, please do that. If you guys have to step away for whatever reason, make sure you do that, because they're keeping you guys updated with the matches throughout the day over on X. So yes, please show some love to OneWin while we wait to get things going for our next 2 teams, because you have some time. If we have time to talk about it, what happens next in terms of the respect given? Rayek can be allowed to play Vindicta or Holiday. Sonya, please put something where Sonya feels like, and not Zanya, Sonya on Aegis, something that Sonya can get value on. Looks so good on the pocket, and unfortunately looked relatively muted on the Holiday. So that's kind of where my head is at in terms of, let's get Sonya going. We know that we want maybe Warden or Mirage for ban-wise. That's great. Let's get Sonya Sniper going.
I think it's like, we got to look over towards OneWin. Like, why are they giving up Holiday and Paradox so often now to this Aegis Aurora team. That's 2 games in a row where they just hand it over to them, basically, for those 2 picks. And it's really weird because you get that holiday onto Rayek, and yeah, it wasn't the Vindicta, but Rayek looked a lot better on the holiday than the Vindicta, like even better in that spot. So it was kind of like a blessing in disguise for this team, the amount of lassos that he was able to land. I think that OneWin continue to give over these 2 very big heroes in terms of lockdown for free. And it didn't work in the first game because you had things like the Kelvin to defend. You had something like the Lady Geist staying ahead, and you had Empty Dreams on the pocket who was able to land some big afflictions and do some early damage in lane. But you didn't get that in game 2. And you really saw that with just handing it over the way that we did. I think that OneWin just missed the mark. This time around, I think that you would kind of understand that for Aegis Aurora, that you kind of got away with highway robbery, getting both Paradox and Holiday at the same time. This time you just ban it out. You're just like, we might not get it, so let's just take it away.
Yeah, there is a chance that it doesn't look as good this time around. Now, side selection notably is the same. OneWin, Amber Hand, Aegis Aurora, Sapphire Flame. So OneWin are going to get the first pick here. We'll see where their precedence is set, because 2 games in a row now, Grey Talon's been left up. This will be the 3rd one, and 2 games in a row, ABL has played that Grey Talon, and that is where we can assume that to go. Grey Talon, Bebop, mid lane, probably makes its way through the draft. Aegis Aurora say, hey, Wazaster, you're 50-50. You had a good game, Paradox. You had a bad game, Paradox. Let's see, 3rd time's a charm.
Yeah, and ABL is going to get this Grey Talon again. Game 1, it was insane. Game 2, it was managed. And I think it really came down to how many times they were actually able to grab this Grey Talon and pull them away from being in those safety positions. And I think that, OneWin, our team that should learn from those mistakes, should recognize that. I'd expect ABL to be a lot more aware of potentially being caught out of position and forced into the enemy backline. So you're really confident still in this Grey Talon pick, just knowing how high that ceiling is. I'm expecting to see that, OneWin would move into grabbing possibly that Abrams again early on, maybe even getting that Mirage too, where Mirage has been very good for Saint so often. Even Saint playing inside of that Wraith was good, but that that's something that Aegis Aurora is going to be looking towards. Go for the Mirage, kind of move into the Calvin again for Flammable, like grab those early heroes that were very good for your team. There's options here for OneWin to look back into game 1, see what did good, and put that into your composition right away. I don't think Overseas on this Bebop was it like a make or break in seeing how good Aegis Aurora were able to kind of avoid those hooks in game 2.
And I would almost think Mirage has to go right here. OneWin can't give up the Mirage Lady Geist. And it's not the Mirage, okay? So they take the Kelvin. That's a big pick. That Kelvin, consider that a win in terms of, getting a pick in a draft. They pick up the Yamato as well, so I'm assuming Zanya is going to be piloting that one. But they give that Mirage back over. And, Bandwise just did some pretty crazy things on it. We didn't get to see the damage at the end of the game for Bandwise. But either way, you're just opening yourself up to have really strong lanes. If not pairing LG and Mirage together, then placing them elsewhere. You can pick up the Ivy. I wonder if we get a Neon Primer Viscous. We haven't seen it. Maybe keeping it in the back pocket before they want to pull out something pocket picky. But that could definitely supplement one of these 2 strong picks.
You get the Yamato again for Zanya. This was a great pick for game number 1. So like I said, you're kind of highlighting things that really went well for you in that game 1 that you were able to take victory. And big key components were the Grey Talon, Kelvin, and Yamato. So I like this even more for Aegis Aurora. You're going to just get rid of the Bebop through and through. You don't allow that to go over towards Overseas. Overseas does have a deeper hero pool, so you're going to be able to kind of work around that for sure. But now you don't have to worry about that whatsoever if you're Aegis Aurora. And for one win where you maybe didn't really feel the impact of this Vindicta, and I don't think you really did for the amount of assassinates we saw whiffed, or just really the damage that didn't exist in general. You just ban it out. You just don't allow that to rake whatsoever, and that's okay too.
Well, I also think one winner posing the question, right? They're kind of, okay, you ban the holiday. That means Rayek's not playing the holiday. If we take away the Vindicta, what is Rayek going to play, right? Rayek is filling in for this Aegis Aurora squad. So I think there are still some question marks about how deep the pool is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
one winner going to have those questions
that last
answered.
game was the first time that we actually saw Rayek not play the Vindicta. So it is very much like a question on, where do you go from this? But they're going to go for the Wraith again, and I was really like, yeah, do you really want to go for the Wraith? The amount of pressure that you were getting there onto walkers and onto objectives from this Wraith definitely still looks like a very viable option. But you get Neon Primer, or you get this this Ivy Shiv towards the later end for one win. And now we've been seeing, kind of what we've been saying all the time, is that Shiv with Calvin does look very strong. And this kind of opens up for one win to move ABL over towards the Shiv pick, away from the Grey Talon possibly, where against some, better teams, again, or against some like of the top teams that we've had here in the Bombshell, ABL's Shiv has been insane.
Where does the Ivy go? Is that...
Are we going to get a gun Ivy again? Like this?
Yeah, but where does anything go now? I guess the GT, maybe to overseas. ABL can then jump on the Shiv or the Abrams. Empty Dreams can also play the Shiv as well. And then Flammable, Xenon, and Zanya are going in between that Kelvin, Ivy, and Yamato. I wonder if this Grey Talon pick has always been for one team throughout this. Let's just grab it because it's flexible. ABL can obviously play it. We know overseas can play it. There's no way they can hurt us if they ban other things away when we have Grey Talon. Because if overseas doesn't get the Bebop, okay, well then overseas just gets Grey Talon.
True. And the Abrams as well. It's a weird one because like Abrams is just one of those heroes that like even throughout like past patches, it's like you've been seeing Abrams kind of get nerfed and buffed here and there, and it's like, well, we don't really see Abrams really having too much of the spotlight in terms of compositions. And then here in this tournament, it's like, okay, like without any true escape early on from these opponents, like those shoulder charges are big, especially like in terms of allowing for like this Crimson Slash or the charge shot or really anything to follow up into it. It's like, it's just such a huge tool inside of those team fights to displace opponents. And Abrams definitely looks like a very strong frontliner to have on your team. So finishing off with that, Aegis Aurora are going to have the Sinclair and the Calico, which again, I mean, like Sinclair, there are options here in grabbing whatever you want. Like you got the Frozen Shelter, you have the Guided Owl, you even have the transformation. If you can find a moment to use that Killing Blow, like, yeah, it's going to be good. Yeah. But we don't usually see Sinclairs go that route in terms of, trying to finite assassinate people with those ult steals. But one thing that we have been seeing is a whole lot of Calico. And the one thing for Calico that remains true is that she is very, very good in these laning phases.
Very good. And then once your Calico starts to get ahead, we don't even think about the ult. We think ult, get out of jail free, because we've seen some Fed Calicos do no damage coming from the shadows. But just running people down, the slash, the gun damage, all of that. So it's a little different for Aegis Aurora this time around. They put a little more emphasis onto a front line, a little beefier. They are here in game 3. Seymour, we're here at the Cursed Apple.
Yeah.
We are underway, and this is an elimination game. One of these teams moves on to play Thanos. The other goes home in 5th place.
And I'm going to kind of put it into the same question that I brought in for this game number 2 is I still feel like one win, just in general, have the better composition outside of the draft. So Aegis Aurora are going to have to repeat what was a very strong laning phase into a very well patched macro post lane phase. And you're gonna have to see them really step up in so many different facets, but Saint's gonna go down right away. Overseas, paired alongside this Yamato. That is a whole lot of damage.
That is a whole lot of damage. And an aggressive side lane getting off to an early start. It's an Ivy Abrams lane in the middle between shoulder charge, stone form. You've got some CC options to allow the Abrams to go ahead, start bonking people with that book. And I thought it was going to be ABL on the Abrams. Instead, it's ABL on the Yamato. And playing aggressive needs to back away here. So some reverse pressure from Aegis Aurora as that bomb comes down. Meanwhile, this left side lane, Shiv, Kelvin, who would have thought? But it's not into the greatest matchup. This Mirage Calico is going to be able to hang out in this lane for quite some time. Speaking of hanging out, ABL, you gotta go, buddy. Playing with fire will eventually fall. Neon, another pick to the Neon Primer hero pool from Viscous only to then playing, what was that? I think a little bit of Paradox, and we saw Abrams, and we saw Yamato. Now we're getting the Sinclair. The Neon Primer really spread his wings, starting to fly. And that far right lane, Overseas, really getting ahead in those souls. That Great Talon creeping up towards 2K nice and early. And the pressure's still on. Ain't gonna try and hide away. No, it's not possible. That defies the law of everything, and I don't care that it's just a video game. Nice parry there, Zanya. Was hoping to get something done off the back end of that shoulder charge. Xenon couldn't quite follow up, and a good pulse grenade will reroute the Abrams on the stairs, but not much more than that. And it wasn't Saint that died. It was Neon that ended up dying. And it's ABL still going crazy in the back line.
This is a lot of pressure coming out from OneWin, just in general for this lane phase. And you didn't get this in game 2, but you sure are getting it in game 3. Where they're winning the neutral fights towards these bridges, and they're holding a lot of space in terms of wave control. And if anything goes wrong for Aegis Aurora, if anybody dies, that is instant damage onto these Guardians that you're then dealing with. Hunting for these Crimson slashes, just trying to reach these low health players. Saint is literally walking a tightrope of health, but managing to stay alive still. And finally, you're going to see Saint disengage, go back to spawn to heal up.
And I'm wondering where, I guess for both mid laners, there's not a whole lot of kill pressure. Obviously, the swap into the telekinesis would feel pretty good, but we got to get those ultimates online for Aegis Aurora. Meanwhile, the Abrams IV, you really need somebody to step out of place to make good on what you bring to the table. As that Ivy and Xenon will back away, nearing the ultimate, however, just shy of that 3K mark. Great Talon, Yamato already having their ult online, and they continue the pressure outside. And look at this. Here comes the Owl across the mid lane. What can they find? To the shop it goes, and it circles around and finds Sonya, but there's no follow-up, unfortunately.
The Primer in a little bit of trouble. Special Assistant's going to be able to get back to that natural cover, but you can see the issues coming through from having both the Great Talon and Yamato together, where we've seen it paired a lot through the mid-map. Now in a side lane, it's still having the same impact in terms of just burst damage onto these low health players. Across the board, you generally look at the state of these Guardians and where they are. A little bit of damage from both sides, but majority of it just shows that OneWin have had the advantage in this laning phase. It doesn't really reflect in terms of farming. You see Overseas is going to be like the highest farm right now at 4.2, but I mean, we know the way that this game goes, and that can change in an instant, but it doesn't seem like Saint and Neon Primer have truly been able to leash these two opponents.
And using that Owl cross map means it wasn't available to find that kill onto Saint, who Saint is playing the Lady Geist. It's actually Sonya rocking the Wraith this time around, and those ults that I mentioned are now online as that carbine finds its mark, but behind the Guardian and away to safety. I mean, Xenon's just going to hold it down. Hey, this is totally fine. Zanya is actually the one pushing forward, trying to find something. Zanya versus Zanya, telekinesis defensively. And that'll be the Wraith to fall. And they find someone with that going to dance around the time wall instead. Will swap through and find himself on the safe side of the lane. So going to back away from it all. Meanwhile, the pressure on the right side continues to mount as Neon dies once more.
Ridiculous things coming out between these two. I mean, it's like, it's literally like watching like old highlights of Dwayne Wade and LeBron James just taking over the court.
I see, guys.
Together, they are just unstoppable in terms of trying to find these angles of attack between this Sinclair and Lady Geist. And it's like, fortunately enough for Aegis Aurora, that Neon Primer and Saint have been able to wave clear because at least they're getting some farm, but it's like they barely have any chance to move out of these lanes. We look towards elsewhere between the Shiv and Kelvin. That's some good support and just staying alive against Calico Mirage. It's a little bit better, I'd say, from one win from game 2 that we saw, but it is still a very, very good laning phase from either side. We're 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes into this game, and we've yet to lose a walker.
Inside the frozen shelter, I was wondering when we start to see this Shiv Kelvin come online, because they've been on the back foot each of the times that we've taken a peek at that left lane. Rayek narrowly making it out in that lane. It's underneath the Guardian we go, and ABL is not giving this away. Neon dies once more. Parry on the Guardian, and surely this one goes. And what a selfish look at the way that this Great Talon's being played. When ABL had to play it, it was in the mid lane, it was aggressive, and they win the lane, whatever. Now that Overseas gets to play it, he's saying, I'm gonna play a side lane if possible. I'm gonna farm this side lane. I'm gonna make sure that I get ahead on this Great Talon. And for Zanya, there's no getting ahead. You are headless once more here in mid.
Could this be the first Guardian down? As Zanya's gonna get it done. So a little bit of stack through mid. And 2 walkers out for Aegis Aurora, 1 win. All this pressure just kind of blows up at one point. It's suddenly like the ground beneath you has shaken, and now for the guided owl over towards the end to see if the Shiv can get teed up for a couple of killing blows. In comes the leaping strike, but it's a return of shadows to keep you topped off for now in this gate. You have Neon Primer here. Can you turn this fight?
Yeah, Xena coming through. Steals the frozen shelter and turns it into a tomb for Flammable. Just a rough time to get over aggressive there because Flammable didn't have the frozen shelter himself. Look at the response to this. They want the Guardian, but how much are you willing to give up for it? It goes down. Overseas on the response, takes the skies. Rain of Arrows not going to find the kill. Neither will the charge shot. Good damage. And all right, kill comes through either way. Flammable able to snipe that one out. Still 3 players to defend. The urn just came up, so they might get this Guardian and immediately just about face, grab the urn. Let's take what we can and get out.
Yeah, I think for 1 win, you could have chosen a better time to really activate in this game. Rayek parried by ABL. Insane stuff again. Yeah, this is surely the best time for you to start working this urn from left to right. May not be an instant collect, but with all these Guardians down, it's just eventually where Aegis can, or where 1 win can start to split push from one of these left lanes and see if you can draw some of these players away. But look how deep this is. They're in here and maybe going from a frozen shelter return, but they don't have the urn collected right now. So this is going to be a fight.
And Bandwise jumps in with the Traveler and immediately is regretting this decision. 1 HP but stays alive. It's Zanya the first to fall. Rayek now follows here as they continue to fight for the urn. ABL just looking, where can I farm the damage? Charge shot comes through, power strike comes through. Gets good damage to force him away. Urn has been collected. 1 win still in the lead. And they won't go on the chase. They'll go ahead and take their victory straight back to the bench.
That was, you know, we've been seeing a lot of things come out for these urn takes, especially considering like this Kelvin is important for returning urn early on, because you're looking for these small little advantages, and then you just think, well, I got my frozen shelter and we can still return this urn inside the frozen shelter. So you try to sneak one there for Zanya, but it's interrupted. And Zanya then has to fight with Flammable inside that frozen shelter. You're not able to pick up that urn in time, and Aegis Aurora were right there. In fact, they were ahead of the rotations than the rest of this 1-win team. So the sneak doesn't really work out right away. And that's a big fight, I'd say, for Aegis Aurora to still play, but unfortunate for Rayek.
No! You can't keep getting away with this! Fortunately, they won't, it seems. Zanya will be the one that gets punished. ABL sneaks out, but Yamato, the Yamato stuff has to stop. I'm gonna get angry every single time. Seismic impact? Stolen?
Every single time. It's just, I just think about gliding through the city with your gear on. Yamato just floating right now, I'd say. In the hands of ABL, nobody's safe.
And if it was another Zanya Yamato, the only note I had written down was needs a stronger start, right? Can't start as slow. It did come online eventually, but that was in a winning game, and eventually was able to match the highest, had more, I think, souls than the highest on Aegis Aurora at the time. So coming into this one, I had some trepidation about it, but now in the hands of ABL, they did a great job in winning their lane, allowing ABL some of that side lane farm that I thought would go to overseas, but it goes to that Yamato. And now you can kind of throw caution to the wind, which is what 1-win are doing. Out comes the frozen shelter, but they do not have numbers for this fight. Guided Owl up close and personal as Zanya tries to leap away, and the big blue is not bulletproof here. Zanya, the first to fall, Guardian, they go. They're not going to give it up. Flammable. Next up on the chopping block, he steps inside the chapel, able to sneak away out to safety, but you brought him right to their next target, that Guardian in the far right lane.
Guardian goes down. Flex slot open. Flammable still in trouble. Soul Exchange not going to be able to pop off in time. ABL bursts down the rest of that health for the lady guys, and you can see that a couple of these members of Aegis Aurora looking to get this third one down as well. Quick rotation out of 1-win, gonna ward them away, keep that Guardian up. You're getting the best out of Aegis Aurora with what you're dealt, and that could have been really scary considering Neon Primer went down first, wasn't able to copy that frozen shelter, was caught outside from that Kelvin. And it almost was a disaster for Aegis. You look at the lead starting to buff out too for 1-win in terms of souls. So fortunately enough for Aegis Aurora, you're able to get that second Guardian. You're able to open up a flex slot for your team. But you're still trailing in terms of itemization. So these are going to be some tough team fights. And if you're alone, you might as well be dead.
And I don't know if the last couple of games were conditioning for 1-win, but they were not prepping for bridge buffs at all. This time they were ready for it, and Disaster was not prepared to be met by the whole team. Aegis Aurora was getting buffs basically for free until they weren't, as that is the most unfortunate kill of the event. Ban-wise gets sniped by a stone form.
I see Calico.
Tough for Rayek here. This is sometimes the power of walking into Zanya's Abrams, is that it is such a force to be reckoned with that immediately you're going to have to react to it. As Neon Primer now going to be looking to reach to see if he can stall out this urn return. It's not going to happen. Flammable gets it without having to burn that frozen shelter. And there is going to be a fight here from Aegis, but they're so far behind that this is a tough battle.
Neon Primer getting chunked out by the Frost Grenade. ABL seemingly can do no wrong. We'll play a little more safe now that that Shadow Transformation is no longer available. A return fire on the Yamato here for ABL will deter some of the shots coming from Sonya into Bandwise. Doesn't quite deter the Jin's Mark that absolutely decimates health bars, but an interesting pickup.
Yeah, again, this is a situation for Aegis Aurora that we kind of said in game number 1. It's like, how do you come back from this now that one win not only has this soul lead, but they've also worked into these walkers with 2 down. You are down a whole item, and you've been losing these team fights. In fact, you've been losing these 1-on-3s because you just keep on overextending and getting caught out. Frozen Shelter for a second is actually able to keep Disaster away from the issues that ABL was going to bring, but then going on deep is going to be Rick, and low HP. The Return of Shadow is going to try to escape, but the chase from the rest of Flammable. I don't know if Rick's going to fully be able to get away. It looks like you have been. They are going to leave this situation, but you want to be careful if you're Aegis Aurora, because if you continue to get caught out of position, one win are just going to keep on growing this lead. And if too many people go down, then suddenly you're thinking about this Temple Guardian. And I know it's happened 3 times that one win have had this Rejuvenator stolen, but you gotta think that it's not gonna happen twice in one game. I know, or one series. I know that it did happen versus Thanos, but
yep,
surely not this time.
Surely not this time. And the tools are still there for Aegis Aurora. They
This
are
one
going to get
6-on-6.
this started. This has to just be a bait. This has to just be a bait.
It's gonna roar.
Lady Geist isn't
They're
there.
still going for it. And here we go. Telekinesis for Sonya.
All down to this good time wall. That'll stop things. Jumping on into the pit. It will be secured, but how much do you lose for it, if anything? Frozen Shelter on the outside. Sonya jumped on in, and yeah, they pick up so many kills for that.
It's a good try for Disaster in that swap, but not able to get the slam in time for anything out of that telekinesis. The Rejuvenator now for one win should spell trouble for the rest of this game. One win now can push into these walkers, finish off this last one. Saint going down is going to open up a route towards this mid walker, and as soon as it goes down, possibly the base guardians. 34 seconds for Saint. Everybody else is going to be here to play defense, but the walker is the one to fall. It's going to open up another flex slot.
And can they get some more with Saint still being down? It looks like they are going to back away. Maybe camps on the mine, steal away some of the center sacrifice, cut down anything that could allow Aegis back into the fight. And I'll say, without the holiday for Aegis Aurora, there's definitely something missing from the squad, right? Rick was so good in finding lasso after lasso on players that were caught out of position. And now that there's less of that, one win can continue to fight these skirmishes and make their way through these alleyways because there's less of a threat, right? It's only Disaster, and as soon as you see that paradox, you just don't get hit by the carbine and don't get hit by the spot.
You can see in just every facet of the way, one win have put together such a strong composition between having overseas onto this great talent now mixed with ABL's Yamato. The damage in that laning phase was really tough to deal with, and it just keeps on getting better and better. And then you pair it with Flammable, locking a couple people down into this Frozen Shelter, and Sonya shoulder charging in these fights. Empty Dreams' Shiv is so tanky right now and so ahead.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really been able to, or it hasn't really been the one that's been the difference. It is just Aegis Aurora constantly losing team fight after team fight. And then, well, you get overseas and ABL to just challenge these fights and to damage them up. Then Empty Dreams just scoops in a couple of these kills. Aegis Aurora, I mean, they got away with a comp back in game number 2 that we really weren't sure of. And they make it work with just full dive, full pressure. Game 3 is where it seems like they're starting to meet their maker.
A lot less pressure from this Aegis Aurora composition, and any threat of a hook has just been taken away for the next 40 seconds. Fanwise also not able to get his feet beneath him as he backpedals to his death. Neon Primer.
Nice work.
I mean, you can only get so far with your assistant. They're trying to get something back here, but Zanya survives at the end of it all. Now Rick is the next one to go down. Saint next up on the chopping block. To get that close, you will get swapped, but fortunately for ABL, the rest of the team is here. So knocking on the door, our one win here in game 3. Elimination just around the corner for Aegis Aurora. And only 2 tiers of their patrons separate them from their life in this tournament.
A 50K soul lead. This has got to be the end of the road. On Aegis Aurora, I'm sure like they come into this tournament impressing lots of people back in day 1 with a win versus 1 win. Yes, it was against the McGinnis, but then they do it again here in the playoffs. They steal a game away with Sonya pulling out this Wraith, putting a lot down onto these objectives. It's just this time, this game, you haven't really been able to split push. You've been met in every way by 1 win, matched by these rotations, matched by this lane presence, and it has completely clipped your wings in terms of fighting.
Well, I think that's a lot of that's also the lack of holiday too, right? Like,
yeah,
you can get kills. Yeah, like you can, 1 win can rotate through the alley to catch somebody in a side lane in an awkward position because there's no fear of just getting lassoed from a rooftop and then jumped back underneath the walker.
Yeah, without the holiday, without maybe a lash pick, you don't really get any true peel or setup for these fights. You've seen Wizaster try with the swap, but Sonya's not always there with the telekinesis, and even still, it hasn't really been regarded as an ability that is going to fully finish off these fights. Walker's going to be defended as well, and another kill onto Rayek. Who looked good on the holiday, has looked good on the Vindicta, but can't really say the same here for this Calico pick into this game 3 matchup and 1 win grouping to push back into it. You can see a little bit of a split coming out from Sonya Sniper and Wizaster over towards the left side, but they gotta go back here. You cannot afford to just push into these walkers right now. You're gonna lose.
Yeah, this should do it. Wizaster not even here. The patron now under fire. Sonya and Vanwise really just have to stick to their base. Telekinesis gets the stun onto the Great Talon. Sonya has 31,000 souls, but it means nothing here at the end of the day as 1 win cut their run in the playoff short. And will go up against Thanos next in another elimination match.
And a little bit richer you get. We say goodbye to Aegis Aurora, but for 1 win, that is a big moment for themselves. Not as convincing as I think they would have wanted that series to be, but in games 1 and game 3, from start to finish, they were really setting the standard for where Aegis Aurora had to step up. And, you know, they're knocked down a little bit. They show a little bit of weakness, but they bounce right back and they push forward towards that Thanos matchup that I'm sure a lot of people are going to be looking forward to that rematch after what we saw Thanos do to them back in day number 2. But for this game in general, I mean, how good do we get from this team, especially, you know, where we were highlighting when it comes down to the drafts and changing things up, especially when you lose that Bebop pick from overseas. He gets moved over towards the Grey Talon. That's fine. They picked into the Yamato and the Grey Talon just to have that flexibility around in case Aegis Aurora started to target some of those heroes, and it works perfectly fine for them. Overseas, fantastic on the Grey Talon. ABL looks amazing on the Yamato pick, and on that, they're getting everything that they wanted in that fight. You had Flammable on that Kelvin. He plays some good defense with those frozen shelters, isolating some of these members from Aegis Aurora inside the team fights or just under Guardian in general. And then you had, when Flammable wasn't there and that ultimate wasn't available, Zanya playing this Abrams, where Abrams is just such a good tank at the moment. The displacement that you get from that shoulder charge, especially when Aegis are elected to play some of these squishier heroes, is if you get hit by it, you're gonna struggle to get away.
And it made for a very survivable mid lane, right? They put the Abrams and the Ivy together. They were actually eventually finding kills when the ults came online, which is, I thought, was going to be the inverse with the Paradox Wraith that they were playing against. And so it just allows you to, you know, if you see your opponent, okay, you guys got a couple of strong picks, you guys are going to piece together a strong mid lane. We can piece together a bit of a safer one that isn't going to get exploited as quickly. And as for One Win, their gameplay across the board, I think we can kind of look at game 2 and erase it. I don't want to take anything away from Aegis Aurora as we catch this Stone Form Snipe. Nice.
It was different.
It was less buttoned up, right? That was the game where I kept harping on playing for bridge buff and fighting for earn. And One Win were playing, it felt like a little more lackadaisical. It felt a little less structured around the big 5-minute mark, right? Every 5 minutes.
And I will say is, you know, it's not really like, I don't think that was One Win's fault in general. I think that it's just the way that it was approached by Aegis Aurora in terms of Zanya going for this Wraith, split pushing alongside Bandwise on this Mirage. It was just a lot more to kind of deal with in that game too, considering you had the Paradox, the Holiday as well, that it almost seemed like it was all in for Aegis Aurora for game 2, and that pressure in ability after ability and just burst damage right into these fights, it was different than what we've got across these 5 days. And for Aegis Aurora, where you kind of play into their strengths in pulling back some of these heroes that they are just a little bit better at, I think it really caught One Win off guard. And I think that's kind of where I was saying that it really forced some of the attention away from what is happening here and now, and making sure that that dive wasn't hitting you. And it was just really hard to pin down where that attention was back in game 2. And for game 3, I think you were trying to patch and go for that same thing if you were Aegis Aurora, but not getting that Holiday was like, and not getting that pocket was a very distinct difference in terms of what you were kind of going for in this comp. And you give up Flammables Calvin, then suddenly that dive doesn't really matter. And Sonya's just able to outlive it too for this Abrams. So it's like you see just in general that, you know, One Win, when they kind of play into what is good for countering out those abilities, sustaining the damage, and then returning with a counterattack of their own, it's just a lot better of a draft there in game number 3 than we saw in game 2.
This is what my P-Brain says about where we're at on the day. If you play Kelvin, you're probably going to win.
It's a good pick. I don't deny that it's a great pick, and it has been very consistent throughout the tournament. I will say, like, the Kelvin has been here, a lot of bans, a lot of picks. We've seen it not turn into wins. I think that it really is very tough, especially when you see a Sinclair copying that frozen shelter and having that ability to kind of make sure that you're able to outlast it as well. But when you're playing into comps that are just trying to go all out with damage, that's when Kelvin really has the most effect in terms of that sustain, that healing that he's able to get. Especially when we see, you know, Zanya in that moment towards the end of the game when you had a Flammable right behind you, the rescue beam into the Hailing Nova. It's just keeping the team topped off, making sure that even without the E shift, your team is still nice and healthy in these fights.
Yeah, they also showed us another look, right? We got the Xenon Ivy, which was, I mean, a bunker buster. It was 17,000 objective damage, I think. It didn't do a whole lot of hero damage, but, you know, that's maybe not what you're picking the Ivy up to do, especially in the hands of Xenon. But we'll see how flexible they can be. We've seen One Win bend. We've not yet seen them break, and they've got their wills tested ahead of them as Thanos sits and waits just around the corner. We're going to hop away for 10 minutes. You got a 10-minute break to grab your drinks, grab your snacks. Come on back. We got another elimination match. It's one-win team. It's Thanos. It's right after this. Welcome back, Deadlock fans, to Volume 5 of the one-win Bombshell tournament. My name is still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by my good friend Seymour, and we have a banger that you and I have actually had the pleasure of seeing before. We've got one win continuing this uphill climb in the lowers, and they take on Thanos. That's where we're at. We're right here at this plateau. Thanos and one win share
You know,
his hand.
I want to know when I get my turn, just like how Jason got his turn over there. I want to.
Oh, on this side.
I want to go over there too. Like and I think you personally would like to be the taller one here. You know, I know it doesn't really happen very often for you. So like, maybe you would like to be up here, but I don't know what it's going to be my turn to be over there.
Well, heat rises, so the temperature is actually better for me as a 6'4" young man.
Well, I'm in Canada, so it's like it's a nice, cool day right now.
Actually got great weather. Yeah, you actually have great weather.
I won't lie. I'm happy right now. I'm not cooking right now, as I'm sure you are over at in Zona. But hey, we're gonna be cooking with this match right now because you're right. Say we got this matchup earlier in the week, day 2, one win versus Thanos. A little bit of a surprise coming out from our North American friends from Hydronation and Melee Creeps coming together. We get the Xeno Hoot masterclass between the Yamato and the Bebop, and it was just a magnificent conglomerate of entertainment to go 2-0 over this one-win team. It was that moment that kind of shifted things for one win. In that one small little moment, we saw one win knocked down. And I feel like they're still reeling to kind of put things together after that loss and just how they're going to patch themselves throughout the rest of this tournament. So this could almost be measured up as like the monster in one win's closet right now. It's like you're looking at North America, they're standing in their way and you want to go home.
And you could also look at it like, well, they lost to Aegis Aurora, so maybe they were feeling a little down on themselves. And then they give up 2 huge blunders in the maps where they give up some rejuvenators just out of nowhere. And now, right, that has been the nightmare leading up to playoffs for one win. And they've just woken up from the first part of that nightmare, which was, there's no way Aegis Aurora should beat us. Okay, we beat Aegis Aurora. Great. Now they're still working through this nightmare that is Thanos standing ahead of them, and they get to prove, hey, we gave up some rejuvenators. We let them beat us essentially by letting them get back in the game.
Yeah, we let them beat us. It was calculated. We didn't want to be the top seed of the tournament. Right. We gave up those rejuvenators on purpose. That's what they're telling themselves after it. But for Thanos' side, they have had issues of their own rights, over the past couple of days. And this morning, Piggy comes in place of Rocker. He had a dentist appointment. And then today, Lomain was a little bit asleep in those early mornings of North America. And we had Traxon for this team where, Trax is doing good, but you look at a team in deadlock, and as soon as you lose a member, trying to just fill that gap, it's very difficult in a game like this. And now you get everybody together. Good morning, Lomain. Welcome to the tournament again. Hopefully, that extra sleep is gonna keep this team bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for this matchup. But for the drafts, one win going to kind of exactly what I was thinking, and what we saw Paravision do to this team was the instant target to Yamato, where it's like it puts a lot of focus on Xeno on where we go with that pick, because we saw Xeno play a couple of different heroes. That was with Piggy, not with Rocker, and at one time he was playing the Calvin too, and it didn't really fit for this team.
Yeah, the Kelvin definitely looked a little better. It's obviously a bit different of a role, but you're absolutely right. I thought there would be contention for the Yamato, but the problem is if you don't first round it, Thanos will. They want to get Xeno that pick, so it's smart to just ban that away. Then they go over to that Mo and Krill ban, so they're going to take away some of the lockdown that could go the way of Hydration. Mo and Krill also one of the picks that helped and assisted in stealing a rejuvenator. But ultimately, this patch is just a strong takeaway as a whole.
That's gotta be something that's like haunting you too. Like, how many rejuvenators you've stolen has there been another team that's given up the Rejuvenator in this tournament like that? Because One Win might be the only team so far that's had that happen to them. I don't know. We've watched a lot of Deadlock, and it's hard to, like, in my mind, bank all those memories of, like, when the Rejuvenator wasn't stolen. But if that's the case, it's just, like, that's been a reoccurring theme, and it's got to be in the back of your head sometimes that you're thinking about that.
Well, and Ryan Central, I had heard this through like comms when he was coaching the TF2 Boomers. This was back when Deadlock had 4 lanes and things were a little different. Ryan Central had made the comment of, if the answer to should we mid boss isn't heck yes, then the answer is no. And so I think not that one win, play based off of that idea. But I think looking at that and thinking, if the answer is heck yes, then we do it. If anybody is saying like, I don't know if this is a great idea, then you just don't do it. But do they feel confident in it being a heck yes? That's kind of where I'm leaning with that thought process of, it has looked a little dicey for them. They do take away the Kelvin Shiv big in the first part of the draft, and they also go back to the Ivy. So they're going to be looking at side lane pressure with this Ivy, airdrop to safety, looking for another 20,000 objective damage game from Xenon.
Yeah, that Ivy was really fun to watch as well. When we were looking at it for One Win in the past, the Ivy and the Kelvin kind of makes it feel like the team is unkillable at times, especially if this team is really ahead in terms of souls. That extra sustain between both of those supports being on your team. And, for Ivy, it's like, yeah, you can build into the Covenant, but, like, you don't really need to with the way that gun build is looking and how strong it's been showed across Zergy playing it, Demov playing it. Like, Gun Ivy is definitely a threat. It takes a while for it to get going, but if you stick him in a lane on his own, like that is something that can be farmed up, and it is a potential right there. And then you get the extra little sustain when you're in those team fights and you're really, really struggling at taking down that damage that is provided. But Thanos are going to go for the Sinclair pick. Immediately, you kind of look towards anything that Thanos is looking for sustain, and we were kind of talking about this hero in general, is that, like, you go for, of course, the easy picks onto the lockdown abilities for those ultimates, but then you also have the provided frozen shelter if you can really get that going for that extra safety. And depending on where this Sinclair is going to be going, back in that game versus One Win originally, Rocker was dropping some insane frozen shelters, really shutting down the One Win team. After those rejuves happened, you'd throw down a frozen shelter and it would just shut them out completely. And that was a huge thing that really toppled what was this Titan of One Win back then. But we get the Viscous Calico, we get the Vindicta Abrams. That's going to close out these compositions. How you feeling about them?
Yeah, I think the Vindicta Abrams makes sense towards the end of the draft. If not Abrams, I think maybe we would have seen a Warden. Viscous, this is the first that we're seeing it today, and I love the Viscous pick. We saw it a lot. It was kind of front-loaded on the tournament. I'm very surprised we didn't get any of it from Neon in the previous matchup, but now Hydration picks it up. And Viscous also supplemented one of the steals coming from Thanos against One Win. Now, it was a little different. I think Lil Main was playing the Lash at the time, which is a little surprising. The Lash doesn't get picked up, right? Lil Main is Lash, Holidays, kind of where he's been floating in between, this teeter-totter between those two picks, especially when Holiday is banned away. Rocker? Is Rocker going to be playing? Like, what is Xeno playing? That's my question. Now that we're here.
I think that's everybody's question.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, is it, I could see it being the Calico just because it can play aggressive with the Bebop like the Yamato can. It doesn't have as much stick potential, but then it also has some get out of jail, right? Where, like the Shadow transformation, you can also do the Shadow thing and sneak away. But Lef has also been playing a lot of that Calico too. So there's a world where, that Lady Geist pick is also very flexible.
Xeno did at one point play the Grey Talon too. It wasn't that good, but it was something that Xeno was put on. So possibly even looking into that route. I think, and I don't want to touch on it too much. I think if you're going there, then you're kind of like giving everything else over to like kind of where you want to be. But like, it could be the Geist. It could be options here for Thanos. And I will say, like, for Thanos, they're kind of going into the same area of, like, countering out this one-win team. I like to pick on Viscous. Obviously, that displacement that the Goo Ball is going to be giving you, but those early cubes are really going to be saving some people in this laning phase. And then you have the Bebop alongside this Grey Talon. That has been a very strong duo that we've seen a lot through mid, but we've seen kind of placed into different lanes in terms of you land those hooks if you're Hoot, and then that charge shot is just going to burst them down, and that is something that this Grey Talon can really take off with. If kind of stacked up, and we saw ABL do that just earlier today. But for this one-win team, I mean, you get that Calvin Shiv, you have the Vindicta Abrams, Ivy, and Paradox together as well. It's just a very comfortable composition that we've been seeing winning over and over again over the course of the past couple of days. So I think one win definitely looked good, but for Thanos and what they've put together, it is kind of what you were hoping for.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Not confused. Shiv Kelvin, that's probably happening. Abrams Vindicta should happen. I think laning Paradox and Ivy is not going to be... It's not going to allow you to do what you want with the Ivy, right? I don't think that wins a side lane.
We saw VP earlier pair Abrams and Ivy together, which is like a weird one, but it's like...
Yeah.
If you're like trying to get this Ivy buffed up into Gun Ivy, you put them together and then you just let this gun fly. That early damage that Ivy can do, especially if somebody's locked down, is threatening to kill. So that's a possibility as well for one win.
Okay. You're proposing a possible Abrams Ivy lane and then Vindicta Paradox lane, which I think, I could see that. I was just, if we're looking at what's strong and what wins, I think one win would say, Kelvin, Shiv, you guys go win a lane. Vindicta, Abrams, you guys go win a lane. And then this Ivy is not going to be the 20,000 objective damage Ivy, or at least if it is, it probably doesn't come online until a little bit later once that lane gets some help, if it's Ivy Paradox.
I think either way, we're in for a really good game, Tanner, in both of these teams and what they're kind of bringing, because Thanos has been on a little bit of a struggle for the past couple games, and it's been something where you look at, you've played with Piggy in one game, you played with Trax today. Yeah. Those resulted in losses, and you're already dealing with kind of crossing borders in terms of server in towards the European side of things, and that already is a little bit of a disadvantage for your squad. I'm gonna say disadvantage because in quotations, because they were able to beat one win the other day. You're trying to find that magic again, and it's very possible, especially considering that one win have been showing some mistakes, and they've definitely been not as complete as we would have hoped to for this team. That's been so good in the past, but I think Thanos right now, they're going into this back into full strength. Lomaine's back out already, and this is kind of either team's chance to kind of reclaim some space in this tournament, especially considering you win this game, it's triple the money that you'd be walking away with. It's the difference from fighting for $500 or settling for $500 or fighting for $1,500 at least, and that chance to get even more.
And I think what's so interesting about it too is not just here, but ahead of us as well. If we get there for one win team, this quite literally is the redemption arc of all redemption arcs. It was beating the team that you went 1-1 with. It's now beating the team that 2-0'd you in groups. And then they play, if they win this one, tomorrow they would start the day against Paravision, the other team that 2-0'd them, to try and get to the grand finals. It is just such an uphill battle. It is the one win team fighting all of their demons to try and claim the stake here on the hometown tournament. As we jump on into the cursed apple, Thanos, your amber hand, one win team, your sapphire flame, and Seymour once again, an elimination series. We are underway.
Yeah, it's going to be Ivy Paradox, Abrams Vindicta, Shiv Calvin, especially for those outer lanes. These are lanes that we've seen very successful across the course of this week. One win going to be feeling good really curious on how this Paradox Ivy is going to pair up, especially considering that you're going to try to get these swaps, but you think that as soon as this Calico gets the Return of Shadows and then you have Viscous with the Cube, like that's going to be some really good sustain and not giving up too much to this Ivy that's just going to try to farm you. On the other lanes, you're actually being pushed under Guardians, so you get the Sinclair, Lady Geist. This is going to be some good damage, and if you walk up, you're going to get Rabbit Hexed, and that's going to be a struggle for the Shiv to try to brawl out and farm some rage against these heroes. And Bebop and Grey Talon, if you get hooked, that's not going to be anything good for either of these heroes, especially this Abrams, who might not be able to sustain that damage all completely just yet.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance this Abram gets behind that Zanya just turns into blue construction paper. But if that doesn't happen, I think lane assignment wise, that's who you want to go against your Bebop Grey Talon, because the Vindicta can just take flight, plop down a stake, and kind of peel for herself. And then Abrams can also do the same in way of trying to find that shoulder charge, you know, after that hook. So I think that's probably the most survivable lane against this Grey Talon Bebop. Now, survivable is cool. If you can stay alive in lane, that's great. But how about protecting your Guardian? Because getting some early Guardian damage. Wait a second. Waldo is in?
Yeah, wait a second. We didn't get any note on that one.
I didn't even see that happening.
So Rocker's not here.
Okay. Well, either way, Waldo on the Grey Talon. Comfortable pick there. We've already seen a Waldo Grey Talon on the tournament. We also got to talk to Waldo a little bit. So what it does mean, though, is for at least for game ones, the first game when a sub happened, the sub team lost. So Thanos have their own uphill battle in trying to make another player fit in this equation.
That's going to be a big essence bomb. It's going to force away the ice path immediately from Flammable, as you haven't really been able to see this Shiv Kelvin duo really get anything going against Lomane and Xeno. Xeno playing that Lady Geist. It's an opening kill onto Lefa. So things not all there just yet for Thanos in these laning phases, trying to look for some advantages. But at the same time, OneWin have been fighting out of their Guardians, so even though you're losing these kills, it's not really translating into too much Guardian damage, which allows Lefa to get right back into lane. It's allowed Xeno to heal back up. And things are A-okay across the board for both sides of the field.
And not that Sinclair is passive by any means, but Lomane on the Sinclair, it's definitely different in how you're going to look to set your team up versus the Holiday and the Lash that we've seen from this player. Guardian damage continues to happen on the left side of the map. And again, like I said, survivability, but I guess there's also no real way that Zanya and Overseas can afford to push this Grey Talon Bebop off of their turret, right? And now, Ultimates are online. So this is a tough place to be in. Overseas gonna take flight. Zanya looking to get aggressive. Guided Owl and Hyper Beam would go crazy right here.
I just see a version of Rocker right now who like woke up and what it would be like if you play at 9 a.m. Eastern time for me on the East Coast. That would be what, 6 a.m. for somebody on the West Coast. So like waiting all this time to get back. What is this like? It's been what, like 6 hours later right now that we're playing this game. He might be asleep. He might be asleep right now.
Let's see if they're prepared for this.
So esports players and sleeping in, that's what we do.
So Thanos, see if you can make it work here with Waldo, as fights for these early laning phases have been quite contested. Xeno's going to end up going down in this moment. And you can see that Frost Grenade is going to heal back up Empty Dreams to get back into some early Guardian damage on this side. You can see across, though, back in that first lane, Abram's going to be forced into the Seismic Slam to safety. Overseas, sitting about half health on this Vindicta. So Grey Talon Bebop has been a successful feat in just trying to keep one win back on some facet of this game.
And they're right back at it in the Shiv Kelvin lane. The Sinclair, I don't know if the Sinclair even really helped to slow things down, because you're just faster as a rabbit and you're still using your Arctic beam. So much damage still happening. No execute available, but a stolen frozen shelter means low main will keep Xeno alive, but only momentarily. ABL looking to get something done as he's crept his way into this lane and is on the hunt for the lady. Geist swap comes down. That's low main to get grabbed up by that one. Bunny Rabbit doesn't matter. Downtown Shiv and Empty Dreams will find the kill.
That must have been a very long shot for that knife to hit. Guardian number 1 for 1 win. Opening up that left or that right lane. Now you can see Flammable go to reinforce anywhere else in the field. Xenon's gonna go down. Lefa's big kill there onto the Ivy, looking for a little bit more in for the time wall to see if he can block off any of this damage. The Rapid Hex on ABL, 60 health, and the Goo is gonna select that win. Flammable's going to be here, see if he can get a little bit of wave clear going, keep this Guardian intact, and it's actually going to successfully force away 3 of these members of Thanos.
Hydration force use that goo ball. Resistance is aplenty, so he'll stay alive.
Oh my goodness.
For Xenon just got blown up, got displaced by the fist, and I was thinking like, oh, that stinks, like you're in a pretty bad spot. And then didn't exist any longer.
Look at the gun damage onto Hydration there, just having what, like monster rounds, Headhunter, and active reload. Like, that is a lot of bullets in the chamber for Xenon to melt through these targets. It's going to be a copy out of low main into the airdrop. Bring it back down through mid. Target's going to be flammable as he's knocked up for a second. It doesn't look like there's going to be any immediate follow-up. So just teasing the idea to dive through this Guardian.
A hook goes on you, shoulder charge, has the bomb on him. Just headed the right direction for a second. Will turn around and look to take the fight, and who bites off more than he can chew through 3 players, in this left lane. The half-health Guardian on the side of 1 win is so safe now as they pressure their own, looking for their second on the map. And Waldo's there to try and hang on to it, but hang on is not the right word. He is just standing to fall with it.
Well, looks like another Guardian's about to go down. Zanya beating it to a pulp. So a second Guardian dropped means that that's +1 flex slots for 1 win. Discontinue this farm. Flammable's going to drop the frozen shelter into the airdrop. You're grounded, but still alive. Xenon, how are you living? Almost able to make it through this one, but Lefa finally able to break through, but it's long enough drawn out that there is no escape for the Calico without that return to shadows. So 10 minutes coming up in 30 seconds. Urn about to be open. A little bit of wave control for Thanos in towards the left side, but you can start to see that some of these 1 win players might elect to move over to get this first urn in.
Waldo was the player to hold that thought. Xeno gonna get executed, so struggling to find his footing here on the Lady Geist. Lefa out of the base. We're gonna kill in response. So 5 players on the map for both of these teams for these buffs to be spawning. Looks like maybe the first one went the way 1 win team, and I mean, who's just getting run down or trying to find a position to get somebody out of position. And yeah, another kill right on top of the urn means Flammable is going to have that one in hand, and he'll be on his path out to victory.
And look, they're sticking Xenon over into the left lane, just like what we saw out of Zergi, who really wasn't available in a lot of these fights back for Virtus Pro, but that was okay because even in a 5-on-6 between an Abrams and a Vindicta, or at the time it was the pocket of Mikhail S. It is still a lot to deal with. As you can see, Hydration's going to be parried out. Another parry onto Lefa. Things you hate to see if you're a North American fan, but easy reads for 1 win. And big plays in the team fight. Ern is going to successfully move from left to right. And the Guardian's going to be denied by Zeno.
Needs to be stopped.
One win are locked in, dude. 2 parries in a row from around the corner. They're winning everywhere on the map, and they are still getting that same style, right? Putting Ivy in the side lane. Xenon, you don't have to be in the fights. You just need to be a nuisance. You just need another 20,000 objective damage. And the way that One Win are playing around the map is making that so incredibly possible for that Ivy.
Look, ZP said that NA was free earlier. I won't lie, I didn't like that. But we are not beating the allegations at this moment.
No, we are not. And for Waldo and Hoot, they're honorary North Americans right now, so they're not beating the allegations. They're looking pretty free against this One Win team.
ABL's in trouble. Frozen Shelter to safety. Like, I don't actually think you were fully caught into this one, but Hydration was. Gooball not available, but the cube is. So Rescue Beam out in for the Rabbit Hex 2 and Flammable is going to delay some pressure here from One Win, but they're going to go right back in. The hook to Guardian.
Bombed up, taken down, Flammable falls through the time wall. Hydration will go. Unfortunately, that does a lot to your health bar, and it will allow ABL to sneak away as the Guided Owl doesn't quite find its mark either. So walking away 1 for 1, but a 1 for 1 trade for One Win right now. If you don't lose any objectives off of that, you're still winning. You're still 12,000 souls up, and Zeno hoping to get something back, but he knows that if he walks in, Big Blue is coming, and he didn't want to have to use the soul exchange for it. Fortunately, he does.
Like, nobody likes getting put into a corner with an Abrams. Not even a Lady Geist. That's a good call, though, from Empty Dreams to recognize that you're losing some battles in through those team fights. So you push that Walker down left lane. Completely unchecked by Lomane, doesn't get there in time, and that is going to be a real struggle now for Thanos to recover from, because yes, you're getting these Guardians through mid, you're able to back up, and you still have a Guardian for yourself there, but losing that Walker again just keeps One Win and their soul lead to keep buffing out some of these heroes, and that is just one of those plays that might not be immediately recoverable from by Thanos.
Yeah, that's a big pickup. 2 slots now, 2 flex slots opened up as Hydration slides the wrong way. Gets caught out once more. And I mean, and this is a Viscous that is anything from solid, looking like liquid, constantly melted. Every time we've seen the Viscous, except for one, and that was 7 minutes into the game, he had to goo ball out to safety, he survived. Outside of that, Hydration cannot stay alive.
Like, I'm literally getting deja vu to the match we got earlier between VP and Paravision, except just replace Zergi's Ivy for Empty Dreams' Shiv. You are thanking the lucky stars right now if you're Thanos that a lot of these fights aren't involving the Shiv, because he is at 18k souls, 4 kills, 3 assists. This is a scary Shiv right now. And the only reason you're able to win some of those fights through mid is because he's not there. And that's what is keeping Thanos kind of in a lot of these fights. But as soon as you shift that focus, if you're Empty Dreams, that's going to crumble quickly.
That ticking time bomb is that Shiv in making its way into the fight. Hoot once more caught out all on his lone thumb just around the corner from the buff. Okay, Rabbit comes out. Still secured, however, by One Win. They were quick to jump on that one. Waldo
Hydration
gonna try and grab the buff on the opposite side. No execute inside the goo ball, but again, Hydration comes out, and I mean, it's just way too hot for the goo, and he melts.
Not something that you would expect from high viscosity, but when you got high Shiv souls, that is the outcome of the matter. So 15 minutes in, and you're already thinking that this might be too late to come back from Thanos. Last time we saw them in this situation, the only reason that they were able to win this was because of the rejuve steal that Lomane got when he was playing Lash. I don't think that's going to be the same outcome this time. One Win definitely looking like they're starting to find themselves into form and step up into these situations where these big moments are paying off.
The urn's been dropped, and that's where they're setting that line of scrimmage. They're going to see if they can't get Thanos to start creeping out that direction. Meanwhile, in that far right lane, Lefa just trying to hold on to it as Xenon has his eyes set on that Walker. And we know that Ivy is not going to leave, but can rotate just as quick. Speaking of rotations, they're going to try and fight the Ivy here. Waldo's headed this direction. Meanwhile, the Urn fight taking place on the left side of the map, flowing. Hex Hoot is caught out once more, and there is not a number of healing Novas that could keep Hoot alive in this game.
I think we could test that. I think that enough healing Novas could heal through.
Surely they
That's
have
one of those
diminishing
like
return.
episodes of Mythbusters that would be like fun to watch in that whole sense. Can you out heal 4 overfed 1-win players when Hoot is paradoxical SWAT? But it's not something that's going to be answered now. The answer right now is no. So that middle Guardian opens up the middle lane. 1-win. Gaining lots of ground here. They're immediately going to disengage. You go towards, you look at the farm, you look at what's going to be available. Probably looking towards this next Urn run to shift the scales fully into your sides. And Thanos quickly got to figure out a way back. Whether that's going to be isolating some of these members, finding some timings through these jungles to see if you can jump somebody and get an advantage. Whatever it is. It's got to be now or never, because as soon as that team fight happens, there's no way you're getting through this Empty Dreams Shiv.
I mean, you're nearing a 30,000 soul deficit. Right now, 1-win. The onus is do not mid-boss and lose it, right? That's really all you have to do is no bad fights right now, like you mentioned. This is all free. Paradox is going to clean this up for free. Members in mid, though, under fire. And finally, Hoot is not by himself. He's actually with the team.
I knew the sapphire flame.
Yeah, Hoot's got to get out of here. Low main as well. Shoulder charge onto Lefa is actually going to miss, but it won't matter for the outcome. Hydration drops as well, and this is a good time to go for this mid-boss. As soon as you start sanctioning these players even further away from this position.
Headed to blue.
All right. Mid-boss is up. Hydration, Lefa are dead. Hoot far away from this one. Xeno, the only one in proximity. Hyper Beam comes ripping through. They don't have the guided owl for the stun. What did they steal here? Can Lomain get into the pit? Down comes the slam. 1-win will secure it.
Oh, that is
Looked like there may have been a moment.
Time wall slows him down, and it probably actually disarms him too. So no matter what you stole there, you didn't even get the chance in sliding through it. That is a heads-up play from ABL to make that one happen. In for the killing blow. Lefa saved by hydration. Can you fully stay alive, though, to keep this Walker intact? It doesn't look like it. Lots of players for 1-win to group up to get rid of it, and Lefa's going to drop anyways. ABL to hunt that one down. And this chance with all 6 players still with rejuvenation. Tanner, this looks like a great time to move from left to right, get to this next Walker, and fully process this win condition.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thought when you're this far ahead too, right? Because in all of this chaos, it maybe somebody didn't peek up at the time to say, hey, Urn is happening, right? Buffs are coming up. Fortunately, they own the map, so 1-win can go get that stuff for free. But I was wondering if they would just leave Ivy to try and get that Walker wall. Just like everything else, it's actually the inverse. They send the team for the Ivy. I'm sorry, they send the team for the Walker, the Ivy for the Urn, and Empty Dreams will not die again this game. There's no shot they kill the ship at this point.
Yeah, it is just an unkillable murder bot at this point. Lefa's gonna split push over towards that Guardian on the left side. Third one down, but 20 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. And ABL is going to back up to match this one. So Lefa versus ABL. Yeah, 16K Calico versus a 22K Paradox. And he's going to play around, dance around this time wall. In comes Zeno too, but you're losing your base at this point, so a lot of focus onto just one moment for a Walker. That ABL is stalling out so long while this base is breaking.
Shrine taken down, flex slot opened up, make it 2 shrines and your patron. And maybe they feel that there's no way they could even stop this, right? 4 players pushing this way. What would we even be able to do about it? Now, unfortunately, the next wipe for Thanos is the game. That's it. Your patron just got reset. You don't have any reset timers. So, I mean, you got 45,000 souls to try and come back from. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, some of these members on Thanos might already be thinking of draft 2. Just look at the spread across these souls and where they are. I mean, it's a 40K lead, but look at where those 40K souls really are deposited onto. Empty Dreams is at 31K. That is a whole 10 above Zeno, who's the top of the board for Thanos. So you're right to call that healers might be unkillable at this point in time. And as soon as you disengage, you get back together, your cooldowns are back up, and your ultimates are ready. Like an Echo Shard, it's time for round 2.
Who not alone this time? Admittedly not alone, but feels pretty alone. There's nothing Waldo could do in this situation except for turn and run to try and survive, because it really does mean the end of the game if too many go down here. There's also pressure inside the base as we continue to move downtown. The Amber Hand gonna be forced all the way back. Good slam on the outside from Zanya, and the goo is gone. We all heard the scream. They want to dance on the inside of the base. Meanwhile, Thanos are getting zoned out. The time wall's there. One win. Set their eyes on the patron. They're not messing around, Seymour. They're continuing to take down their demons one by one. And Lefa is on that list of demons. They have to kill Lefa before the game ends. There we go.
Yeah, just a nice little moment from Flammable to drop the Frozen Shelter, extended a couple more seconds to give Lefa the chance at fighting that one. But you're right, no funny business for one win. They go into game 1 and they smoke Thanos out of that matchup. Start to finish, just a solid game from one win into the draft. They looked like they had a great comp put together. You saw the building blocks of Thanos and kind of where they were kind of trying to go in terms of absorbing all that energy that was thrown at them and then throwing it back at one win, but they never really were able to truly get to a point of contention after they left those lanes. You saw Empty Dreams got a little out of hand playing the Shiv, and as soon as he goes away from the solo lanes, he gets that left walker. He moves right. He thinks about doing the same thing on the right side, but he's like, you know what? I'm just going to join in these fights, and I'm just going to kill everybody that's in my way. Yeah. They don't give up the Rejuvenator either. That is a plus. I know we're just going to continue to meme that. Yep. But yeah, one win. That's just through and through a good game, a solid game,
a great game. Yeah, start to finish, they got it done. Their lanes got it done. That mid lane, eventually, what I thought was going to be a super passive lane, eventually was just Xenon off in the side lane, just like we were expecting. It took a little bit of time to get the Shiv Kelvin going, but once those heals were online, once that Arctic Beam is slowing everybody down, the executes there, then I mean, there's nothing the Sinclair and Lady Geist could do. So through and through, one win. They really show up. Now, it's unfortunate. There's a couple of things that I've been wanting to mention. The first, Waldo said the NA teams, I think the word was play unintuitively. I think that was the word. And I'd asked, what does that mean? And he said, you don't really know what they're doing and why they're doing it. It doesn't seem as structured. And now Waldo's playing for that NA team. So I wonder if there's, that's obviously a big hurdle to play, being an EU player playing with a mostly NA squad. Secondly, somebody mentioned in the chat that Empty Dreams has the same haircut as Shiv. And now I see where the power spike came from, because man, were they right.
You just kind of like put it all together right there. Just like,
Yeah. Like, oh,
like
it
Charlie
makes
Day and
sense.
It's Always Sunny, just trying to like connect the dots on what's going on in this game.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I mean, yeah, 10 kills. You look at the damage done too. Not as high as Xeno, but the souls out of hand for Empty Dreams on the Shiv. A real issue for the team. I think that we do see the power of what could be this Kelvin Shiv combo. You know, from the laning phase into the team's flammable, always there to drop that frozen shelter, like find somebody for Empty Dreams to kill. Even hydration was getting caught inside of those frozen shelters as the viscous, and the cube still not enough to outlast the damage that was coming. And Xenon alongside ABL through mid, yeah, there's a little bit of an issue for the Ivy right away, but like then you kind of get to look at it. These teams might be cooking with this Gun Ivy. I don't know. It's like there's so many times where I see Gun Ivy just doing an absurd amount of damage onto like a single point of contact, and it doesn't really reflect in the player damage or the objective damage, but in like those small little moments, it is a little annoying. And you think at the little extra CC that you get from that stone form too, it's like a full package hero right now that you're kind of putting into these lanes on top of the Kelvin that you already have healing up the rest of your team. It's weird, but it's been working. So it's like Ivy, hey, maybe we're seeing a whole lot more Ivy now inside of these compositions. But just in general, I like to kind of call in towards what we're seeing out of this team of Thanos, who might be a little bit unorthodox in the way that they play, unintuitive, the word that Waldo uses, and it's really hard to kind of play that standard form when you completely keep on shifting players in and out of your roster. Yeah. Tracks earlier, Waldo now, Waldo before, Piggy before. It's really hard to really sanction a single strategy into this comp that you want to follow. And I'm sure there's going to be some like colliding ideas and thought process when you're mixing regions together as well, in the whole sense of it doesn't look all that together at times, and it looks very disconnected in terms of communication. Some players there getting caught overextended in jungle, missing out on those timings, while other players are looking over towards the objective, trying to play it properly. And it's something that you got to really look at this going into the next game. I don't know if Rocker's coming back. I don't know what's going on in that field, but it is tough when you continuously have to put and insert a player in and out of these rosters.
OneWin also did such a good job of, maybe they're not trying to, but targeting Xeno. In their Kelvin pick happened almost like right off the top. It was, I think it might have been number 2 or 3 for Amber or for Sapphire Flame, which, okay, there goes number 2 again. And if I was Thanos right now, I would say, let's put Xeno, not that Xeno looked bad on the Lady Geist. I think the game across the board, that's a hard game to even talk about. Nobody looked great there, but Xeno looked good on the Kelvin. And so that's a big takeaway. You ban the Yamato, you ban the Kelvin. Now you're kind of putting Xeno on Lady Geist jail, where not that Xeno doesn't play it well, but Leffa plays Lady Geist really well, right? So you're taking this power pick, this upwards of 70% win rate pick, and putting it in the hands. You're making sure that it's not going to the most capable hands. That's what I'll say, because I don't want my words to be minced to Xeno's a bad player. Leffa is just crazy.
And I still got word that it's gonna still be Waldo on Thanos.
Wow.
For this game. So hey, not really sure what's going on there for that one, but it's really tough for Thanos again to just continuously plug and play new people into the roster throughout this tournament, where you beat OneWin before with that full 6 roster that you put together for this one. OneWin obviously have gone through the trials, they've gone through the gauntlet of all these issues that they've been facing, and day to day they've been looking for ways to improve. And maybe this is just that OneWin roster that has learned from these mistakes, and they've really buttoned down to not allow anything to be punished in their own rights. But Thanos do go for the Lady Geist, like you were kind of saying there. Pick that one up for your 3rd pick. We're going into the 2nd phase of drafting, and you've given up the Shiv Kelvin again over towards this OneWin team, which now you look even deeper into OneWin and what you're going to be building for against them. And I think that surely surely you look into banning out. I don't even know what you go for because they got everything that they want right now. Maybe look towards banning out. Yeah, okay, the Abrams isn't so bad. You don't want to give that one up. I was going to say maybe even Vindicta in case they wanted to go for that pick, but it's going to be Mirage banned out from 1win.
Yeah, really nice. I thought the next pick for Thanos could be Mirage, just to have the Lady Geist Mirage both very strong. Leffa on the Mirage, put Xeno back on the Lady Geist. Now, I don't know what's happening. Why have we not seen Lash since literally, I think, the first series of the day? Or is the first game, it was VP playing Lash? Was it the first game against Paravision where the way they were playing Lash was, we're going to make sure that your holiday gets as little amount as success as possible with those lassos. When somebody does get pulled in, we're going to pull you off. We're not necessarily looking to play hook for hook. We're looking to play a supportive style death slam that just keeps our carries alive. It does get a little harder with Kelvin on the board on the side of 1win as we snap on. Mo and Krill is great. Mo and Krill is the first time that you and I have seen it on broadcast since we've been casting that it did not get banned. So 1win team, give that over. You have to assume it's Hydration, who's going to feel maybe a little more survivable than he did on the Viscous.
Yeah, that's today. You got to preface that that's today. We've seen a lot of Mo and Krill.
Yeah,
it's not today.
Yeah, sorry, today, yeah.
Right now. So for Thanos, yeah, maybe you've gotten away with something there. A little bit extra lockdown on top of this Paradox, some playmaking capabilities now for your team. 1win get the Calico on top of the Shiv, top of the Kelvin, and the Ivy too. So it's like this whole team kind of buffing out again. We're seeing like the continuous make of what was really strong in that game 1. You add in the Holiday 2, where that lasso is going to be difficult. We saw how difficult ABL faced this Holiday pick when he was playing on the Grey Talon. So that's something to think about too. And hey, I mean, Infernus, you know, I don't want to like talk bad about Infernus right now,
yes,
because the other day on Fight Night, we saw Zergy like completely truck Paravision on this Infernus pick. But every single time we see it here in the Bombshell, it loses. Like, and it's not even like it makes a dent. And it's one of those picks that, like, if it makes it late in game, the longer the game goes, it feels like the further Infernus kind of falls off in those compositions. That worries me a little bit here, but you know what? Trust in Leffa.
Trust in Leffa. Yeah, I think we are assuming that will go the way of Leffa. Does this mean who is going to be playing the Paradox if we don't see a Bebop rounded out here at the end? It feels so strange because who last game, I don't know. It's like, we get it that owls are nocturnal, but a Viscous still comes through, and that's Hydration, Viscous, Hoot, Mo and Krill?
Xeno, Mo and Krill, Hoot Paradox.
Okay, you know, I could see it. And last on the other side,
like, I thought I had an idea where that last pick was going, and then Vistas comes through, and I'm just like, wow, well, that is a change, kind of like out of like the where I thought that was going to be going to. I thought generally it would be going to that Bebop pick, but 1win on the Lash here. And it was a little bit of a different approach, and it was kind of noted by ZP and Jason, and we were kind of highlighting it a little bit here on the desk. But it's like the Lash was used earlier not so much as an engagement into these fights, but appeal for those backline carries. You look at the team that you have here for 1win, you don't have any like of that backline carry capabilities. You have a lot of go forward and pressure type of players in terms of like the lasso from the Holiday into like the Calvin, who's going to continuously put that frozen shelter into those fights, and Shiv, Calico, Ivy, all going to be in there as well. So it's like there's not really anything to peel for in this sense. So that kind of looks into towards this Lash is just going to be all in with the rest of the team for those death slams, which means that I think this 1win team just gets pretty strong in terms of how much pressure they're going to be putting into these team fights on the front line.
Yeah, I do think that should it pan out the way that I'm thinking, right? Like with the Mo and Krill, there's worlds where the Death Slam will be nice to have. Like you're not necessarily peeling off of your back line because everybody's on the front line, but you can save, quite possibly, whoever is getting comboed out, right? You can drop that death slam just to rip the attackers, I guess I'll say, for lack of a better term, from blowing up whoever is getting comboed, right? You can kind of manhandle the Mo and Krill. You can make sure there's less Mo and more Krill.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Thanos is kind of putting something together here that you can see, again, just like game one, where their idea is. Of course, you're looking into a team that is full of engagement on one win, so you want that peel, you want that swap, as well as the pressure from the Great Talon in terms of damage, the essence bombs, the soul exchange that you get from Lady Geist, and the amount of sustain that you're going to get from the Spirit Lifesteal of the Infernus is going to be good. And then you mix that in with like a good combo, a good burrow, as well as the cube that you're going to get from Viscous and the goop ball. Is that it is a lot of counter attack material. It's a lot of we are going to re-engage all the attack that you kind of give into us. It really comes down to, again, if they can stay in those fights, because the issue with game one, when they went for the same kind of composition idea, is they lost the laning phase and they lost all of the Guardians right away. It wasn't until the 20-minute mark that they actually got that third Guardian down for Thanos. And I think if you kind of fall into that same errors into this game, like, you're going to see Thanos still struggle if you fall behind here.
And maybe the thought behind this Infernus, somebody help me out, and maybe somebody in chat knows, why do I keep calling Infernus 7? Why does that keep happening? I feel like maybe it's like I
don't know,
because
something wrong with you.
Yeah, I think it's like he kind of looks like they
don't even look the same. It's different color grades.
No, they don't. That's what I'm saying. It's like, why do I? Anyways, Infernus, that's going to be a better option than your Calico to try and match the Ivy in the side lanes, right? If Ivy is being a nuisance and pushing, you don't have to send then your Great Talon or your Lady Geist over there with the Calico to try and stop the Ivy. The Infernus is going to do a good job of wave clearing, run down that Ivy, kind of match that same gun versus gun firepower. But to your point, if your team is not winning, Infernus is not winning. Even if your Infernus is fed and has the most souls on the team, it feels bad still. So those are like, again, same thing with what we saw from the Shiv when he wasn't joining fights. It's like ticking time bomb, right? You're going to get so much out of your Infernus. You got to make sure it happens early, because in the later stages of the game, Infernus runs in and he doesn't make it out.
We're going to see if like Thanos can really get this one done, because you're looking at a full comeback versus one win now. You got to win game 2, then you got to go into game 3, do it again. And then that moves into Paravision for the next game, and then that moves into VP waiting in the grand finals. So as you go into each game, it gets harder and harder as you level up here for the Bombshell. $500 for whoever's going to lose this match. $1,500 at least for whoever is going to win it. So we can see if Thanos has what it takes to push through and get it done. And one win, looking to slay that monster in their closet that humiliated them back in day 2.
One win away from eliminating another demon for Thanos. They're looking to hang on and force us to a game 3. One win team. Your Amber Hand, Thanos, your Sapphire Flame, and we are underway. And again, it's the same start for the Shiv Kelvin. We'll take a back seat for a moment, but just know that when we get a chance, we're putting hands on you.
Going across, of course, it's the Shiv Kelvin lane. Matching up into the Great Talon Viscous. This is going to be a weird one, because I'm not sure how good this Viscous is going to be for enabling your Great Talon, like we've seen others in the past, like when we match it up with the Abrams or with the Bebop, who's able to get those hooks or shoulder charges in. So Weird one for low main on the Viscous Hydration. Mo and Krill. Waldo's going to be the one on the Paradox, and it's Hoot Grey Talon that we're getting. So a little bit of a mix-up across the board for who's playing what. And the Leffa Lady Geist, not the Leffa Infernus.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Left on the Infernus. Hoot on the GT feels fitting. Owl. Hoot. You know, somebody in chat was saying you sound like an owl, Seymour.
I'm not falling for that one.
Dang it, dude! I thought you were locked in, bro. I thought I had you.
It's a good try, though.
Now I need somebody in chat to actually call you, say you sound like an owl.
It's not going to happen. Even if they do, I'm just going to ignore it. I love the chat. The chat's been great. Chat's been having a fun time. We've been having a fun time. And what more could you ask for than 6 days straight of a deadlock tournament? This has been so fun to see it evolve from day to day. And I hope we get more. Don't forget, chat, to show some love to One Win for giving us this stuff.
Wait, that was awkward. Overseas dies there because he has to stick around longer because he didn't get the damage from falling off of his bounce pad. I'm assuming there's a cooldown that I'm unaware of from bounce pad to bounce pad, but I thought he'd get the damage on Waldo just from landing. Hangs out a little too long, and they end up trading here in the mid lane. But it does mean a little more souls over to your holiday, so that lasso will be up nice and quick. Who's forced to take to the sky? Spirit Snare. Gonna turn out the lights on the abilities for a second, but Kelvin's cooldowns are so dang long that he ain't have anything anyways.
Coming up on a few ultimates for One Win. Specifically the Death Slam and the Killing Blow. You have the Frozen Shelter too pretty quickly, but I'm looking at this one to pick them up and pull them back. And the Slam as well. You're in trouble. Should be a cleanup here onto Waldo. It will be. Hydration falls as well. Not able to escape with any burrows. It is too early for that, so big one there for the immediate turnaround of ABL's ult. It's like, you're sitting there as ABL, it's like, oh, I'm a big guy. I pick things up, I put them down.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy that the Lash didn't even seem like an option for Thanos to go over to low main. Like, they picked the Viscous last pick for low main. Could have been their Lash instead. Without it, low main, speaking of, will find himself seeping through the floors of the Cursed Apple here in New York, and that's going to leave Hoot.
I'm already here.
Have to back up and play a little careful. Has a couple of charges already on that charge shot. And they get one back. ABL actually gets punished. That swap comes online, and Waldo is able to make good on that ultimate. And that's what you expect, right? Just as off cooldown, swap, swap, swap.
Yeah, now that, like, Hydration's going to have that combo too. You got to look for that to kind of move over and over again to pick up some of these early kills too throughout the laning phase. If you can get that early rotation out from this Mo and Krill, but you can get the early rotation from ABL to stack this right side. Got it. Owl going to be burned early from Hoot. And that doesn't really do anything in terms of damage towards Empty Dreams. He's even going to steal this camp as well. That's going to keep Thanos behind, but what it does is it clears that wave and makes it harder for them to push into this Guardian. So a safety net for Hoot and low main underneath their Guardian. Now, I think just in general, when you're looking at this, it's looked a lot more comfortable for Thanos. You still feel like there is just a presence from One Win that is commanding this laning phase, but in general states of, you look at the Guardians and the way things are going, it has been some fantastic trades back and forth.
Really has. That ABL gank that was about to take place in the right side was not, it was not executed well in way of gank, but getting back to the lane. Thanos tried to punish it. They were pushing aggressively in the mid lane, and ABL made it back in time to chip Waldo down to 50 HP or something, and it forced that Paradox out of that lane. So although they didn't get anything on the right side, when ABL left, he came back and kind of punished that mid lane to then force Waldo back to reach that leave hydration on his lonesome, which didn't seem to hurt. Meanwhile, left gonna soul exchange with Zanya, who is full HP. How are they both full HP? Left soul exchange and got out of that with less health.
Tis the way of deadlock sometimes.
That makes no sense.
Pressure here between the Calvin Shiv into the Guardian. As you can see, the cold front to the back from Lefa. Zanya forced away, but looking to re-engage, and the leaping strike not going to land. So nothing threatening there. You actually see through mid, it's Waldo to get a kill. That's going to back up ABL for a moment, but Waldo hydration, they're going to understand with the death strike up, if you walk too close to this Guardian, you could be pulled under Guardian, and that's not something that they want. So look at this with the timing, hydration not seen by ABL. He's going to look for a quick gank over to the right side.
They pick up the kill onto low main. Overseas, able to use that bounce pad to get away. And
Frozen Shelter.
if stuff starts to hit the fan, yeah, Frozen Shelter available. So no worries with that guided owl flying around in the vicinity. 3 players still on the right side of the map. Flammable does die.
Yeah,
they
that's
do
good.
get something back underneath this turret, but still pressure here on the right side of the map. Low main's coming back. We'll see. Goo Ball available. It'll be 3v2 if they stay and fight here on this side of 1 win.
Yeah, this is good presence from Thanos fighting back. However, Waldo goes down through mid.
Nice save.
And that is a big kill as well from Zanya. Looking to keep this one going. So pick up onto the airdrop. Still a battle going on to the right side. This time it's going to be under the Guardian of 1 win. Overseas here alongside Flammable. 3 players from Thanos. Hydration has come to the assist. And you can see that Empty Dreams is going to try to get back here and help as well. Guardian through mid falls for Thanos, but they want this right side. They're going to back up before it's too late. But it doesn't seem like that's good enough for what they were trying to do. They give that up before there's any trade for that mid Guardian going down.
And Zeno just walking up trying to steal a Sinner Sacrifice on the other side of the map. There was a good exchange back and forth. Nothing came of that, but that is the last thing that you want to be doing in a game like this where you just lost your mid lane. You can't afford to die in a side lane and give that up either. So fortunately not punished for that, but that's kind of the same thing we saw Hoot doing, just going off on these solo missions and eventually ended up dying. Overseas is still in mid, but you overextend one too many times, and eventually that Sinner Sacrifice steal turns into you getting lassoed.
ABL is in your jungle right now. And that's the thing with Lash, is he's going to be going from rooftop to rooftop. Look for areas that this Death Slam can be used quickly. There's not a lot that's going to be stopping you. Hoots up top. Good movement to stay above overseas. It looks like Hydration is going to be in the run. See if you can catch this Holiday and use your combo. But they're going to back up. And it's Empty Dreams now that's going to be on the site for those two. Earn being ran.
The brakes are on. Flammable hits the Arctic Beam, and then Lefa thought maybe safe inside the cube, but comes out to a Frozen Shelter. Is going to swap health here with Flammable. And the Life Siphon is a little bit out, but not enough. So everybody going to walk away from that one. They exchange the ultimates. The Urn, however, still in possession of this Calico.
Level's got this quick rotate, and that's going to come to see if you can assist here. Rotations out from 1 win as well. It's a 4-on-3 in favor of 1 win. Waldo's going to try to get here in time, but it might not be quick enough.
Guided Owl doesn't quite find a target combo. Lock one down.
Return to Shadows.
Into the shadows we go. Yeah, not quite healthy enough coming out of it. Zanya does fall. A 1-for-1 thus far. The Urn still standing right next to the turn-in. His Hydration low on HP, able to hit the Scorn, get a little bit of health back. We swapped sides now. Amberhand back nearing their Guardian.
Gotta be careful.
Still in the area.
Empty Dreams has that killing blow, and you're halfway to this Death Slam. So the longer this fight goes, the better it will be for one win.
Earn on the move. Hydration. No low main, excuse me. Gonna look to pick this one up. I'll take to the skies, maybe try and slow this one down, and now they start to pressure around this turn, and Zanya pushes forward. It's a full HP Calico coming back into the fight. Meanwhile, the beam is off, and Waldo's one win. Grab the urn, they look to secure it, and there's just no answer from the side of Thanos.
And that's the thing. I mean, there's just so much for one win to use in this composition, and Flammable's just allowed to heal your team nonstop with the healing Nova, with your frost grenades, and you just cannot match that if you're Thanos. So the delay in that fight allows for those cooldowns to come back. You re-engage with that killing blow, and you get that major fight win that you're looking for if you're one win, to get that urn and to keep your lead. On top of having that flex slot open, this is just going to help buff things out for the team. And you saw Zeno, he tried to sneak a Guardian there. It wasn't able to happen over towards the left side, so Thanos are gonna have to react to this one, see if you can put some bodies around and keep this going in terms of pressure towards getting these objectives. But at the same time, you look at what one win are doing, and they're constantly stealing your jungles, keeping in there, and that is hard to let happen if you're Thanos. You want to contest this.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to let happen, but sometimes you have to. Cube is out, Death Slam. And again, you get Cube, you're safe, and then Flammable's on top of you to lock in the frozen shelter. Who unable to play the game once more. Lash will come down slamming on top of low main. Is able to get away, will back away to the Walker, that one being lightly pressured by Xenon and overseas. Still a Guardian to be taken on the left side of the map.
And you can see that you're in trouble here if you're Zanya. I mean, full HP, so you're going to be able to dance around this Walker and clear this wave. But slowly and surely, Thanos are starting to kind of put their heads together and see where they can find these trades in terms of objective. You lost a little bit of damage towards that mid Walker, though. So, again, that is going to be a weak point for one win to start putting some pressure in, see if you can force some of the attention. But inside, you're caught here. Good movement from ABL, and Zeno snatched by the Calico. ABL is just providing some top-tier movement, I will say. And how quickly you're able to sneak into that building is insane for this Lash. It's one of those things, and I think that, you know, we're seeing it in like a stigma of like Steel teams are staying away from this Lash in terms of drafting, and like it happens later into the draft phase, like it may be like a last pick or something of the sort. But even though it's like a last pick, it is still such a good pick for these teams, and you know, we might even see it evolve into a prio pick for some teams.
Big fight here. One win trying to cut the numbers down just as the next turn spawns. This is where the turn in was for the last turn team. The spawn of this one happens on the right side of the map. Bridge buffs are up as well. So as the urn falls, we'll go ahead and scoop up not only 3 kills for their troubles, but bridge buff and an urn off the back end of it. It's a dangerous urn, but it's a very, very strong one-win team who still has the Death Slam available.
So you see an 11k soul lead, but fortunately enough for Thanos, like through and through all of this, you've managed to knock down those 2 Guardians. So like, you're trying here. You're trying to keep this one as even as you possibly could. It's just this lead that is the issue from one win. You got to find a way to close it, and this urn is going to be something that you're focusing on. Hydration, not going to be able to fully disarm that, and the Guided Owl is a little bit mistimed. Low main knocks Zanya out of the Calico, but you are so separated right now if you're Thanos.
Yeah, who's not even here? The urn ends up getting slammed home either way, and what was a 12,000 soul lead is now nearing a 20,000, and Lomain's gonna go ahead and help assist in making that come to fruition. Mid boss, maybe an angle here. Hydration and Xeno have their ults, which is a little scary. So maybe this isn't a heck yes mid boss. But I mean, it feels like one win at this point can't do any wrong. And they're not 20,000 souls is a lot, yes. But just before this, right, being 10,000 ahead isn't game breaking. You're not the final boss with a 10,000 soul lead, but they're just playing so well.
Yeah, one win. I mean, we're putting a lot of focus onto what Thanos are kind of misplaying,
A new era is
but
coming.
ABL is playing fantastic on this Lash. Flammable continues to follow up on these death slams with a frozen shelter, not allowing, you know, players like Hoot to take flight whatsoever. It's really just clipping the wings of these aerial players. And we haven't really been talking much about like Overseas or Xenon, but I'm watching the map, and every single time there's like a fight from one win in one area, you see Xenon and Overseas just poking at like whether they're Guardians or they're Walkers, just a little bit of objective damage. So everything is coming together like a symphony.
This is another questionable call. All 6 are alive for Thanos.
We have Death Slam though.
This is a questionable call, Seymour. Out comes the fist. Frozen Shelter gonna buy some time. That's questionable as well.
That's
they are gonna
bait.
look to find a kill here. Waldo on the inside. Warpstone down. Here comes the Death Slam. Hop them off. One win will secure, but they're losing the fight so far. They eventually get one back. Waldo, the first to go, survives so long inside the pit, but eventually the numbers start to dwindle, and Thanos on the receiving end of a losing team fight. Lepa gonna try and hold his ground inside the pit, but will not, in one win against all odds in a 6v6 for the Rejuvenator come out on top.
And again, it's one win learning from their mistakes. This time around, you understand that Thanos is going to give it a swing. The instant drop of the frozen shelter from Flammable, it's bait. It's all bait in that Temple Guardian, knowing that that has been an issue for them. This time, it catches Waldo immediately, surrounded by 3 members inside the shelter. It stops the paradoxical swap. And after the shelter goes down, the follow-up from ABL's Death Slam. It is chef's kiss. And how good that trap was set. Thanos walked right into it. And it's Rejuvenator now. It's Walkers. It is the game win in your sight.
They can afford to get a little goofy here. Stick around, take down the Walker. They lose 2 for it, but again, those Death Timers not too punishing. And at the state of the game, I mean, maybe if they get some more, this might be okay for Thanos. Nope, never mind. Xeno dies as well, but Buffs and Urn are spawning here in just a second. If they continue to chase, 25 or 30 seconds might be enough time for you to back up and grab the Urn.
Yeah, Lefa's got a couple of kills. The issue is, look at your base.
Yeah.
Mid wave and left wave fully pushed into these Guardians, and with the Rejuvenator, that is scary. Those troopers do a lot of damage, and you can see that those base Guardians did end up going down through mid just by troopers alone. So it's just pressure from one win, allowing things like that to happen. And I don't even want to call it neglect on the side of Thanos, because you didn't have any options other than to challenge those fights. And Lefa did turn it into a couple kills. The only issue now that you're facing a chasm of a lead, 30K. And 3 flex slots for one win.
Yeah, and there's a 1 flex slot available for Thanos, though. The 108,000 souls may not feel that way, although they are looking for a catch. ABL overstaying is welcome, trying to take away some of the alleyway here for Thanos. Empty Dreams was a raid boss in the last game and is trying to fit that same bill here in this one, but may also just go down. They do get Lefa. Frozen Shelter is out. A few players are locked on the inside. Taking up to the skies is Flammable, and Thanos.
This is a good fight.
Thanos are making this hurt.
Yeah, this is really good from Thanos. In fact, they're turning this one around. Flammable is going to get hunted by Lomain and even down, but not out. You can call this Thanos' way back in. Zanya looking to do any damage on the escape, and in fact, Waldo's going to drop, so a little bit of a backup kill. Urn also delayed on the entry. Xenon ends up falling. Are they going to be able to pick this one up? I don't think you're going to, so backing up towards this return. Hydration gets it going. Zanya's going to be found out as well, so even more chase for Thanos. It might be a small step, but it is a big step in terms of Thanos' way back.
And ABL is back, and he is back for blood. Empty Dreams also here to supplement Hoot and Hydration. Just going to walk away from this one, nearing the ultimates, but not up long enough to try, or not up soon enough, excuse me, to be able to fight that 2v2. Oh, man, Thanos, they're clawing their way back in. That was a 30,000 soul lead. It's now a 5,000 soul deficit.
It kind of proves that they can still fight this. The only issue is that you're really cautious on the way that you like engage a lot of these fights. And what we were highlighting too is that the longer the game goes on, I feel like the better this composition for one win gets. Especially as you look towards Empty Dreams isn't as buffed out as it was last game for this Shiv play. But we know how scary the Shiv can truly be. And I think one thing that is certain is that like it's ABL really on this Lash that has been setting up a lot of these team fights for one win. The only difference for the last one was that frozen shelter, it doesn't just catch one player of Thanos, it caught multiple players of Thanos, so they were able to brawl inside the dome, and that keeps them alive. Big swap here on Empty Dreams. Can they finish it off?
Uh-oh. Yeah, the bloodletting ticking down, gets comboed as well. They throw so much at Empty Dreams. And the rest of the team wasn't quite ready for it. Overseas now making his way into the mix. Concussive combustion will spread everybody. High to low is where we fight as flammable. Ops the frozen shelter. We fight inside the snow globe here in the heat of the summer. It's only one kill found for now. Xeno low. He's gonna have to get himself out of the fight. Deathland comes through. Eventually, Xeno will be run down. Not a whole lot of follow-up on the Death Slam. Instead, it's ABL that goes down. A 1-for-2.
But look at the base.
Thanos.
Look at the base. The troopers are going in. They're doing damage to the shrine.
They have to give up on the chase to go back to their base.
Headed to York.
Oh, that could have been scary if that was still a rejuve for one win. You probably lose a shrine, and through this one, it was a very scrappy fight. Thanos fortunate to win through this one, but ultimately it's a fight that was null and void, and the fact that you had to disengage from it. Very low were the health bars of a couple of those Thanos members too, so the fact that you're able to sustain that for now just keeps everything going. You don't gain anything, you don't lose anything just yet. It gives you just that other chance, and you can see that again, kind of like what we're saying, is slowly that soul lead is starting to close.
Yeah, if you're one win, you have to go first. You cannot let Thanos find the kills like that, especially onto Empty Dreams, who's done so much. And this gun Ivy, 28,000 souls. It's not obvious in our face damage, which is maybe why I'm not giving it as much respect, but we'll have to see how it continues throughout the game. They want to try and fight for the buffs. Waldo low inside the shadows we go, and another frozen shelter. Suspended in the sky is the fight. They'll finally leave the bridge. Zanya's trying to find an angle to get something done here. Executes available. Splash also available to try and get some health back. Damage onto low main means the goo ball is gone. But the health bars are low and the trades are an option. Left foot gonna hit the swap. ABL the next to go. Flammable, not fly. Long enough to fight to keep his team healed. And Hoop will take to the skies. But he'll take some shots to the back. Zanya now looking to chase down the Grey Talon. Rip him from the server. And he warped away to safety. But Zanya's not done yet. The snare will stop the abilities, and Hoop is gone.
Yeah, he's on the run. Hydration, though, on the other side. Yeah, it's just Hood because Hydration should be going down. He's trying to prolong his life long enough to maybe allow for Lomane and Xeno to be up to defend their base, but At least for Thanos here, I mean, look at the waves that you have pushed up. It's going to give a little bit of reprieve for Hoot to have teammates to come back. You can't immediately just hit the zip line and jump into the base of Thanos just yet. But there is options here. It looks like it's going to be actually Hoot going to contest this urn. It's a 1 versus 1. Oh, no, it's a 1 versus 2, actually.
It's a neutral urn as well. If you're one win, that feels so good to not have to extend too deep to get this one home. Now, Hoot needs to be careful. Warpstone once more out to safety. ABL on the chase. Didn't have the death slam. Luckily, Hoot's able to walk away alive.
You have the zip line too if you want to get over there fast to contest this urn to get returned, but you are racing. If you're Zanya, I don't know if they're going to be able to stop this, and no, the frozen shelter is going to secure that urn.
It won't have it for the fight now, Seymour.
And Zanya can put some attention in.
And Xeno goes down, Lomain goes down. They don't need the frozen shelter. Death Slam used. Here comes the swap on top of it. Oh, Waldo trying to find an angle for Thanos to find some sort of footing inside this fight. But unfortunately, Waldo just going to get run down. No amount of grenades will keep you alive. The execute comes through. There's another one up on the docket, and Empty Dreams cuts down 2.
And that sounds like the way we can really look at these North American fans. Empty Dreams here in the Bombshell. So chasing these last remaining members, they're going to TP with Hydration, or no, Hydration's just out of there. They're going to respect this one. And again, it's a situation with Thanos that, like, you have at least some wave control, so you're going to have a few more seconds to respawn, but one win have options beyond that. Temple Guardian now, and nobody can stop it.
Hydration's alive! I'm just kidding. There's no way. Wow. What a back and forth. Mind you, Thanos, it's been great to see them bolster up another 50,000 souls. It's been great to see them fight in this game. They have nowhere to spend it. They still need to get a walker down. So it's surprising how they're even back in this game, because this 24,000 soul lead probably feels like way more than that, just based on their down 2 flex slot.
I think it really accentuates how good these players are for Thanos, and it really gives some perspective and some respect to the fact that they can make this look close, even with things stacked against them. So in that last fight, I think it was just a lapse of timing onto stopping that urn, and a miscue of maybe racing towards the left side alongside Zaya. Hoot there. I mean, it would have been huge to maybe knock down Zanya on that rotation, especially if you could have gotten a Spirit Snare onto the Calico in time, but you're not able to, and that frozen shelter gives you all the tools that you need to fully get that urn secured, and they're going to be farming the ults. One would have the full read on this one.
That was a huge warp stone, though. Hoot was ready for it, gets out of dodge. Now needs to try and find an angle to survive and get the owl in the mix, but he's run down by Zanya.
That's your damage gone.
And this just might do it. Open up the base. One win, knocking on the door. They don't quite have the minions on this side of the map. They're going to push right on through. They don't care. Domain tries to roll his way through, but a wrecking ball in one win will take out the Doom Lepa. Not enough health in the world to exchange, and now the base will be opened up, and these death timers are so long, even if they get cut in half by one Jason Seymour, this could be the end.
Let's crack an egg, Tanner.
It's time to complete.
North America looking to pack things up here in this Bombshell. A couple of players here to stand up, but it's just Hydration and Waldo.
You need a great time wall here. You need a great guided owl here, and it looks like one win. Understand the assignment. Eyes on the patron. Demon after demon. One win. Refuse to lose as they send Thanos packing.
And they count themselves into the top 3 of our one-win Bombshell Volume 5, rounding out The 3 best teams in Europe once again. 1 win joining Paravision now for a chance at that grand final spot. Virtus Pro waiting for them beyond that, and it just shows just how good this team is at building their way back to the top. It is step by step, it is game by game, and we've talked a lot about how bad 1 win looked in previous days. Today is not that. A little bit of a struggle at first versus Aegis Aurora, but it was a curveball that was thrown at them earlier today. Versus Thanos, it was clean through and through. And you look at Thanos towards the end of that, they're able to prolong the game and, you know, keep you away from getting into the base and getting towards that shrine. But 1 win, even losing those fights, never gave up the walkers. They still walked away with the urns. They managed to get that last Temple Guardian. And I think back towards the earlier Temple Guardian that we did see too, when you baited Thanos into a steal, all 6 players there, you wait if you're flammable to pop that frozen shelter. It catches Waldo down low in the pits, and you have ABL who is just hitting Death Slam after Death Slam, looking so good on this Lash. I keep saying Lash is back, and I think you keep seeing him be one of those last picks in these drafts, but even still, it is a last pick that provides so much now to the team in regards to peel and engage. And not only that, when you land a ground strike that is from the top ropes, we have seen him just destroy players on Tano throughout this map. And I gotta give some respect over towards Thanos, and like a team from North America coming in towards a tournament like this, even with so many different roster changes and players plugging in play, they have been scary, and they've given some issues over towards the top teams in Europe, with all things stacked against them. I can't wait to see eventually when we get Deadlock onto a big stage with international teams playing against each other, because it is going to be such a fun story to tell after all of these battles that we do get and all these tests that these North American players are giving to the Europeans. It is really impressive to see just how good they can keep this game going.
I am a little sad that we don't get a game 3, because it did feel like Waldo was finding his place. This Paradox pick looked a lot better, especially as the game went later. It was because of Waldo finding crucial swaps that they were turning around fights, especially for that urn that got them back in the game. I put in air quotes because they were in the game soul-wise. Yeah. They just couldn't spend them, unfortunately. So it would have been nice to see what a game 3 looked like for Thanos here, with Waldo filling in and really starting to fit in to this squad. But
even Hoot towards the end of that game on that Grey Talon was giving a big issue to some of those team fights. I mean, as those team fights were going on, you saw Hoot walking away with 1, maybe even 2 kills, actually turning things around for Thanos in terms of shutting down some of those big carries from 1 win. But in that last team fight that you saw, and Hoot gets caught overextended, he's locked down, the first one to fall. That is a tough one, because you thought you were going to be able to safely farm inside of your own jungle. 1 win catch you with your pants down in that moment, and it completely turns things back into their favor. Shout out to Zanya on this Calico. So many times we saw Zanya just in 1v1 situations, staying alive, lasting throughout these fights, being that kind of attention seeker in terms of what you were looking for to take down on the side of Thanos. And you never really truly saw Zanya go down 2 deaths throughout the entire game as this Calico, who was fighting the whole time. 22 assists. Zanya was huge in that game. Also ABL. I mean, you gotta say, it's been tough playing Lash through so many of these patches, but in this game in particular, earlier too, when we saw Lash in Together's hand, you see the power that this pick can truly be in terms of engaging, peel, whatever you need to do. 41,000 damage from the Lash. That is major, especially considering most of those death slams resulted in flammable early on, catching you in the frozen shelter, which really made it hard for Hoot to find any like presence in fights because you were always thinking about where's ABL, where is Flammable, do they have their ultimates? Yeah, well, I don't really want to be in the sky right now, guys, so I'm just gonna be like poking away at you on the ground.
The Kelvin as well, Flammable, on top of being on top of his team and frozen sheltering, did a great job in a lot of these fights. When somebody should die, they get cubed by low main, and then Flammable has the frozen shelter and says, not happening, man, I'm sorry. I know that you thought you were getting out of this one, but I just cannot allow it to happen. Again, you pick Kelvin, you win. That's the name of the game, it seems like. I do want to give some love over to Overseas and ABL. Not necessarily in their gameplay, although that was fantastic, but these are two players for this team that have shown deeper pool in terms of hero pools, and it just enables the team to do so much with where we are right now in our meta as a whole. It sounds like we have our bracket to take a peek at to kind of see where we land as the day comes to an end, Seymour. And this is it, Virtus Pro waiting in the wings.
Well, I felt like we really peaked in that day too between Thanos and One Win. I'm sad we didn't really get to see all 6 players play together on this last day. Unfortunately for themselves, but we see them bow out in match 3 for that best of 3 versus One Win, who started in the lower bracket, have been struggling throughout these weeks. They beat Aegis Aurora in that game 3. They beat Thanos. They slay that monster in that closet. And then later on, or well, tomorrow, they get to start things off with a game versus Paravision to see if they can go back against Virtus Pro yet again. So looking at that, we only got 2 more games left. It's been 6 days of action here for the One Win Bombshell Volume 5. We got our top 3 set in stone. One Win, Paravision, and Virtus Pro, the teams that have been at the tippity top of European deadlock for months now, and it is not gonna change this time. One Win, they wake up when it matters, and now they get the chance to run it back again versus Paravision, which is gonna be a big game. Again, the road to redemption for One Win, and they look redeemed.
They look redeemed. Now, they just 2-0'd the team that 2-0'd them, and they look at another team that 2-0'd them tomorrow. Obviously, a lot to look after, right? We've got a whole day before that. As you guys saw on the screen, 1700 CET. That's when we get started tomorrow. I believe that's an 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time start, which is an 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time start for our folks at home. Seymour, I'll put you on the spot because we might have a few more seconds before we're ready to close things out. Predictions. Who wins semis? I guess lower finals. Who wins it all? Give it to me. How's it go?
Like, I'll say it. I've said it yesterday looking at them. I think that VP and Paravision have gotten ahead in the terms that they are comprehending the way to play the game at this moment with the recent patch. One Win are making those steps, and you can see it today that they've been showing less and less weakness every single game. But you beat Aegis Aurora, who had roster issues. You beat Thanos, who aren't playing with their full 6, just gonna keep on putting new members in. Paravision and Virtus Pro are going to be a different beast, and for One Win, it is going to be a test to see if they truly understand this new patch, if they've gotten over these issues and they understand where they're going in towards the draft. It's going to be harder. I think that Paravision is going to still be favored in that game, just the way that we see them discipline across an entire game, across an entire series, rarely making mistakes. I think the only time I looked at them and I was like, wow, this team is actually looking a little bit lost was in that game 3 versus Virtus Pro earlier today. Other than that, they've been playing lights out all week long. I don't expect that one to change. I think it's going to be a Paravision versus Virtus Pro final, and I don't really know how that one's going to go.
Yeah, we get to see that one run back from yesterday. We'll be covering that one, you and I. But with that, that brings us to a close. Tomorrow we start the day 1700 CET, and we'll get to see if Paravision can come together and take down One Win, or if One Win will leave them with empty dreams. Say goodbye for now, but we will see you tomorrow for our lower finals and to see who's crowned king of Volume 5 for the One Win Bombshell. We'll see you then.